Now we have 14 branches and we are going on to 15 or 16. So I know that at every point of time, there was a thought process. If Ramurthy was for it, I might be temporarily against it. Sometimes we would think, why do we need to expand? But then it was always going on to those areas which were actually catchment areas of our patient population coming to us. So it was just not necessarily the only way to grow. I think we have one very famous Ganga Hospital, an orthopedic center hospital in our hometown, which has people from all corners of the world coming to them for treatment. So you could stay in one place and have them all coming to you. It's all about quality of work. And it's just that we took those tough decisions to have a number of centers in different parts. And we were truly lucky. If you work good and if you take care of your colleagues, they pass on the good word around and you get more and more dynamic young ophthalmologists to join your system. And if you have uniform protocols and if you let your colleagues know that you're completely sincere and hardworking, there's a transparency in your work and there's diligence and commitment. Those are all those tough decisions which keep coming in our lives, which we take and move on. Thankfully, attrition itself has been very minimal in our setup, which was also a very good feature for us to move on. But yes, there are thousands of challenging moments which keep coming in, whether to get this instrument, whether that was the right deal to do, whether this marketing strategy was right. Those are decisions which definitely plagues each and every one of us in a small way or a large way. But yes, these were the challenges. And by God's grace, we've been faring decently well this far. Thank you.
Great. What a way. We have another star panelist who has joined us, Dr. Santosh Munawar sir. Warm welcome to you. I know you are very busy. You have another meeting coming up. You're muted, I think. You can't hear you.
No, I'm not muted. I'm fine.
Yeah. Warm welcome to you. This is the first session. It's the first introduction session of Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society. As I told you earlier, when we had taken your permission to be with us, and so nice that you accepted the invite and we adjourned. We have about 12 people who are there very much present, but rest of them are on Zoom. So we have around 22 candidates who are there for the LDP. Now, a question to you is, if you could start all over again, what would you do differently?
I think I would do what I'm comfortable with. That is what I am now. There's no way I would change myself. I think I'm fine. I'm very comfortable the way I'm doing.
What are your tips in such cases to the upcoming fresh graduates who just passed out and those who keen and have a passion to do something in life? What would you like to say?
I couldn't hear you so well. What was that?
My question is, we have with us the fresh graduates with us.
Okay.
We have the midterm, yeah. All age groups, all strata of life are in the LDP candidates. What would you advise them how to go about it?
I think you have taught...
life also and the professional and personal life, both.
Okay. So I think you have taught them all the skills as part of LDP. But I would just say that the most important thing in life is passion. I think Chitra also might have told you the same already. Passion and focus are the two pillars on which you can grow. If you're focused on something, even for that matter, you don't have to have a lifelong focus. But if you are sure what you're going to do in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, you can build on that. Escalating stepwise focus and passion for whatever you set to do. Not changing too often just because it's not working, not to take a different path in the middle of what you're doing, but try to pursue on the same path with all the passion that you have and concentrate all your energies on the same.
So nice, Vardhaman, over to you.
Yeah, so both Dr. Munawar sir and Dr. Chitra ma'am has been a great role model and has been a mentor to so many people. And they themselves have had a very successful careers. And we all know that for each successful person, for even each of you, you have had mentors which have done a tremendous contribution to your life, probably have changed your life in ophthalmic specialty, in your own specialty and beyond ophthalmology, in your own personal way you deal with things. So can you share who were your mentors and how they have shaped your lives? Probably if you could just give some anecdotes that will be inspiring for our young LDP candidates.
I think there are not just one mentor, Vardhaman. I think there are several mentors who come at different periods of time. When you're in school, you have a mentor. When you're in college, you have a different mentor. When you play sports, you have a different mentor. So mentors are all there, and it's not just one person, but there are a couple of icons that you always have, and they will always be there with you, whether they're alive or not, but they are always with you. And I think the first mentor I would recollect is Professor N.N. Sood, who was my thesis guide. He was the professor of RP Center. I think I have shared an excellent relationship with him. He was the one who guided all through in the sense it was like hand-holding a child and taking further. We were all at sea when I joined RP Center. It was such a big institute, and Delhi was new to me. He guided in every possible way, and to the extent that well, it is not to say anything else, but to just to say that I was a resident when I presented my Rangachari, and I was standing on the AIOS podium for the first time ever. I had never ever presented in AIOS. I was so scared, so nervous. It was a hall full of all the luminaries. It was a single hall session at that time, and he was sitting in the front row, exactly in the angle. I had a habit of turning towards a particular angle and speaking in the class, and he knew it. He was sitting exactly in that angle, which I could see, and I only presented to him, and I won the prize. That's a different thing. But then a mentor being there, knowing his candidate so well that he was positioning himself in the front row in the angle that you would look at generally as a natural habit, and nodding at each of your sentences. That is, I think, that kind of relationship. Of course, at RP Center, there was Dr. Vajpayee who encouraged us to write. He was a mentor for all the academic work, and Dr. Mahipal as well. In fact, my first review article was on diagnostic tests in cornea, and was that done with Dr. Mahipal. First article was with Dr. Vajpayee. Those were the mentors at that time. And then Dr. Rao was an extremely good mentor in the sense that he would read your mind. We had no computers at that time, and the only PC that was available was the powerful one was in his office. So I would be in the OPD and his office was in the corner. He would just throw his keys at me. I would catch it, and you know what you would do with it. You would go to his office, work through the evening, and whatever you wanted to do with it, like write papers or whatever, or do literature search. It was always on. So that kind of thing. So he read your mind, and he groomed each of us in a particular direction that we wanted to take. Apart from, of course, we work for his vision, but we also work for our own individual visions. And right now it is Dr. Mahipal. He gives me all the support that I ever need, a long rope, doing everything that I want to. Be it eye focus, be it traveling, be it retinoblastoma programs, free treatment for RB kids, everything that is possible. So I think at different levels in life, you have different mentors, and each one of them is a very enriching experience, cherishing experience. I would love each one of them.
And I'm sure that they are, I mean, beyond proud to have you as their mentee, because to have somebody like you, to have been a mentee and then somebody who goes on to get the Lifetime Achievement Award from the American Academy, being the first Indian, is a very proud moment for all the mentors and, of course, all Indian ophthalmologists. But have they also, like, has there been any moment in your personal, like, day-to-day life where you have seen that, okay, because I have worked with them, they have changed me?
Yeah, that always happens. You get on there, sometimes some of these qualities are good qualities, some of these are bad qualities, like being impatient to underperformance, or, somebody not doing well. Being impatient is I would say it's a bad quality, but most of my mentors had it, so I probably have picked it up from them. Of course, I didn't mention Jerry and Carol Sheets. Those two actually have shaped up my life and career. They are taskmasters, and never take anybody who is not working to their fullest potential lightly. So they would want everybody to realize their potential. That is their ultimate goal, and then they are impatient about it. So that is some trait. Those are some of the negative traits, positive traits that rub on to you. Negative because people don't like you being strict. Positive because you're trying to work everyone towards their best potential.
They make you realize your potential. I mean, even though they push you to the wall, but that is something which is a great game.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Nawaz sir. And yes, Dr. Chitra ma'am, we are Looking forward to hear from you about this.
Oh, well, I don't have something as interesting and varied as Santosh said, because he's been working in an institution for a very long time. I remember, as he said, right from my school and would you believe it? It started off, I thought my father was my mentor at that young age, because he used to push me to excel in everything I did. And that stayed with me till I finished my medical education. Like, I didn't know whether I was trying to please myself or please him or my mom, but they were that role model for me at that time. And so, and even while I had just finished my second MBBS, I got married to Ram. And after that, would you believe the husband actually becomes the mentor for you too? Because probably I may have not gone into ophthalmology at all. So, but then it was a colleague kind of relationship I did share with him. But that 4 years seniority which he had appeared often at times as if it was 10 years senior to me. And I wouldn't know whether he was a principal for me at sometimes, or was he my boss at sometimes, or was he my colleague or my husband. But he allowed me to grow along with him. He could have always sort of found it comfortable to me being a much second or third in line, and kept growing for himself. I think he was a true leader, because you can't do everything on your own. A leader who is one who evolves a lot of leaders along the way. And I find that there are a lot of leaders in our own institution and setup. So I should say that a single solitary word, possibly Ram has been my mentor in my career. Of course, I have admired a lot of people in the national AOS platform, my seniors and different parts. I could say there was one colleague of mine, one doctor, he would be surprised that his name is being taken in this awesome audience. There was one Dr. Surendra Basti, who was actually 2 years junior to me. But luckily, because I had a small lag period because I had children. So I remember a very short stint in LV Prasad when I went for my FACO training program many years back. He had already acquired the skill set. And you wouldn't believe, there was so much awe and admiration, because he was all over the podiums. He was everywhere. He was doing so well before he left for US altogether. So at that time, the one person who I came close to actually admiring, I would never believe in doing hero worshipping to anybody at all in my life, because I had so much of self-esteem and self-pride. I couldn't even believe when people would say that they are doing hero worship of a movie star, because I thought I couldn't do that at all. Everybody, I could just be friends with them. So probably, I don't know, it was that innate nature that I couldn't be a mentee with anybody. But then I was lucky to have a strong mentor like Ram all the time with me.
Clear leadership potential that you have, Dr. Chitra. My question to Dr. Santosh. How do you, what are the criteria of searching the potential of leadership in an individual? How do you know that this person is going to be a leadership potential? Any criteria that you have in mind to share? Both of you can share, of course. Santosh, you can start.
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
What are the criteria that you see in a candidate or in a member to see that he has got leadership potential?
Oh, leadership potential. I think potential leader should have initiative, should take initiative by himself or herself, should be self-driven, not looking for temporary appreciations, but should be goal-oriented, and should be able to take people along. I think that's the greatest quality of leadership, and somebody who would work from the front rather than stand behind and order. If somebody would actually take a program or assignment on her own and then run with it, taking others along the way is what I would identify as a potential leadership trait.
Chitra, your view?
Leadership trait, to an extent, is an inborn trait in an individual. It's your ability to nurture it and look at the opportunity which comes your way and avail that opportunity in just the right way, in the right balance, and grow further. And as Dr. Santosh had said, that you don't grow alone, you grow in such a manner that you have all your colleagues and your friends growing along with you. But if in a leadership program, if a young person wants to be a leader, I would notice him if he has the courage to come forward and express his opinion, tell me that this is the way he wants this leadership program to grow. If he comes with ideas and suggestions, if he takes more initiative, he is involved intensely, he attends all those leadership programs which we do, and there's an active participation, that passion just shines through. And that amongst the whole lot of them, there is this individual, if God gives him the right opportunities, he will shine in a particular way. So I think it is a very individual trait, and we need to grasp the moment as and when it comes in front of you, and always be voracious to learn more and more from the people around you. I would at all times try to look at the positive points which I see in every other person, rather than being critical and noticing the negative aspects of him. So lot of positivity is another sign which would take a leader forward, because he wouldn't have time to dwell on anything negative about life.
The way we have a curriculum in MBBS, do we have to set up a curriculum in leadership development program? And it should be how long? The way you do MBBS 4.5 years, 1 year of internship, and then the MNC will give the registration that you are a qualified doctor. For a leadership development program, what would you say on this?
Not just leadership program, Dr. Jignesh, I would rather say that how to develop your practice and grow. If we have a system wherein you invite speakers from outside once a month, and though at least those private institutions, if they could do those things where people are exposed to people who have far-reaching goals and far-reaching ambitions, that would instill a lot of very positive going forward thoughts in all the young evolving people. And some of them would take tips from this and go further. It is not just bland leadership alone. It is also how to establish your practice, how to do market yourself, how to all the management skills, the finance part of it, every bit of it. If that is brought into a curriculum in some form of a way, that would be the way to go.
And what is the time period you say will be leaders तैयार हो गया हमने तैयार जैसे MBBS हो गया है बच्चा MS कर लिया तो what is the time frame you would suggest in such cases? 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Of course, it's a perpetual continuous process. I do understand. But what do you have in mind?
I'm sorry, there's some echo in what you're saying. Dr. Vardhaman, did you hear clearly what Dr. Jignesh said?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is there any time frame for making a leadership leader? I mean, having a leader. Like we have an MBBS done, 4.5 years, 3 years down the line, I become a postgraduate, I start practicing ophthalmology. So in leadership, like you said, the curriculum should be set up the way we have in the MBBS first year, physiology, anatomy, biochemistry. Same way we set a curriculum for a year and we are given a stamp. Become certificate देते हैं कि 1 साल कर लिया leadership development program.
No.
Make in a full true way. Can we go ahead and do it? Something which has never been done by anybody.
No.
Why can't we do it?
No. I think our education program is tedious and humongous as it is. We should just have, even if you are able to achieve once a month, a different speaker coming in and talking on different aspects. And if that runs through all those 5 years and you are able to make it a compulsory attendance for all your students, even that would be a platform enough to start off with, besides having it as an extra special subject. It is just enkindling the passion which is latent in you. So there is not so much of learning in that.
When I ask you is we have a lot of leaders in us. If somebody to unserve that potential, if we have regular training cases, the way we have started, see the passion they come way outside from the most periphery of the Maharashtra because they want to see. हमको भी बनना है आप है तो हम क्यों छोड़े? We should be part of it. That's why I asked you whether it should be a part of the curriculum. In case you don't have it, then how do we structure the program and finish? कि 2 साल हो गए चप्पा लगा दिए. He is definitely a potential leader.
Maybe we should take advice from the different management organizations which are there, the different MBA programs which are there, and ask them whether they could structure a program specific to our students and how it has to be, whether there could be some extra classes and what is the number of class, whether it should be like if there's a whole day session going on in MBBS, if they could decide some weekly classes or something like that, And if that program can be enrolled, that would also be a wonderful way to go, rather than just doing a guesswork talking as we are doing now.
Right. Yeah, Dr. Sadhu, your view?
I think I agree with Chitra. You can't have a broad-based program like this because everybody may not want to become a leader. Even if you have seeded them with a thought, they may just end up with that. So I think it's for a smaller group like 20, 15 people that you have gathered. That is where intensive leadership training can happen. Like AIOS is doing, I think that is the best approach. ARC has produced such wonderful leaders over a period of time, and all of them have gone on to shine in their own field. If they haven't come into AIOS leadership, at least they are becoming leaders in their own state, in their own specialty and own practices, in their own cities. That should be possibly the approach where you ask for volunteers who would want to undergo leadership training. That means they already know that they want to have this trait in them, or they already know that they have the trait in them and want to polish it and take it further and nurture their talent and take it further. Just by having a formal stamp or a certificate, nothing is achieved. We have hundreds of certificates lying in our cupboard, but I have carom, chess certificates, but I'm not a carom player or a chess player. I can't even compete with anybody and win now. So certificates are of no value at all. Even without a certificate, you can achieve much less if you just want to do it.
Why I ask you is still fluid at the AIS level and our state level, of course, we are starting it now. So to make it well structured and see that anybody wants the way AIS में उसको बना दिया. So definitely he has got leadership potential. The trade has been what we say diagnosed, and we have taken it further. We have nurtured them further, and we have got to that level. So that nurturing part should be how long? That is exactly what I wanted to ask both of you.
Generally, you do a
one the leadership trait. Let's say XYZ, Dr. Mandar is leadership potential. Now he wants to become a fully trained proper guidance, or what do they say, coaching or grooming. How long it should be properly done, like we do at MBBS. That is what exactly I want you to answer.
I know how some of the societies do it. Asia Pacific and AIOS also possibly does it the same way. They have what is called an initiation program in one annual meeting, which will be a 1 or 2 day initiation program. Or outside the annual meeting, you can take them to a kind of a resort or a kind of a non-formal setting and then have an initiation program. And then rest of the classes are held online. And in the middle of the year, there is a retreat where they assess as to how much each candidate or each individual has progressed, and then assign mentors to them in the middle of the program. And at the end of the year, there is one graduation program where all these gather together and then they have the final polishing done. But not just that, every year, all past candidates of the leadership program attend future leadership sessions every year, and some of them become the faculty of the programs. So it is an ongoing process. It never stops because new topics may come up, new roles may crop up, so it is a never ending thing. But 1 year is the formal training followed by formal training as it comes.
Yeah, even American Academy follows that 1 year test, and that is how Dr. Natarajan got into India, and we will be doing it. So nice, Chitra, your view?
About the duration of the program,
like out and find out this person is a leadership material. How much you would like to groom him for a year, 6 months, and why?
No, a leadership development program, if it could be a 1 year intense program, that would be fine. But in our career, with everybody so involved and busy in the practice, I don't know whether you will be able to meet as often. I'm just connecting to you as your leadership program in Maharashtra. Maybe if you are able to monthly once call some person who is very much into different parts, which are very relevant to the evolution of an ophthalmologist in management and finance and different components. If you can have a day of keynote speakers and make these young guys also give their presentations, and these kind of every month you have, or every couple of months you have different things which would be better. If you are able to link with some management institute and break them, but these are getting very expensive during this period when I try to find out it is a humongous amount of money which goes into it. It is not like what it was before, because everybody wants to sell their product in the most effective manner. But in case you're lucky to have a philanthropic management institute which would take all your candidates with you for a couple of days and fills it up with sessions and workshops and all that, that would, at least if you could do it twice a year in that 1 year time frame, then that would be something like you've just given them the flavor of leadership. You can't, and they can always come back to you for more and more guidance and support. That is what is possible.
What you have nicely explained that I think the man hours that we need to put is maybe 100, 120 hours. Okay, the duration, because now that the webinars can be taken right left and center. So the period like 1 year and all should not be that. In post material and everything, we should have about 100, 120 hours of that. I think that should help. What do you say, Dr. Santosh?
You're talking about man hours. 100 hours is a bit too long. I think practicing ophthalmologists will not be able to spare so many hours.
Even more. Like Chitra just said, we can have webinars that we have 1 hour, 1.5 hours. Let's
Yeah.
say 30, 40, and 2 or 3 physical or residential meets, that be about 24, 24. Some of it ends up, say, about 12 to 15 sessions. Is it good enough?
Yeah, 12 sessions, 2 hours each, 24 hours, plus contact programs for about 12 hours is about 30 to 35 hours is what you would look at.
Yeah.
Even in Harvard business, when you're already working mid-career business management training program, number of hours of teaching would not exceed more than 40.
Yes.
So it leads to self-learning.
That's exactly what I'm trying to take off. The way, how much, now that we have enrolled them, how do we go further? Of course, in the morning itself, I told them that we are planning to have a residential program 2 days. So that will be almost 48 hours. And then another concluding session we'll be having at Nasik, and today we had it. So what we should structure it, that's exactly what I wanted people to say. So nicely put up. Anything more, maybe you would like to share, both of you? Regarding the structuring of the program, the mentoring it, and the man hours that we just said, and what are the subjects which we need to cover? That is another thing where we have been covering the AIOC, right from Dr. Natarajan to something about management also, and time management.
Most important that you identify speakers who do not ramble at all. Even if a person talks for 10-15 minutes, it has to be a structured talk, which you would have to even give him 2-3 months advance notice so that he can think over it, walk along with it, and then you have to know who's a genuine speaker. And that kind of speakers you should identify and ask them to talk, and not be too bothered about the hours. You can have a schedule in your mind, but identify such solid speakers who could come and instill that kind of learning in these people. You should not need not have a whole day workshop, and it ends up with quite irrelevant altogether. Even a couple of hours is more than enough in these workshops.
Quite right. Dr. Santosh, your take on that, which subjects should be covered during the leadership development program?
I think AIO's curriculum covers almost everything, but a little bit more stress on financial management and investment strategies. Every leader himself has to be successful in what he does professionally and financially. So you can't have a frustrated leader who is not a successful person himself or herself. Although success is a scale on which you measure, scale can be different, but you want a person who is already contented and who is secure about himself and his own surroundings. If you have an insecure leader, then you know how much damage they can do to their own juniors and colleagues. So from that perspective, if you have to have a secure leader, then the person should be professionally and financially well established. So financial management lessons I feel are very important, apart from communication skills, which I feel are extremely important. Leader has to be able to communicate what he thinks, and collaborative skills.
Yes, and also if you want, how do you grow in your practice? Then how it should be. If you want a small practice, how you need to establish yourself in that. How you should do well in your group practice. So you should have speakers talking on, so because there are all these leaders, young leaders sitting here who are in different formats of practice. So we need to even talk about practice management to them. And as Dr. Santosh had said, proper finance. I did have all of these in the last couple of years. And I was actually lucky to have the right speakers amongst ophthalmologists who did justice to it. But going forward, we could even look at taking on some people who are doing well in the management institutes and have them come in. But what sometimes it could happen is they might get irrelevant with some of their workshops and some of the exercises, which is not going to be related to what we are doing. So you may have to even search within, look out for those leaders who could really give sound teaching, learning knowledge in all the things which Dr. Santosh and I had said.
Yeah,
And some more of those.
Yeah, most effective teachers are the leaders themselves.
Yeah.
Although they may not be formally trained to teach management students, but I mean, the most effective leaders are those who are leading themselves.
Yes.
Old graduates of your leadership development program.
What I you are inching to is regarding custom modularization of your package. Like a person who's setting up an individual practice and he wants to grow in the leadership potential there in his practice and the personal, professional and personal life. That is one. Second is he is going to enter the corporate setup of hospitals. He requires a different type of grooming. And then one who's entering the teaching hospitals. He of course require a different type of grooming. So do we have customized modules for such, taking into account people who are walking in and we groom 360 degrees away for full package?
I think 360 degrees is the best way to go. Everybody should know everything, and from that broad knowledge, they could utilize what is relevant to them.
Yes. What do you on that?
Yeah, great thoughts from both of you about the leadership. But ultimately, leadership is for somebody's benefit. So this is a question to both of you. Do you feel Indian ophthalmology is serving the purpose that it should? That means, is it reaching the farthest corner geographically as well as social strata-wise in providing the kind of services that we are bound to give? And also the cost factor, and more importantly, the quality factor.
Was that a question or a comment?
Yeah, this was a question. This was a question. So do you think Indian ophthalmology is delivering the goods in short?
Indian ophthalmology is?
Whether it is delivering the goods, whether it is delivering on its promise to the farthest corners of the country geographically, as well as to the various social strata. And of course, there are two aspects to it, the cost and the quality of care.
You're asking whether Indian ophthalmology is reaching all the social strata and with cost. I think Indian ophthalmology is doing very well compared to other countries around us and even rest of the world. Indian ophthalmology has all levels. We have leaders within each subspecialties. If you look at ASCRS and all the major international meetings, look at the award winners in video categories, paper categories, presentations, instruction courses, Indians are leading. So India has leadership in academics, India has leadership in practice, India has excellent residents and fellows who have immense potential. So India is not short of anything. I think we are leading ophthalmology, although we may not be publishing as much as we should. That's a different aspect. I think even that needs to be grown. But otherwise, Indian ophthalmology is doing very well. All that it takes now is to kind of capitalize on the potential and then make sure that everyone reaches and fulfills their own potential. Because if we are supposed to grow 6 feet, if we just stunt ourselves to 4 feet, then that's not full potential. So if we reach our full potential, I think nobody can stop us. I think we are on the top of ophthalmology.
Actually, if we start looking at getting very organized in our setup, believe me, I think even those institutes which have taken NABH and got themselves accredited to it and all that, that itself has a lot of regulations and systems inherent in it. So if we are able to adopt the right systems into your practice, and you are able to do it all methodically, right from the EMR to everything, whether how you maintain your records and files and how your OT system works and every part of it, patient management, how your digital marketing works, every part of it. If you are able to do it and you have your review meetings, you are able to do all those kind of things in your own practice in a small way and later going on to a larger way, those systems which is there, that itself brings in leadership skills at your level in your organization. And I think there are so many centers in our country which are doing so well because they have leaders in that organization. And I wouldn't say that just the owner of the particular center is the leader. He can't be doing well with all his very young colleagues or senior colleagues who are working along with him. So I think there is a lot of leadership in our country itself. And probably going forward, if AIOS can have more of those leadership program in their annual meetings and, all those things which Jignesh was saying, and even talking to Jignesh and even being with you all made me look back into the leadership program which ARC is doing. It makes me wonder how much more I need to do to enhance it. So, there is a lot of scope to keep improving upon ourselves. But if we, each of us in our own practice, do things in a very methodical manner, that itself is a beginning of leadership.
How do you inculcate out of the box thinking in candidates? Some techniques somewhere you would like to suggest? Of course, I know it's something like I got out of the box thinking in the apni ko either shuru karna hai kar lo. But that is one part of it. What would you suggest, Dr. Santosh? Because regular run of the mill stuff is always there. What about this?
I think it is, you can't teach out of the box thinking. You can just give them examples.
But how do we go about it? Sorry.
It's a potential. It's a potential. You'll have to open their mind. Mind can be opened either by reading books, watching successful people who are within the definition of what each one wants to achieve. If somebody wants to be a very successful practitioner, then he should watch another bunch of successful practitioners. Somebody wants to be financially well off, then he should watch ophthalmologists who are financially well off by ethical practice. So it's by watching and reading and listening to them that you would possibly grow. And ideas also get generated in the same manner.
Oh. Vardhaman, you can ask the next question before I ask.
Yeah, so I think the next question is like, I believe both Munawar sir and Chitra ma'am also have to go for a webinar, but probably will ask you this question is, now all of us, now this is something again I tried to, I have included this question because there is also something to learn from the personal traits apart from just ophthalmic success. Is like everybody has a time when they are not at their best. So there is going to be a time in life when you believe that you are at your worst. So for everybody, like all the LDPs and all the people, like whenever personally you have been in this situation where you thought that, okay, I have hit the rock bottom and this is probably the worst time in my life. What is your motivation? How do you go through it? How do you sell through it?
To those, no, see, you should not get yourself thinking that you are at a rock bottom at any point of time. You have to be highly charged at all times. Then you don't see any rock bottom at all. And most importantly, you have to be happy in your surrounds, whatever that particular moment is. I'm sure there were times when I sat in my clinic when I had 2-3 patients waiting outside in my practice, and now I'm so exhausted that I want to run away from the side door and not see all the patients who are sitting outside. So I was happy then and I'm happy now. So it is you should not think you have hit rock bottom. Everything happens over the years. If all these young leaders who are sitting in the audience, it is 30 years of practice, and now I'm saying all that. but I have gone through all those difficult moments in my life, learning phaco, learning surgeries, evolving, try to find a place in amongst the leaders at different points of time. But the only thing which is going to be your big strongest company is to have a lot of energy, positive energy, and keep going in the right direction. Nowadays, there's so much to learn. You have different kinds of surgical programs which are happening, which you could watch. The only thing is, I believe that going forward, everybody has to continuously enhance their skill sets. So I think I wish that is why I keep on advertising that please attend the trainers program, which we are going to have this AIOS. I wish that we have a curriculum where every 5 years there is some kind of a refresher course, like different people are able to go to into some of these top institutions and have a day's workshop to enhance themselves, not just these regular CMEs with all, some kind of a surgical or different kind of thing. Much of is already happening, but some kind of a curriculum or even an exam kind of thing or something should like that should happen, which would force us to get better and better. And then you are moving forward constantly.
So the basic thing is that look at the positive side and don't stop moving. Keep doing your work. Be happy in the place that you are in. Basically, I think that's a great input, Dr. Hunawar sir. Yeah.
And I don't think there is any rock bottom or glass ceiling. So continue to grow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to leave now. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes. Dr. Daswala sir. Yeah.
Dr. Santosh, thank you very much. You have spread from your busy schedule. You have told me that I have another meeting. In spite of that, you have told me 1:30. After that, you have advanced it. So nice of you to spare time for Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society. We'll have more of you that we have just discussed. Thanks a lot for joining.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hunawar sir. Thank you.
All the best to all the LDP candidates.
Sure, sure. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Dr. Chitra.
Yes.
Dr. Sucheta is going to ask you a question.
Hello, Dr. Chitra ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as a leader, one is supposed to be objective in all the circumstances. Is it really possible to be objective all the time? And completely free of your own biases? Is it possible really?
I think it is very, very important to be very objective and very self-critical and very self-analytical at all times without getting obsessive about it. But it is necessary to be objective because only then we would go forward to improve ourselves and get better. The whole process of our talking today is how can each of us get better and better. And for that, we need to be very objective about the way we are. Whether going back to our surgical videos and finding out what went wrong, where we were wrong, or probably even watching how we have talked and wonder what we could have done better. So in every possible way, if we could actually be very objective with each ourselves, all of us would be somewhere where we already are not there.
Thank you.
Dr. Tejasvi Vaidya, she is the chief coordinator. She would like to ask the question.
Good afternoon, madam. In this present era, the status of women in society definitely has changed much. But still, woman has to give more time to the family and she has to use her time intelligently. So, can you give some tips to all women leaders in ophthalmology, how to do the time management and how to use our time intelligently?
I would tell the woman ophthalmologist not to be on a race from day one. Like, maybe they have to be one up on the men in the sense that they do need to be cognizant of the fact that there are going to be challenges and stumbling blocks along the way. So try to learn more than what your colleague guys are learning, because that opportunity to learn may get stalled at different time points. You may not be able to go to so many fellowship programs and those kind of things. So try to learn the best and be so aggressive to learn more. But after that, when you are into your family and bringing up your child, and if there are some temporary setbacks, they should not get soured by it and not get unhappy or depressed by it. Learn to coexist beautifully with your family. Do not believe that you are back in somewhere way behind the race compared to your husband or your other colleagues. because there's so much time in life that you will find that you can still restart the process of relearning and going forward. So I would advise all the young women ophthalmologists to learn to enjoy each moment as it comes, keeping a distant viewpoint in your mind, even if you do not share with your husband, that you would come out of it and move forward. But please do not lose out on the motherhood and the upbringing of the child, or building up relationship with the elders in your family. I think that is most critical, because a woman actually needs the entire family to support her when she wants to move further into leadership. So the more the friends she has in society, the better.
We have with us, thanks a lot for answering that question, women-oriented question, so nicely put up. We have with us Professor Dr. Smita Pawar. She is from IMR, Dharwad. She would like to ask you a question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How much passion and focus do you find in young budding ophthalmologists nowadays? Like, do they have the initiative, the drive? Because somehow I feel this younger generation is not that passionate, or maybe I may be wrong, because as Santosh just said, he's finding a lot of good like things in the coming generation. Like, I mean, he is doing very well.
No, I do not believe that everybody has to become a leader in life. A woman can be a very happy mother and a very happy wife, and they do this much in her career. Everybody need not be passionate, and everybody need not be aggressive. I believe it's important to a very happy society. That is what is more important, and different sets of people would be there. I think the younger generation is doing well in their own way. They have their own focuses and own priorities. In our generation, we only knew how to work all 24 hours and be the best mothers and be the best wives and put the best in everything. That's not necessary the only way of life. They seem to be enjoying their life. They seem to be doing more things. They seem trying to do a lot of other activities too. So I think each to their own generation, and who are we to say which is the right thing, what is passion and what is not passion? None of us are there to define it. I think each individual would define what they want to do in their lives.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
One more question from Dr. Tejaswini.
I never knew this was going to be a monologue. What happened to Dr. Mohan Rajan and Amrita Sharma?
Yeah, you got the whole stage with you.
I know.
They're joining. They're somewhere. Namrata is also joining shortly.
This question is for both of you. What is your opinion about telemedicine, and especially will it help for the rural area, rural sector?
Yes, definitely. I think telemedicine has been going on in number of institutions like Arvind Eye Care Systems and LV Prasad and other places. Telemedicine has been an integral part in the sense that you are able to. You may have a technician and of the optometrist level person who screens and then puts on those, or maybe a junior doctor in some of these vision care centers who puts on those problems across in the telemedicine platform to a particular doctor in the main center or the secondary center. And or if that kind of telecommunication doesn't happen in a significant manner, they could at least get some of these patients with difficulties onto the secondary and the primary centers. So telemedicine is definitely one other important way of screening the different eye problems and identifying those cases, and if necessary, getting some of them to the tertiary center. I would have to make my exit because 2:30 is my webinar and I need to connect with my webinar to share their videos and all that. Vardhaman, Dr. Jignesh.
Yeah. Be with us for about 5 minutes because Namrata is joining at 2:50. Mohan Rajan is also joining. So, one more question from my side and one of the candidate herself would like to ask. Yes, Dr. Bharti.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I would like to know how is your typical day? Like this question was asked.
What?
how is your typical day? How do you spend on a typical day? Whatever you are earning right now, how many hours are dedicated to your work? Because at the end of the day, the question is, how much is enough?
Oh no, I don't want any of you to emulate me. I work pretty long hours, and I don't think if you all are those young ophthalmologists, don't have to work. In my younger days, I used to work till 10 o'clock and then have a half-made dinner ready at home and go and finish it. And my husband and I would sit and have a dinner at 11 o'clock and then hit the bed at 12 o'clock and be up at 6 o'clock or 5:30 to go on to do our surgeries. Now things are better. Now I would start my day, be in the hospital from 9:30 onwards, and I end it by 8:30 or 9. And my husband even decides to come home at 10. Do you think that's the right way of living? I don't think so. If you are able to work less and bring in quality in those working hours, if you are able to give some more time for your family, if you are able to have hobbies, I think we should have hobbies. We should have other things beside ophthalmology, because God above will laugh at us if we say this is all we did all through our life. So please, I think the most important message to all of us is to let's enjoy life too.
And what is more difficult, running a hospital or raising children?
No, I think running a hospital, and if you want to keep growing, is a bigger challenge because a lot has to be given of yourself to the hospital. Bringing up your children, if you're lucky to have your elders also along with you or with you, the child is learning all the right things right from the word go. I found bringing up both Shreyash and Shrishti was not at all difficult, and the absolute model kids to have had in my life. And I give it the whole credit to my parents and my in-laws who were there with me and are still there with me. And I think this too much of a nuclear family is actually a bit of a loss. Even if you all actually don't stay together, I would want all the younger doctors to be connected with the elders, because there's a lot with the children learn from the elders in the family.
If one has to predict the future of ophthalmic practice, what will it look like a decade from now?
I'm not sure whether there will be multiple top institutions which would evolve, because that's quite a challenge. Like whether it was Shankar Netralaya or LV Prasad or Arvind Eye Care Systems, how many more institution and chain of hospitals which evolved, I wouldn't know. But I still believe that lot of individual strong practices would evolve, because the fellowship programs nowadays are so brilliant and so good that a lot is learned by the young surgeons, and by the time they come into the system, there's a lot they already know. So probably we will be flooded with a lot of very solid private practices and group practices, and of course corporate setups. That would be probable future, I think, of our country.
Before you, what is your mantra for a balanced work-life balance? What is the mantra for that?
What is
your mantra for work-life balance? What is your mantra?
My mantra for work-life balance? Oh, yes. I have not had a mantra in the sense. I think I have. Being very happy in your life has been my mantra. It took very little to make me happy. I would easily be happy. And I could stand and talk to the watchman also. I could talk to my driver also. I could talk to everybody and everybody. So I would keep myself happy at all times. And I would not be too competitive or jealous or have anything negative in how I connect with people. So I think all of this were my mantra, and that has kept me solid and going, that I managed to improve every year in my life. So there was no other magic mantra which I can tell.
20 years down the line, where do you see the Indian ophthalmology?
Oh, I already told you, Indian ophthalmology is going way ahead. It is so amazing. When I had the experience of those webinars I think I need to go to my webinar. I'm getting repeated phone calls.
Thanks a lot for putting so much of time in spite of your busy schedule. You had promised me to be there till 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
You
please.
extended that. So nice of you. Thanks a lot. I think everybody enjoyed it. A round of applause for her case. Enjoy the class.
I don't know whether you gained anything at all from me, but I really enjoyed interacting with all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank
You
you.
held the stage so nicely. I think
Yeah.
Dr. Namrata is joining in a minute or so. She has called me up. I would like to have Gitanjali's view as an LDP candidate. She has already done it. Can you use the podium mic? Is it on?
Yes, sir.
By the time Dr. Namrata joins, yeah, I think Dr. Namrata is joining. Welcome.
Dr. Namrata ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vardhaman. Thank you for having me.
Hello. We are just waiting for you. Now it's the stage is yours. We'll be asking you questions one by one. First, Vardhaman, Madam ko puchiye, please.
Don't ask me very difficult questions, Vardhaman. I hope I'm able to answer all your questions.
No, ma'am. I mean, you are someone that I think each and every ophthalmologist of all generations, I'm talking about even people who must be in their 70s and 80s, they all not only admire you, they are in awe of you. And everybody is actually, what do I say? There is no word to explain the kind of growth that you have had as an academician, as a clinician, as a surgeon, as at a leadership position in AIOS, and wearing so many hats at the same time is something I think the Indian ophthalmology has seen uncommonly in the past, and the way you wear all your hats is just amazing. So, ma'am, what I want to know is that every person has certain traits, right? So basically, there is a reason why somebody becomes successful. Some people are very good in let us say communication. Some people are very meticulous. Some people can be very disciplined. Some people can be very passionate. So, what do you think has been the core of your success? Like,
So I think I can't say that for me, but I believe that to be successful for anybody, I think one is that whatever you do, you have to have a passion to do it. And I think your goals should be the end should be in your mind whenever you're doing a thing. You cannot go haphazardly or in a unfocused or a defocused manner. So your end of your whatever your goal is should be in your mind, and you should have planned very well, and you should have planned much ahead. So I think that was there in my mind when I started my career, and I think that is what I would advise everybody to do. I'm sure most successful people already do it, but once that thing is there, then it becomes almost monomaniacal. But once you want to achieve something, then that is the way to do, and that is the way to go after it.
but did you, ma'am, envision already at this point of time that this is what you will achieve? Like when you started off, maybe in the first 5 years?
No, not at all. I think if people who know me in my post-graduation days and senior residency days see me, they will not believe that, what I have become today. I'm not saying, because at that time, in your initial part of your career, you're more of a follower than a leader. And you are good at some things, and you are good at following orders and, following people. But then I think at some point in your life, you have to lead the way rather than just follow. And it did not happen, it was not very smooth. There were obstacles, there were problems, there were roadblocks. Every time you think you want a senior residency, then you didn't get it. Then there was a gap of 1 year. Then when you wanted your post-graduation again, I didn't get it in the same, in the first attempt. So there's a gap of 1 year again. So it happens like that. Then when I came to my consultant's post, it didn't happen for 3 years because of technical issues. So those gaps are there. But then when you think and when you want a particular thing, then like I said, that you wait for it. Patience is also very important, patience and perseverance. And then you do achieve it. I do believe that whatever you want in life, you do get it and you do achieve it. The only thing is that, you have to put your 100% to it.
It's amazing now, because if we talk about these obstacles that you have spoken about, we would have not even imagined that you have had obstacles in your life, because your life looks like a dream to everybody.
No, it is not. So 3.5 years, I didn't do any surgery because I was a pool officer in RP Center. But then I did so many other things at that time, writing books and publications. So, bottom line is you just keep working. If it doesn't work in this direction, then you work in another direction. Never stop, I think. And that also helps you to get over that period, what you want, you're not getting, but then you have to distract yourself into some other thing or similar thing. And again, what I'm saying is it's not achievable. It's not easy also at the same time, but you are able to achieve what you want if you are patient about it.
So patience and perseverance and probably redefining your role if there is obstacle, basically.
And also, I think the important thing is to look for opportunities, to seek for opportunities, to find for opportunities. Opportunities are not going to come to you. So you have to keep working hard because that is something in your hand. And when the opportunity comes, then it's actually a balance between, or it's a strike between your hard work and the opportunity. But if you work very hard and there are no opportunities, then that's no good. And if you've not worked hard and there are opportunities, again, that is not going to work. So whatever is in your hand, you keep doing that, and that is working hard, because that is something which nobody can take away from you. And open your mind and your eyes for the opportunities to seek.
Yeah, so be open to the ideas, the opportunities that you have to see. Others are not able to see it, but you have to have the hard work and also create that kind of passion that you start to see those opportunities that others are missing, and work hard for it, of course.
Yes, you have to have the third eye. That is what it is.
And I think we have Dr. Mohan Rajan sir with us. Welcome, Dr. Mohan Rajan.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay, Vardhaman. Jignesh.
Yes, I was trying to call you.
Apologies for the delay.
You are like a car. I can see your dedication that you have to be part of.
No, I got held up in Reticon conference here.
Okay.
And Amar got hold of me and didn't leave me. That's the reason.
That's the same question to you. Basically, we wanted to know, because your life has been, if a young LDP graduate is looking at your life, they will see, oh, it's like a dream, right? So to have life of Dr. Mohan Rajan sir will be like a dream. But behind that dream, there is a lot of hard work. There are obstacles. So people would like to know, like, what has been the success mantra? Have you actually faced any obstacles in your life? How did you overcome it?
Yeah, thank you, Vardhaman. First of all, let me thank Jignesh for the wonderful opportunity being here, and I'm really amazed by the work Jignesh has been doing. Me and Jignesh work together in Shankar Netrala. I know what sort of stuff he's made up of, and all the MOS members also. Now, my thing, I decided that I should be in ophthalmology way back when I was in 5th or 6th standard. And even at the age of 10 or 11, I used to assist my father in intracapsular cataract surgery. We used to have a small operation theater. My grandfather was also an ophthalmologist, but he was practicing mainly general practice at that time. So genetically, I was prone to become an ophthalmologist. And, that has an edge, because you have that passion automatically. And it doesn't mean that everybody will not be, because everybody will not be have an ophthalmologist in their family or somebody. So, but what is important, as Namrata rightly said, is passion and the commitment and the perseverance. The 4 mantras I always used to say, and I always used to practice, is the consistent, well-directed, self-motivated effort. Okay, consistent, well-directed, self-motivated effort. You need to be motivated to do better and better. You always, you have to have the fire in the belly. That's something you want to do. You're not happy with whatever you've done today. You do something better tomorrow. And of course, effort. There's no substitute for effort and the hard work. If you take the effort, even God cannot prevent you from reaching the pinnacle of success. But if you don't take effort, even God cannot help you. So that is, I think, the mantra which I want to give everybody. But doesn't mean that that you should have a background for you to become an ophthalmologist or any person by any medical specialty for that matter. So everybody is. I feel that everybody is very special. Just now I was talking to Amar and I was telling him about the LDP program, and he was mentioning the same way. Everybody is special. Everybody has got unique features. What is important is you need to find out what is your strength and what is your weaknesses, and do an introspection. I do an introspection every day and to find out where are your strengths and where are your weaknesses, and try to develop your strengths and try to nurture your talents better and better. I'm sure everybody will become like Namrata Sharma. she's a role model for all of us. You know, she's, in my opinion, the gold standard. As you rightly said,
Thank you so
donning
much.
so many hats. And see, donning so many hats is a different issue. Being the secretary, being the professor here, and publishing books, academics, going to American Academy, doing all that, excelling in each and every one of them is very difficult. So I think it's because of passion. See, that's why I tell my postgraduates, my postgraduates are half my age, they have become tired even at the end of 8 years, but 8 hours. But I work from morning 6 o'clock and night 9 o'clock, and even at the end of the day, you are, sir, you are with a smile always, and your face is fresh. That is because you enjoy your work. So whatever you are doing, you enjoy your work, you will not feel tired at all. So keep enjoying your work and doing whatever. And don't think that somebody is doing better than you. Nobody is a competition for you. In my opinion, everybody is good, everybody is bad. Okay, everybody is good. So you can be, you don't have to have any comparison. Okay, only thing is there are paths which are being laid by, for example, for me, my father was a professor of ophthalmology and he was in government service for almost 3 decades. And he said me, what do you call, lot of things, and of course, after that, my postgraduate, I was with Dr. Badrinath, who is a taskmaster, about him. And Jignesh also knows, and how he was at that time when we were doing fellowship. He used to be like a real terror, but we learned the hard way. So the learning the hard way, so I think it's very, very important. And Abdul Kalam always used to say, if you want to attain glory, go on an untraveled path. If you go on an untraveled path, the problem is it will take a long time for you to attain glory. Okay, but there are travel paths already which have been laid by our seniors, the legends in ophthalmology. Fortunately, we are blessed to be in the same era as those legends like Dr. G.N. Rao or Venkat Swami or Dr. Badrinath or Dr. Nagpal, whomever you say, Dr. Tiwari. So many people are there from all over the place. And we can boast of the best institutions in the entire world, and the students here, the people who are coming up. I think it is very important for them to make use of the opportunity. Namrata said a very beautiful opportunity will not come. Okay, maybe it may come once, but you have to grab that opportunity and make not 100%, in my opinion, 1000% of that. 1000% you have to make sure that opportunity doesn't go your way, go out of your hand. That is very important. Grab that opportunity and don't have that self. I feel that many ophthalmologists, when they come up, they have that self-doubt and mental block. Okay, they have the self-doubt. Oh no, I cannot perform surgery like Vardhaman Kankaria. I cannot perform surgery like Amar Agarwal or Namrata Sharma. Yes, you cannot, but you cannot do it overnight, but you can do it definitely. Those people also started from me. Everybody started from what do you call the square A, whatever it is, and they came up to this level. You can also do it. So it's a mental block and self-doubt that you can be better. Okay, the self-doubt is very important. Keep infusing positive energy. That's why wherever I go, just now in Reticon conferences, I was cracking a lot of jokes. Everybody likes me because I have a lot of sense of humor. But you enjoy. Laughter is the best medicine, I feel. And they all people bring everybody together. And I always combine, with the science with fun. And that is also very important, because if you're able to combine science with fun, people remember that forever. Okay, if you just give pure science alone, it will not get assimilated. But if you combine that with the fun element, then they'll remember that forever. So always that life also is for me like that only. I enjoy my life. I have my own this thing. I have my extracurricular activities, right? And I have a lot of friends, and social this thing is also there. But same time, I have a lot of fun. Okay, I have I crack a lot of jokes, and you always keep in a very lighter mood, so that because you're not stressed. If you're very stressed, what will happen is you will not be able to perform. This is, I think, message I want to give all the younger generation people. Don't be stressed up about life. Life is not, it is not going to be the end that you have to get to the level of Dr. Namrata Sharma or this thing. You can excel in whatever. Every day you are doing 15 surgeries or even 5 surgeries, do it properly. And you are giving all the patients 6 vision. That is, I think, good. And that will give you that satisfaction. So that contentment is very, very important. I think all these are easier said than done, but still there is a. I find that this newer generation, they're able to because my two daughters are ophthalmologists. They're working in Shankar Netralaya. I think they're able to have a work-life balance, which is very, very important. Work-life balance is also very important for all of us to understand that ball game. So my take-home message is um, crack jokes, smile always, and keep smiling, and have a what you call lighter moment in your life, and don't be stressed about anything. Okay, and even with the patients, I crack jokes a lot of time. And many people, many patients like that, and because that actually creates a very nice bonding with the patient. So I think these are all some of the messages I want to give Vardhaman and Jignesh and all the other people here.
Great, input, sir. Absolutely. It is so motivating just to listen to you. I think it's like a pep talk. Yes, over to Dr. Jignesh sir for the next question. Yeah, Dr. Tejaswini Baba. Yeah.
My question to Namrata madam. Madam, sometimes in our life we have to face in situations like disappointments, failure. So in such situation, how to handle negative emotions, or in other way, what you do to stay psychologically and physically healthy? What you do to stay fit?
So I think those obstacles would always be there in our lives. We have disappointments, we have failures. So it is very important to work extremely hard at that time, because you want to get back. You should take it, you should take it with the idea or the thought that you have to get back again, and that only the happiness will come only out of your own work. So you may not be able to achieve the target that you are wanting to, or you may not be able to achieve your goal, but you can still keep working on it. And like I said, you become happy not by what other people tell you, but by your own work. So it is important that you seek happiness in your work. And if that happens to me, I almost take it like a challenge, and then 2 3 4 times more I will work harder to see that how is it, where have I faltered, why is it not happening this time, and if there is an opportunity next time, how do I go about it? So that kind of distracts you from making mourning your failure, or thinking about it. So you immerse. For me, it works the other way around. If I fail on something, then I immerse myself more in the work to forget about my failure. And like I said, that nobody can take away the talent you have, and nobody can take away the hard work that you can do. So that is there in your hands. So I always try to link my happiness with my work rather than happiness with the people, because people might say certain things to bog you down, or may say or may behave in a different manner, especially when they know your weaknesses. But something which always stands by you is your own work, because that's in your hands. So I think that gives you the maximum amount of happiness. And the way to go about it is to rebound back. You talked about psychological and physical fitness. Both physical fitness, I think, is extremely important, because you have to keep 1 hour every day, or it could be anything, 1 hour of walking or 45 minutes of walking. For me, it is just, in my phone or in my iWatch, I just try to do 10,000 steps a day. So that I finish. If I come back home and there are only 6 or 7,000, then I will just walk 3,000 more. So, it is like that, because I just finish it like a target, whether I do it in 15 minutes or you do it in half an hour or I do it in 1 hour. So I think that is important because if you're not physically fit, you will not be able to achieve anything. I think that is really very important. You have to be physically fit for a longer innings. Otherwise, you will, after you age, then there are, diseases, then there are obstacles, then there are problems. So I think that thing should never, that you should never get bogged by, and compartmentalize your whole day. For everything possible, it is all compartmentalized, because small targets you work every day will lead to, suddenly your 5 6 projects or your works will be over, because you would have worked every day on it for some time or some period. So I think that is important. Small habits, small targets every day, and then that is the way to go.
Good afternoon, Dr. Namrata, and this is Dr. Deepanjali Sharma.
Yeah.
This is not a question. In fact, I wish to say something about Namrata ma'am. She said that she manages this very I think she is the most purest soul I have ever met. She's so honest. As and when there were problems when I was president during COVID times and she was secretary of AIOS, I remember I used to just give a call and she used to immediately come with some solution. We had done together a COVID related webinar, if you remember, ma'am. And she put so much efforts to all to understand whatever research they are doing at AIMS. And this was just within 2 days, if I am not wrong. So that kind of efforts and that kind of hard work she puts into it. And every leader or every doctor or every lady member who is sitting over here, she is role model, not just because she is beauty with brains, but so much of hard work she puts, and that shows on her face and her confidence. So I really, you are a great man, hero madam and role model for all of us. And I just wanted to mention this, that is the purity of your heart, that is seen on your face and in your work. Thank you very much for being there for all of us.
Thank you, Gita. It's always a pleasure to work with you. I had a very good interaction with you and hope to have this in future as well.
Yes, sure. Here's Dr. Gupta sir wishes to say something.
I just wanted to say from Mohanrajan as
We are not able to hear that.
yeah, Dr. Gupta, Karan Gupta. I just want to say he told that one must know his strength and weakness, and there the opportunity when it is there. Because the opportunity, if it is lost, you may not get afterwards. But other thing for a good leader is one must know strength and weakness of the persons to whom they are leading. And one must not criticize unnecessarily, this time you don't know this thing, you don't know this thing. Every person has got certain good qualities and some strong quality. So you utilize that quality in that very organization rather than criticizing the weak quality. So not only your strength and weakness, one must know the strength and weakness of the person to whom you are leading. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a question to both of you and Dr. Mandar Parasway. Which is more difficult, teaching surgery to your residents or getting a research project done?
So I think for me, I enjoy doing both. Teaching residents is always a pleasure because that is something which is going to stay for your life, not only with you, but also for the resident. If you have taught them something, you've taught them, even sometimes you do not get that simple trick or tip in 3,000 pages of a book. What your teacher just handholds and tells you, that this movement is wrong. So I think the teacher's role, and we've all learned it like that from our teachers. Teacher's role is absolutely unparalleled. And like I said, that if you just pinpoint and tell them that this is how the way to go, they will never forget you, and you also would never forget your students. Doing a research, I would say, is not that difficult. Passing the human skill from one person to other is more difficult, but is more gratifying. Doing a research paper, I think, is not that difficult because you just basically need to plan, put it all together. So I enjoy teaching more than I enjoy doing research paper. Although in the beginning of my career, I think I've done more publications than I have, taught people. But both give you an equal kind of a kick, in the sense that, I don't know, it may sound a little odd, but even now, or I'm sure Vardhaman would agree with me, and so would Mohan. Whenever you see a name on a research paper or on a publication, it gives you so much of satisfaction. It should have we should have got over by it now at this age and stage, but I think that doesn't happen. You feel happy, but after a particular stage, you want to do meaningful research. In the beginning, you want to just do everything, and wherever you can contribute, because you want to see your name. But then towards the latter part of your life, you want to do just path-breaking research, something which can change clinical, clinical practice, something which will make a difference, some questions that you would want to find out for the patients, for your own peers. So the way you conceptualize your research changes in your younger days and in your older days, both. I'm sure Mohan would have something more to add.
Yes, Mohan.
Yeah, I think both teaching and research are in the two eyes as far as I'm concerned. Both are very satisfying. The teaching, you are able to impart knowledge. Both of them actually give you credibility in your ophthalmic fraternity. Both teaching and research publication. Yesterday only we had a TNOA IGO webinar which we discussed how the research work and publications give you credibility. And when you go to the podium and talk about publications, and nobody will ask a question to you because everything is available on that. It's very important. Not just because it's also having a direct clinical impact. Okay, whatever you are doing some research today will have a clinical impact tomorrow in the way this particular treatment is given for example, ocular tuberculosis or even corneal dystrophies or whatever it is. So whatever you're doing research on that, it's going to have a clinical impact, which is going to actually give you that professional satisfaction. So beyond a certain point, after a clinical work for so many years, 20, 25 years, you are in the clinical side, operating, seeing patients, giving the best to the patients. You want to go to graduate to a different level. So I think the only way to do that is to do the clinical work, same time do a lot of research as well, and do a lot of teaching as well. I find that teaching is very, very important for me because by teaching, I also learn. So I also learn every day. Every week, I take classes for my DNB postgraduates and my fellows. I learn. I go through all of this thing because it gives you every conference when you go, when you prepare for a talk, you also learn. For example, in the last month, we had a conference on all 4 Sundays, which is under the TNOA banner, which is called Gurukulam, with the PG teaching program. And I spoke on biometry and length and breadth for about 45 minutes. I had to go through a lot of literature search and other things to get about biometry. So you will also learn. So similarly, research also, by doing the literature search and other things, you learn a lot of things. And apart from your publication paper, you learn a lot of other things as well. So I think it's a very important thing. But many people in our country, the main problem is that many people are so engrossed in their what you call the primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care, the curative aspect of the patient, which is again understandable. Okay, in a smaller setup, in a smaller town or a thing, you are seeing about 100 patients a day, or a single person, no person to help you, no optometrist also, everything you have to take care. It's very difficult for you to think of that teaching as well as the research. But time will come, I think another maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, wherein we have a lot of teaching institutions coming up now already. If you compare the papers published about 5 years, 10 years back, and the papers published by yesterday, Santosh was giving a beautiful, day before yesterday, Santosh was giving a beautiful statistics of how many publications are going from India now, how it has increased almost 3 times. And 3 times or 4 times, which is a very good sign for all of us that everybody wants to publish. We used to call them publish or perish, but now I think we have changed that jargon now, publish and flourish. So publish and flourish, or publish and prosper, which I have taken a big project in the TNOA now, and every peer-reviewed publication by the TNOA member, they get 2,000 rupees cash prize and a gold medal and a citation. And 54 people have already received this year in the past 7 months since I took over as the president. It's called Publish and Prosper. So every peer-reviewed publication, I'm encouraging them to come forward and do publications more and more, which is actually a good thing because the newer generation wants to publish. I have made it this thing that all my DNB students, all their theses have to be published. Okay, and at least 3 papers before they go out of their DNB program. So similarly, I'm sure the RP Center Namrata also will be having some goals goals for them, or some standards for them as well.
I think it's two important arms, in my opinion. And these two important arms, everybody, now that we have got only 20% or 25% of the ophthalmologists are doing this out of the entire All India Ophthalmological Society group. But very soon, we should be like the US, wherein everybody teaches almost, everybody does research papers. If you see the number of publications from the US is the highest number, followed by China. And it's highest number because everybody publishes. Of course, the pharma companies are also sponsoring that. That's a different issue. But everybody has got this thing to publish. So the same thing will come here also. I'm not far away. We are not far away from that. About 5 years, maybe 10 years down the line. I'm not sure. Namrata will have better, probably enlighten us on that. But definitely it is on the upward trend, which is actually a very good sign for all of us. So these publications and this thing both go hand in glove. And I think both are very, very important. I enjoy doing both of them. Though I'm not so very good in research like Namrata, but still we have a few publications. Yeah.
Changing tracks a bit, corporatization of practice is a growing trend in general in medical practice. So I would like to start with you, Dr. Mohanrajan sir. What is your view about it, and then to you, ma'am?
Yes, corporatization. If I heard the question right, is corporatization of medical practice. I practice.
Right,
Am I right? Yeah, because your thing is not very clear. Okay, yes. Corporatization is the way forward. In fact, just now we were discussing with Amar and a few other people in the Reticon conference how corporatization is becoming better, and it's a win-win situation for all of us. So it's a double-edged weapon. Please understand, this corporatization is a double-edged weapon. So as long as you are comfortable with this corporatization, I think you can go in for the corporatization. But more importantly, I feel that maybe another 10 years from now, it's going to be completely corporatized eye care, similar to what has happened in the medical field as well. So that's going to be the way forward, because the optimizing the technology of whatever investments you have, or the via media will be probably the group practice pattern, which is, I think, emerging in a lot of cities as a group practice. All the subspecialties, specialties of ophthalmologists like retina, the pediatric ophthalmology, the cornea, the glaucoma are coming together and starting practice on their own, so that they can they optimize, similar to what is happening in the US. Sometime back, about 15-20 years back, it happened. Similar to that, we are getting that group practice also. And here also, in my this thing is my Rajan Eye Care, in my organization, it's neither a private practice nor a corporate practice. We are placed in between. So we got the merits of both the systems. So we have a group practice like a system wherein a lot of other consultants come and operate, use our theater, use our LASIK machine, use our femtocataract, the robotic, the catalyst machine, and use our the diagnostics. Everything is there, and for their own patients. And this is something like a group practice. We have, of course, they are not invested in that, but we have opened up this system of our system organization to others, so they can use our facilities, and which is again giving them, because many private practitioners are there. They don't want to invest. They cannot invest, obviously, in every technology. And many of the technologies are becoming white elephants in 6 months. So they don't want to invest in technology. So probably corporatization may not be there fully, but there's going to be definitely going to be increasing in the years to come. But I feel that group practice is something which is going to emerge as one of the major players as far as ophthalmic scenario is concerned. In my opinion, group practice is going to definitely come, because we see that all the postgraduates now, before about 20 years back, 25 years back, when I was doing PG, of course, I was one of the earliest VR fellows. At that time, only the VR fellowship started in Shankar Nethralaya. But now, you see every MS, every DNB student, they will not stop with the MS or a DNB. Am I right, Namrata? They will go on, they will go on to do a pediatric ophthalmology or a cornea fellowship or a glaucoma fellowship. In fact, many of my DNB PGs are doing their fellowship in Agarwal Hospital. I met all of them today. All of them are doing different fellowships. So they'll all become subspecialists in ophthalmology. So they not become a general ophthalmologist is very rare to see in about 5 years, 10 years from now. So all these specialty ophthalmologists, I would say, they will come together and start a practice on their own, which are already there in certain pockets in Madras, in Chennai, and in other parts of the country as well. So this is going to happen definitely. And this is going to be a win-win situation. And this is going to be the future, because you can't invest in it, because technology, ophthalmology is technology dependent. Please understand, unlike the cardiothoracic or the orthopedic or whatever it is, the technology is so much technology dependent, and the technology is also very costly. It is not easy joke to get technologies overnight like this. So, but a group practice, probably you can assimilate the what do you call, the resources together and can optimize. For example, my theater is because other ophthalmologists are using it. My theater is optimized. We did a study because for the NABH we had to do a study. It's about 70% optimization of my theater, 60 to 70%, which is good actually. 60 to 70%. If you're able to get about 80, 90%, it's probably the best. But 80, 90% is very difficult to get. But it was probably about 30, 40% when we didn't have this group practice. I'm talking about 10, 15 years back. But when we encourage all the people to come and they bring their own patients, we don't reveal our identity also. Also, they come and operate. Sometimes I operate for them. It's a different thing, and it's a free thing for them. So there is a freedom of space also, and the freedom of charging their patients whatever they want. So everything is available under one roof, and the technology is available. They don't have to invest in the technology, and especially when you're starting practice, you don't want to invest in technology which you do not know whether the return on investment will be there or not. So these are all the things which I think which is going to take us forward. The group practice is probably the way which is going to be, or the semi-corporate, I would say, the semi-corporate setup. You are neither here nor there. Yeah.
Yeah, Namrata, you would like to add to that, or we go to the next
No,
one?
I agree with the Mohan. Corporatization is going to be there, but I do feel that all sectors are still going to be there, because we have cities, we have towns, and we have, districts, etc. So I feel there will be a place for everybody. Of course, group practice would be needed. Like Mohan said, technology is very expensive. That would be needed, but still there would be, charitable institutions. There would be blindness in our villages, etc., which will be taken care of, by hospitals or community people who are working in the community. So I think all of them are going to be here to stay, and all of them are going to be there. But the proportions of it might keep faltering up and down. But everybody will still have a place depending on whatever category you belong to.
Right. Now, completely different question for the ladies' point of view, and one we have to answer two sub-parts. Madam, for you.
Yeah.
Person.
Not able to hear you, Jignesh.
Hello. Now. Can you?
Yeah, this
It's
is
slightly
for,
better. Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, you are at the major crossroads. Like just passed out MS. She is about to marry, or she has had a practice for 4 to 5 years, well set up practice, and you get a husband ophthalmologist who is in the other part of the country, and you have to shift. What do? Do you sacrifice your practice, go with him, marry and go to that side of the country? He is in Chennai, the girl is in Chennai, and the boy is in Delhi. What exactly will be your take? It's a major life decision. You already set up your practice. The father's search for ophthalmologist is at the other end, or maybe out of country. This is a major life crisis. Do you give up your career, join and start the family, or what do you do?
No, I think, there is a prime time for you. Unfortunately, that is also the prime time for your family. But one thing one must always remember, that uh, ultimately what happens is you are going to be left on your own only, because you do have your family, and we've seen it in all our graphs. This is what happens, that initial 10-12 years we all are very busy with our careers, we never try to find out our friends, etc. But once you're all done with your family, then you start looking for your friends. So if that was the situation, then there could be two ways. One is you convince the other person, and if you know the other person, then it is easier to convince on what you want and get him to your own city. And second is, if you are wanting to go to the other city, then you then have to make up your mind to do as well there. And the third thing is that, you maintain both the centers like so many other families have done. And, you are this side also and you are that side also. But if it is in the beginning and I know nothing about the person, and I'm not, if it's an arranged kind of marriage, then I think I wouldn't then, bother too much. And then I would just continue with my practice in my own city and try and find someone there only. But if it's a different city, I would convince the other person to, come to our city.
Mohan, for you, same thing in a different format.
Can you just get the question again? I'm not able to hear.
I'm putting it in a different.
Come on, can you just tell that? Yeah.
Question is,
No, I'm not able to hear you, Jignesh.
Hello. Now,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. The question is,
Yeah.
husband and wife both are ophthalmologists, well settled. There is a family dispute comes up, and you are
Yes.
setting up a divorce. How do you handle all this?
When there's a divorce.
It is happening, yeah. If going for a divorce, they're not happy with the way somebody's ego is hurt so badly. And
My question.
I refer them to a lawyer.
My question was much simpler. It was before marriage, so I could answer it.
Yes.
Now has to answer after marriage.
After the divorce, what can we do? They have to go to the separate places only. Yeah. Before the divorce, probably whoever is stronger. Okay. To answer, because I got Namrata's viewpoint, but wherever, for example, I will give you, Samaresh married Vaishali. Okay. Abhay Vaswadas. Okay. And Samaresh was there in Ahmedabad for some time. Then Abhay decided that, okay, let us start one center in Jaipur, right, for Samaresh. And they are doing very well now. So, like that, if you're able to, whoever is stronger, for example, it is Abhay Vaswada's, strong points which are able to, the Raghudeep Eye Hospital, they have started in Jaipur also. Something like that. For example, if my daughter is getting married and my son-in-law, of course, my son-in-law is a plastic surgeon, it's a different issue. He's also an ophthalmologist, but is in Delhi. My daughter is in Chennai. Okay, that's what the question. No, that was the question. No, am I right?
Yeah.
Well-established ophthalmologists, husband and wife, they don't do well with each other and they are parting ways. How do you tackle this situation? Suppose you are one of them. Hey, this is a real life situation. I know an ophthalmologist. I won't name them. I have real life situation.
No.
Dr. Taswala sir, I would like to say one thing which I, today only I was mentioning, and which my teacher, Professor Dada, he said, and I think I would say that for everybody. For your professional excellence, your personal front has to be very much at peace. I'm not saying you can't do it despite that, but then it just helps. If your personal, front is peaceful, then it just multiplies your professional excellence. You can do it even without that. You have to be very strong to do it, because if you're otherwise you'll keep thinking about it only and you will not concentrate on your work. So that is why I feel that you should try and keep those differences should not crop up, or should not you may have to compromise a little bit. That is okay for the time being, because these things also happen very impulsively. They happen in a, spur of a moment. So I think that is something one has to look at. But like I said, it is important that your personal front is taken care of for you to excel professionally.
Right.
Absolutely, a personal thing is very important, but because otherwise it will definitely affect your professional life also.
Anyway, I think we are almost coming to the end of the session. What are your parting remarks, both of you?
Thank you, Dr. Taswala. I really want to
One question,
congratulate you.
one candidate has a question, so you should take it. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Dr. Asmita Patna. I'm from Kolhapur. So I'm a cornea consultant and I'm 2 years just out of fellowship. So there are situations where, despite following all the protocols, the ulcer is not healing or the infiltrate comes back after the therapeutic keratoplasty, and there's always a constant feeling that okay, I have not done this, which is the case, or there's something that I still don't know, my training is not enough. How do you deal with this situation? At your level, I mean, you are the most set protocol, but you still feel it that when the case not responding.
So from what I could get is that if it is a non-responding corneal ulcer, how would you deal with it? Am I right?
Yes.
So if it is a non-responding corneal ulcer, there can be two ways. One is go through all the entire protocols, whether you've done it correctly or not, whether you have a microbiological diagnosis or not, because that always helps. Then you also have to look at the second thing, that is the patient himself or herself. Is he compliant with the therapy or not? And if you think the patient is compliant with the therapy and the drops are being put, then you have to look at another angle. Are the bugs resistant to the drugs? So if the bugs are resistant to the drugs, then you have to look for alternative drugs. And if it is not getting healed even after maximal medical therapy, then of course you have to do the surgical part of it, which is a therapeutic keratoplasty, and then again put those drops post-operatively, which the ulcer is not resistant to. So I know it is, I've said it very easily, but I'm sure it is not that easy. Sometimes it can be really tricky. Sometimes I've even lost a patient thinking it was a fungal keratitis. And when we did all the genetic analysis, etc., the patient had fungal keratitis, then had endophthalmitis, then had panophthalmitis, even cavernous sinus thrombophlebitis, and finally the patient was no more. And when we actually looked at the samples of exenteration, etc., we found it had pythium keratitis. So sometimes you can be in a catch-22 situation and you never thought about pythium, and then it turned out to be pythium because that looks like fungus only on microbiology and on the histopath also. So you have to, and of course, I would always say, like you asked me this question on this platform, never fear to ask people who are in this field and gain out of their experience. Sometimes, like I said, always, they may have come across a situation which you've not thought of, and it always helps to take guidance from the senior professionals in your team, from the senior cornea specialists anywhere in the country or maybe in your own city. So never shy away from referring patient to another center where better facilities are available, or to another person, or seeking help from anybody. Because I think bottom line is that the patient care is the utmost. We all are basically there for the patient care.
Many more questions are there, but we are short of time, man. We would love to have more interaction with you.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate you, Dr. Taswala, sir, for taking MOS to another level every week, day after day, relentlessly, tirelessly thinking of such new programs. LDP program, which is, I think, unique to Maharashtra, happens only at the all India level. I'm sure Mohan has also done it now, but really it's a pleasure to see the scientific extravaganza which is being rolled out by MOS. So thank you. And I think I enjoyed this more than any scientific presentation that I would have made on the platform of MOS or Pune Ophthalmological Society. Informal talk, and thank you so much.
We in fact wish you in the first half of the session, your comments. There are a lot of
Dignesh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dinesh.
Yeah, Mohan.
I am proud of you, so proud of you.
Oh, so nice of you. Just a parting remark quickly. 30 seconds. Mohan.
What?
Only 30 seconds for you.
Parting statement. Parting statement.
Parting statement. Okay, don't lose hope. And don't lose hope. Everything is there. Everything is bright right in front of your eyes. Make use of the opportunity. This is called the golden present. Golden present means it is gold which is happening today in ophthalmology. It didn't happen yesterday. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And this is the golden present. Everybody is here today and you're all postgraduates practicing ophthalmologists. And we are in an era where everything is happening in ophthalmology today across the world. So make use of opportunity. Don't lose hope. Everything is bright. Be positive. Take effort. I'm sure everybody will reach the pinnacle of success. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, sir, ma'am, for such a enlightening and stimulating session. I'll call upon Dr. Rajendra Gupta, sir, to please come on dais and felicitate all our dignitaries.
Vardhaman, thanks.
Thank you, Vardhaman.
Thank you, sir.
Namrata.
Thank you, ma'am. It was wonderful interaction. Always great to learn.
Namrata, I learned a lot, Namrata, from
Come on.
you. Always.
Thank you for joining. I know it was a busy day. And,
I am in Mumbai actually. Okay, thank you.
I know. It was in Mumbai. You were at the Geo Convention Center.
Yeah,
I know how you switched time and for Mohan Rajan sir, he was with Dr. Amar sir's conference. So a lot of activities. Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Bye.
अच्छा ये येते ना
थोडं पुढे येऊन जातं.
ये बरोबर
इथे
हे नको का बॅकग्राऊंडला मागे
मग या साईडला थांबा.
सुचेत हे बॅकग्राऊंडला पाहिजे घ्या फोटो घ्या जो सोए नहीं हो ताली बजाओ यार Thank you.
Kaswala sir, thank you so much.
I take care. We are starting the next session. Thanks, Vardhaman.
Thank you, sir.
What I have given is my 100%.
Yes, correct. You give your 100%. Leave it.
चला कॉल पे आ गई था नील भाई
Coming on to the next topic of the session, it is said good communication is the basis for transferring ideas and inspiring action. To enlighten us more on that, I'll call upon dais Dr. Gitanjali Sharma ma'am and Dr. Sashi Prasad ma'am to chair. I also request Dr. Gupta sir to come on the dais to chair the session. Sir.
मोहन राजन नाही ऑब्झर्व केलं
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Taswala for organizing LDP session for MOS. It was very much in need. AIOS is taking this LDP sessions for a long time, and I am a very proud LDP alumni of AIOS. If you can see, I put the pin as well, though many others are also LDP alumni, but they don't put because I feel really from my heart for this program. This program has changed me thoroughly. And so when Dr. Taswala asked me what I can do for today's induction session, I thought I would do more of an interactive session with the participants. Okay, they are showing my slide. It's okay. I am presently the secretary of IMA Pune, and so I could not attend this program since morning because we had another program at IMA. And my own teacher got felicitated today, Dr. Sarpotdar madam. So I feel very good today that I am taking her blessings and coming over here for this program of LDP induction of the new team, or for the first time. When I formed the group, Dr. Taswala, please listen. Yeah. When I formed the group of these LDP participants, and I put one post over there that I want to do some extempore activity with this group. And I wanted people to come on their own and show their willingness that they want to participate in the program. And I got 2 replies immediately, and I am going to invite those 2 ladies over here. Both of them are ladies, Dr. Asmita and Dr. Reshma. Please come on to the stage. This is very important because leaders, come. Leaders should learn to take any challenge, even if you don't know the future. And that quality both of them have shown in them, because I had put it an extempore. It would be a surprise activity, but they showed their willingness to participate. This is the courage. This is the confidence in yourself. This is the way you should be. So both of you come. The activity is different. So give them a good round of applause first. That they accepted the challenge because they didn't know what they are going to face, but they have accepted the challenge and they have come over here. So the first challenge I'm going to give you is to introduce yourself, but in less than 45 seconds. Okay? So first is Dr. Asmita. So just in 45 seconds, madam, there is a mic over there. Yeah. Your time, Asmita, your time starts now. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Asmita Patne. I'm from Kolhapur district. I did my MBBS from JJ Hospital, and that was my last part of education in Maharashtra. Okay. After my DND Cornea Fellowship and then a short-term Cornea Fellowship from LV Prasad, that was all outside Maharashtra. So this is officially my first participation into or association with Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society in English. I have joined, I moved back to my hometown and I joined my father because I feel there are more needy patients there. Instead of spending time, energy and money in marketing in the cities, I've gone back there. I'm the only doing cornea surgery in Kolhapur district right now, and I'm really facing a lot of challenges, and I'm taking it very positively and working on the eye donation front and making a lot of eye awareness program. So yes, I'm the Abhishek Bachchan to my father, Zamina Bachchan. I'm facing those challenges as well, but I'm sure that this program will get a good boost and I will make this happen. Thank you.
Excellent. Dr. Reshma, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a BJMC student, and then my mentors at BJMC were Dr. Prasad and Tejaswani Karande. When I finished my MS, before going to Madurai for pediatric ophthalmic fellowship, I was following Dr. Prasad and Dr. Tejaswani. And then after completing Madurai, I went back to Solapur after getting married. And then I had a gap of 4 to 5 years. I came back again for my HV Desai fellowship in pediatric ophthalmology. And then I got an opportunity to do ROP work with Dr. Sucheta ma'am and Dr. Varun Deshpande sir. And since then, I have been doing a lot of ROP screening and treatment programs. And I'm blessed to be with the association with POS and MOS.
Thank you. Very good. Now the activity or the challenge we are going to do today is there will be a debate between you two. Please come. I am going to give you a topic. One has to speak from or for, and one has to speak against. Okay? There will be a topic. The first one who will speak for will get 3 to 4 minutes. What I mean by 3 to 4 minutes is the speech should not be less than 3 minutes and it should not extend more than 4 minutes. Okay? So for and against, there will be a topic, and The first one will speak for 3 to 4 minutes. The second one will get a chance to speak for 5 minutes because she gets 1 more minute, to rebuttal her. And you will get another 1 minute later to rebuttal the first one. And of course, I'm not giving the topic immediately and speak immediately. You will get 10 to 15 minutes to think about. You can sit in the audience, you can listen to other things, and you can think about. Okay, and the topic is very, very simple and very close to heart. I'm sure to both of you. Should my child join medical profession? That's the topic. So who would speak for and who would speak against? Choice is yours. You will speak for. You will speak against. You are a child of a doctor. Okay, so you can sit behind. Think about it. In 10 minutes, you can come and we'll start the debate. Until then, I'll have a small presentation for all other participants on communication skills. So this is Dr. Hitanjali Sharma, past president of Pune Ophthalmological Society. And you all know my year of president because it is well famous as COVID year, the most challenging year of the century, when all the plans got washed off just in month of March 2020. So we had planned from 2019 when I got elected by election. I had won the election and I had become the president, but the whole year and whole planning got washed. And suddenly we had from nowhere this COVID came and the whole year everybody was locked down. But still I could manage, and I give the whole credit to Leadership Development Program at AIOS, which I had done in 2011-12. My sincere thanks to Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Ajit Babu and Dr. Ashok Grover for that wonderful program, and Dr. Killedar, who was president at that time for MOS, who had selected me to send for this program. Yeah, silence. Okay, so these are a few glimpses of my LDP. You can see the middle picture. That was even Dr. Taswala would be seen in that picture. This was done Pegasus outdoor activity. So what LDP does is it gives you inner strength as well as physical strength. Inner strength is your mental capacity. A leader has to have mental capacity. If something like this happens, like COVID, you have nothing. There is all darkness ahead. Within a day, you have to think totally different way and start doing programs and start doing activities. This particular strength is given by this leadership development program. That is about physical strength. I still remember Satyajit is going to speak in this session. Satyajit was also there in that team and he said, Madam, maine aapko pranam kiya. You have done almost all challenges. So physical strength is again mental strength. If you have to complete a physical challenge, you need to have that much of mental capacity to overcome all the obstacles. And that is where physical strength is also needed. So once I talk about my POS president, how challenging it was. And more than that, if I tell you something, nobody would believe. In last 2 years, I had 2 major injuries. POS got one small window when everything opened up. And being a president, I wanted to take up that liberty of having some physical activity outside. And we organized Raireshwar trek. I went for the trek because the secretary and treasurer were not able to join for the trek. And I said, I have to go. I already had a knee injury earlier. So my husband was very much against me going for the trek. But I said, no, I have to go because I'm the president. I went for the trek. He accompanied me thinking that I may not be able to do the trek. I could complete the trek. But at the last moment, at the last step, I had a big fall. And when my one knee was injured, this time my both knees got injured and there was a fracture as well. For 6 months, my mobility was completely restricted and all those treatments were going on. But still I said, I think Dr. Marathe is also here. Nobody must have realized that I was suffering because I was always there online into all the meetings and also for some physical meetings without any problem. So this strength I got from LDP. Again, when I just cured and there was lockdown and just the flights got open and both my children are in US. So as a mother, I wanted to meet them. So I said, I must go to US because I have got a chance. I went to US. Again, I went for a trek over there because again, that is a lifetime thing. You don't get to trek in US so often. So I went for a trek. I could complete the trek again this time with my painful knee. But while coming, again, I had a fall and this time it was a back problem and a disc injury. Again, from December 2021 till last month, I had restricted mobility, but still I could manage. And then you have to have some challenges in your mind. Then only you can work. And Dr. Taswala has given me a challenge now to organize a cultural program for MOS on 22nd of May. So the only sad thing in these last 2 years was I couldn't do my Kathak. I have taken now challenge Dr. Taswala that at least for 1 minute, I should be able to do some amount of Kathak in this program. Then I would say that my goal is achieved. So you have to have some goals. As being leaders, as being humans, you should have some goals and try to achieve them. Whatever happens, the goal may not be, I may not be able to do very beautiful Kathak, so what? But at least you should have that much of confidence to go on the stage, which these two ladies showed just now. They didn't know what's going to happen, what I'm going to do. But immediately they send me the messages that they want to participate in whatever extemporary activity we are going to have. So that's how we do this LDP. So let's now go for the communication skills. Communication is defined as sending and receiving ideas, thoughts, or feelings from one person to one or more persons in such a way that the person receiving it understands it in the same way as the sender wants him or her to understand. This is very important. What I am speaking, you should understand it the way I want you. Many a times it happens that someone says something and we understand it differently. That is not a perfect communication skill. The way you communicate with others and present your ideas make a lasting impression on people. This is very, very important because Suna or Bhul Gaye, it's not really communication skill. Whatever you want to tell them, that should have a lifetime impact on them. So how communication should be? There are 7 C's. It should be clear. It should be correct. It should be complete, concrete, concise, considered, and courteous. But I would say in one word, everyone has to be very, very clever. That is the most important C to have good communication. What is the importance of communication? It is the basis of coordination. So wherever, whether it is an organization, whether it is your hospital, or whether at home, communication is the basis of coordination. It helps you of fluent working. It is the basis of decision making. It increases the manager efficiency. Even at home, you are like a leader, you are like a manager when you have kids or when you have parents. So it is through your communication skills you can achieve that managerial efficiency. It increases cooperation and organizational peace. This is very important. Communication or best communication keeps peace at your hospital or at your home. And it boosts morale of all the employees. The best communication skills, who else can be? Our Honorable Prime Minister, I feel, has the best communication skills. Petrol prices are rising, Notabandi ne kuch nahi kiya, but still people believe that he is going to bring a change. He is going to do something good for the nation. Some people might say there are bhakts. No, I won't say that. Those are his communication skills, the way he speaks, his Man Ki Baat or on television or in whichever way, that has a great impact on the whole nation. So that is the best communication skill. What are the types of communication? There can be non-verbal communication. There can be verbal communication. When we speak, we are communicating much more than just the words. Remember this. They are not just the words. It has many other aspects when you speak something. Then there is written communication and there is visual communication. We'll see one by one. So non-verbal communication. It includes, when I speak, my facial expressions, my posture, my gestures. You know, if some patient comes and she has some problems, a gentle touch would help her to understand what I'm saying. When you say about facial expressions, when I speak with a smile, that spreads the positivity. When I'm speaking with my round forehead and I'm making my faces like this, nobody is going to like that conversation, even if I'm talking something positive. That positivity comes from your facial expressions and from your posture and gestures. And the most important is eye contact. When a doctor or when anybody speaks an eye to eye, that creates the best impression. If you are not looking into eye, other one feels that you are not so honest. Even I feel so. If my staff is talking to me and looking here and there, I suddenly know that something that they are hiding. So if you want the honest communication, there has to be eye to eye contact. Now I want to show these two photos. Non-verbal communication. So when you see at Amitabh Bachchan, you know, that smile, those specs, that eye contact, you always like. Now see that picture. I'm not criticizing anybody. The whole nation wants to know why you are so sad or why you are so frustrated, why you are so angry. I mean, I really never understand why you are so like this. When you speak loudly, you speak for nation, you speak Desh Bhakti, but your non-verbal communication, your facial expressions say something different. And when you see Amitabh Bachchan, you always like to watch Kaun Banega Crorepati. He makes the other person so comfortable. You never feel that someone, such a big personality, is sitting in front of them, to all the contestants. So that kind of comfort is done through your non-verbal communication. What is verbal communication? Verbal communication is your voice. So pitch of your voice. Always control your emotions when you speak, whether you are very happy or whether you are sad or whether you are angry. Especially when you are in a meeting and you are angry about something, always keep the pitch low. Never make it very high and fight in the meeting. These are all things I have learned from LDP. Otherwise, I don't know, many of you might be knowing that when Dr. Taswala was president of Pune Ophthalmological Society, I was the secretary, and we used to have fights. We get the best year for POS, but we used to have fights. After doing LDP, I realized how to keep your pitch low and still convince the other from your point of view. Even if you are sad or if you are talking to a patient, there is some sadness of your personal life that should not come out when you are talking to your patient. Always remain happy and positive when you speak. Then the tone of your voice. The tone conveys a lot of information to the listener about how the speaker views them. Speak always in calm, professional, and respectful tone. Never tell the patient, we all usually study in a government hospital. And there is a way of talking to patients. Hey, chalga bhai, jo pitho. No way. All your patients, with very, very much respect, we have to speak them. Aap aiye. When you are practicing in Marathi or Maharashtra, many times our Hindi is not so good. Tum aao, tum jao. It should not be done. Those respectful words one has to learn. आप आइए, आप बैठिए, क्या हम आपको examine कर सकते हैं? That kind of use of words should be there even in your hospital. Content of what you speak is the most important part of verbal communication. What we say and the words we choose to use are very, very crucial. In verbal communication, strong command on language is again very, very important. If you don't know that language, better not to use it. Sometimes to remain friendly with patients. Some Gujarati patient comes and you know a little bit of Gujarati, you try to use Gujarati. Sometimes you make a lot of mistakes while speaking that, and sometimes you use wrong words. Don't do that. What is written communication? Nowadays, it is a digital era and we have to send emails, messages, we are on Twitter. So there can be unclear messages and that can create controversy and misunderstanding. So most important is written communication is know when you need to stop using it. Suppose you are doing a lot of arguments on WhatsApp, stop somewhere, pick up your phone, call that person and clear the air. This is the best way of doing it. Again, in the written communication, strong command on language is a must. Written communication is not done extempore. You can think about it. You can take your time. Use perfect words. Never write anything wrong. And do not destroy the beauty of language. This is most important. Nowadays, when I read, there is typical WhatsApp language. When they write D for the, they write DR for there. No, there is beauty of language. There is beauty of words. Just maintain that beauty. When people like me, who is a language lover, reads those messages, I feel happy when some beautiful messages come from Tejaswini. You enjoy those messages. That brings again the positivity. So written communication, the structure of the written communication is very important. There should be proper paragraph, there should be breaking of lines, and relevant information should be sent. There should be clarity. Be very thoughtful about who is going to read it, who is going to listen to it. Accordingly, you change the clarity, and there is no need of over-explaining everything, anything on WhatsApp or in your emails also. Stick to the point-wise manner. And the content is again more formal than verbal in written communication. So use proper punctuation, proper spellings, I have already explained to you, and always be polite, professional, and a well-written communication. Now we come to visual communication, because in digital era, this is very important. When you are giving presentations, we always say a picture says more than 1,000 words, or a graphs, or various diagrams. They explain more than all the words. So in your presentation or in your social media, try to use these emojis or graphs or pictures to explain or to express your ideas. Visual communication in different way. When you present yourself, that is also kind of visual communication. When a doctor is sitting in his cabin, he is not supposed to use or wear something totally different clothes. That is not accepted. There are some norms and we have to follow. Look at Barack Obama. He is again my very famous and favorite personality. So his dressing sense, the look, the expressions on his face, the hand, yes, we do it, that kind of thing he used to say. So everything matters in visual communication. So his body language, dressing sense, hand and neck movements, and his facial expressions help us to know. So this is in nutshell what verbal, what non-verbal, what visual, and what written communication is all about. So why do we need communication skills for doctors? One is better compliance, better health outcomes, higher satisfaction of the patient, and decreased litigation. But in today's era, the most important is to avoid violence against doctors. In last week, there were 2 incidences. One was, I think, in Assam and one was in Maharashtra. So why do we get so much violence against doctors? Somewhere we have to introspect. Somewhere we have to ask ourselves, are we giving enough time to each of our patients, and are we communicating properly with them? So what we doctors need is active listening. This is the most important aspect of communication skills for doctors. The empathy and the open questions to understand patient's background. Talk to him, discuss with him, understand his problem, and then go for treatment. So let's prevent violence against doctors by improving our communication skills at various levels. So first is individual. Learn yourself. Learn how to speak, how to be calm, and how to be confident talking to your patients. When it comes to association levels, like whether it is your district association, whether it is Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society or Rotary Club Lions everywhere, again, when you speak, speak in a good manner. When you speak with media, again, be very, very careful, because your communication skills have to be the best. Otherwise, they can just pick up a few sentences and without context, they can make a story. So be very careful using your best communication skills for media. and society in general, whether they are your neighbors or anybody, always remember that you are a doctor, you are a respected person, and speak like that with your neighbors. So introspection is very important, and we ophthalmologists, I feel that since the family physician concept is now eliminating from the scene, we ophthalmologists can take up this family ophthalmologist concept ahead, and we can discuss the whole family with them. I won't go into details of patient satisfaction because I'm sure Dr. Taswala will arrange one full session on this in the coming LDP sessions. Communication skills for doctor leaders. Why they are needed? Because leaders have more responsibility than routine doctors. So at professional level, with patients, with your staff at your hospital, always respect your staff. Never take them for granted. Respect your colleagues and have proper communication with your colleagues and your professional associates. Never fight with anyone. Being an anterior segment surgeon, I'm always very friendly with all your surgeons because you always need their help as and when needed. So always have good relations with everyone. As I mentioned, in organizational level, as committee members, with your seniors, with your juniors, always have good communication. In society, with friends and neighbors, and society at large, always keep good communication. When it is professional communication, hospital, it is not just the verbal communication. It is also the ambience at your hospital and clinic which speaks for you. So that cleanliness, how your staff is dressed, how your staff speaks. You know, some staff have habit of scratching their head. Even that you should keep a note of and train them properly. All this communicates to the patient. Your politeness and your staff's politeness has to be there. You respect everyone and satisfying patients, always take feedbacks from them. So these feedbacks, whether patient is satisfied or unsatisfied, helps you to improve yourself. Coming to organizational communication, you have to work as team. Always follow the agenda. Sometimes you have different ideas, if you have different opinions, but if the organization has decided for one particular opinion, you have to follow it. Then only the organization can work. You should have a common motto. How to speak in a meeting, one has to learn. In a meeting, you just can't stand up and speak. There is a way of speaking. So follow that thing. And always have written communication in proper way and encourage others. In our country, democracy is a boom. So at my hospital, I always allow my staff to speak if they have any issues. But remember, the democracy gives rights, but it also gives responsibility. If the staff is not happy and they are telling something, it is my way of explaining them to their responsibility as well. And this should be done in a proper way so that nobody is sad and everybody is encouraged. So maintain that positivity. Communication with society at large. This COVID times has given us this issue. I have taken more than, I think, 12 or 14 webinars for society at large. Eye care in COVID times, COVID vaccination, many other things. When you are speaking to society at large, remember, do not over-exaggerate. I have heard some doctors saying, "Arey cataract, 5 minutes ka khel hota hai." Don't say such things because there are 10,000 other ophthalmologists also managing cataract. When it becomes 5 minute ka khel, for that you have put 10 or 15 years of your life into that hard work and training. Then you become expert giving that cataract surgery satisfied patient in 5 minutes. So don't over exaggerate anything. Always stick to the evidence based data and always give scientific knowledge to the society at large. When it comes to family, ultimately, the bond of all companionship, whether in marriage or in friendship, is conversation, says Oscar Wilde. I totally believe the best communication has to be among family members. Just now, Namrata madam said, it is so true. If your personal life and your family life is very good, you can do much, much good in your professional life or in your public life. So honesty, respect, not to take for granted the other member, giving space to each other, communicate like a leader in a team. You always consider your family as your team and you are leader, and you develop that confidence about each other, whether they are your children, whether they are your in-laws, or they're your parents. Now I come to this important thing. Communication is the personal communication. I don't know how many of you have read Steve Jobs, but I read him a lot. He says that every morning you should see in the mirror and talk to that image of yours and tell him that this could be the last day of my life. So I would like to do this, I would like to do this, I would like to do that, and do that thing. Okay, why he says, he never says ask, he says tell that image. So you have to speak to yourself, you have to speak to your inner mind, you have to introspect yourself and do self-analysis and do self-exploration. And that gives you peace of mind and that gives you a lot of positivity. This communication is very, very essential for every one of us. So this is in nutshell essential communication skills. They are verbal, written, digital, visual. Active listening is very important. Contextual communication is essential. Clarity should be there and always take feedback. And this is my last slide where I want to say, many a times silence speaks volumes. These are the lines from my own ghazal, Khamoshi. मेरी खामोशी न समझ पाए, मेरे लफ्ज क्या समझोगे? लिखकर भी जो ना लिख पाई, क्या तुम पढ़ पाओगे? If someone is able to read what I have not read, if someone is able to understand what I don't say, that is the real bonding and that's how the relationship develops. So one has to reach that level of communication when without saying anything, everyone understands you. And that is the best communication. Thank you very much for patient listening about communication skill. It's a vast topic. I have just added a few points about it.
Already?
Yeah, they have to come and do the debate.
Okay. Quick, because that online, the other speaker are already ready.
Okay. So both of you please come and you can start your debate. Both of them are going to get just 3 to 4 minutes. So first,
Really, before they come, I must say that Dr. Gitanjali herself is an excellent leader. And in spite of all the problems, she went for trekking in years.
yes.
She not only is an excellent surgeon herself, another better half, spouse is an excellent laparoscopic surgeon who has operated upon my son. And he has done a wonderful job. And just 3 days back when I went for leave again, she has gone for trekking going to US along with her children. So, in spite of all problems, why I want to say regarding leadership, a leader, even if it's in problems, still will go along with the person. I remember Dr. Sudha Sataria, once she was vice president, she also got fracture. And in Cochin conference, along with the fracture also she came because she was vice president. So same thing, Dr. Gitanjali has also done. So this is also an excellent quality of the leader, which Dr. Gitanjali has shown. Another Dr. Gitanjali told about Arvind Goswami, that Arnab Goswami, that his face was not so. Although Arnab Goswami is a very excellent communicator, industrial word is called. So he is excellent communicator, but what Gitanjali want to say, in spite of being a verbal good communicator, facial expression is also important, which was not there in that picture this year. So facial expression is much more important than verbal communication.
Thank you, sir. I request both the ladies to come and start your debate because Dr. Taswala says we are short of time.
Make it a little short.
Yes.
was not fair, ma'am. We had to miss your talk. Couldn't concentrate.
So, hello. Yeah. So I will be talking for, that is, children should take up the legacy, yes, the medical profession of their parents. So I believe in this statement of the children should take up the medical profession of their parents. Basically, I would like to start with a small Marathi sentence. जिथे पाक तयार आहे आणि फक्त गुलाबजाम सारखं त्याच्यात डुंबायचंय. तर मुलांसाठी डेफिनेटली एव्हरीथिंग इज रेडी, द इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज रेडी, and we have insights, given them insights right since they are small or they are young, from their school days, saying that you have to become a doctor, किंवा तू डॉक्टर होशील, किंवा they also learn to that empathy is there, or they serve the patients not in medical way but as good culture, or giving them tea, coffee, or doing a small dressing for them, so that they have seen. So definitely that culture would inculcate. The infrastructure is ready, the finances are there, the basic laws, the Shop Act, Nursing Home Act, NABH accreditation, so many things go along with not only the patient or just the daily income, but the basic infrastructure of all the things which we haven't seen as a student are already ready for them. So I believe that yes, they should take up, because it becomes, the life becomes easier, and they can climb 3 steps or 4 steps ahead of their colleagues who are to start from basics and start from right the scratch, like starting an OPD or starting the OR.
Okay, Asmita, yeah. So I am going to speak against. I'm going to speak against why a doctor's daughter should not join medical college. गुलाबजामुन पाक रेडी आहे म्हणून गुलाबजामुन त्याच्यात थोडे वाटते, पण त्याला माहिती तरी पाहिजे की आपण गुलाबजामुन आहे की बुंदीचं लाडू आहे. बुंदीचं लाडू जर पाकेत उडी मारला ते कसं लागते. So the problem is, since childhood it is being psychologically manipulated that doctor का बच्चा doctor होगा, engineer का बच्चा engineer होगा. So even if how many do really make an analysis of what I want to do, what I like, and even if you do an analysis, subconsciously it has been imprinted that this is what I am meant to do, which may not be true, and then for the entire life you're stuck into a profession, and then what we know is if you're not passionate, then you will not reach at the level of what the experts are doing in that field. Secondly, what they have seen is the glamour that comes with the successful doctor. They've seen the parents, a doctor ki beti hai, gaadi hai, bangla hai, but what they have not seen is the efforts that have gone into making of that. Okay, agree that you really like the profession, you want to put in your hard work, but then the question is it worth it? If you enter into medical field, MBBS is probably the best part of your entire profession. It's just the beginning, and then begins a series of compromises that you have to make the moment you enter this MBBS. You have to compromise no vacations like your peers who are doing engineer. First year, after first year, they will get the vacation of 1 month, 2 months before they join second year. We don't have that luxury. No vacations, no family weddings, no functions, and once you enter the final year, then begins the rat race, which is for life. Post graduation, you want to join, and here another compromise of you may not even get the specialty of choice. You have to make a compromise into maybe a non-clinical field or a specialty that you don't want to do, and then now there is no looking back. Then yeah, what people do is join MBA. So up jaake after 5 years, Gulab Jamun realized that I was not Gulab Jamun, and then you jump and you do MBA, and the seat is gone. One doctor in our country is falling short. And even after doing all of that, what we are seeing now is doctor is no more a god. We are now under the consumer protection, consumer code we can be presented into. So it's neither commercial
nor non-commercial, service करना है, business करना है, and no weekends. So you're stuck for life into a profession, into one particular area. It's like you become a frog of a well, because we can't be to a profession where every 3 to 4 years you change your job, you change country, you change people, you get to explore the world. You travel the world for work, you meet new people.
No, but if you attend a lot of conferences or you become a PG teacher, definitely you'll be traveling.
Yes.
So this also I do not agree with you. And another thing of holidays, you can take holidays, there's no problem. You can enjoy life at every moment.
But when you travel for work, traveling as a tourist, go for 4 days, attend conference and come back is different. But if you have to expand your horizons,
See, IT
you
people have to
spend
work
time
day
there.
and night. They have to just sit in between the four walls and they have to look at their
Not
PC.
365 days.
Yes,
That's
they
only
have.
when they have a
They do
tough
not
project.
even have a wow effect of a LASIK or a cataract surgery. So we have a wow effect. You know that once you operate a strabismus child and the patient sees or the parent sees the two eyes align the next day, that basic wow effect or that happiness that no computer engineer will able to give. You know, he'll say कि मैं खूप बँकेत काम करतो, ह्याच्यात काम करतो, and that goes on and on and on.
No, I think every profession is important. Every profession can give you that level of satisfaction if you have passion for your work.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs did have that passion, and he had that satisfaction when he made his computer.
Yes, but Steve Jobs also worked very hard and he
Hard
worked.
work.
So I guess both of them have put their point of view perfect. Yeah, perfect. So give them a round of applause. And I agree with both of them that medical profession is still the noble profession. And if the child wants, I would always put it that way. If the child wants, let him become the doctor. If the child doesn't want, don't force him because you have park already ready आणि गुलाबजाम खरंच ती म्हणाली तसं की तो बुंदीचा लाडूही असू शकेल किंवा करंजी किंवा तिखटही असू शकेल. So let's not make a rule because we have practice. I have practiced. Both my children are doctors, but they thought of going abroad and settle. Dr. Marathe sir is here. He is ophthalmologist. His son is also from BJ. My children are also from BJ. So they were all talented. They went to BJ, but today he is a cardiothoracic surgeon in Australia. So everyone has dreams. Don't just restrict the field that they should become ophthalmologists because you have practice. And of course, what she says is right. You can explore world at young age. In medical field, definitely you put a lot of years, but you always think like service. Even if it can be business, from your heart you look at it as service. Then the problem is solved. From your heart you give service to patients. Let the other things don't matter much. Of course, you will learn the business management skills in LDP, and those have to be utilized in your practice. But when it is with your patient, when you are doing surgery, it should be from your heart. It should not be business point of view कि आज मेरा target 10 का खत्म करना है. No, just focus on that particular patient and give perfect vision because you are doing it from heart. That's all. Thank you very much for an excellent debate.
Fantastic. The way Gitanjali has opened up a different vista, I would call it. Exactly. Madam, Sashimata Madam would like to comment before we sign off.
Dr. Gitanjali, it was super as always. You are too good in everything. Huh? You are a multifaceted woman, I must say. I just want to add, now National Medical Commission has introduced ATCOM module, that is attitude, ethics and communication skill. So in every aspect, like in clinics, in lectures, we have to inculcate that ATCOM module. And even teachers are being trained in ATCOM.
Fantastic. That's nicely done up session. Thank you, all three of you. Gitanjali as the moderator, Chairman Dr. Gupta sir. He honored my commitment and accepted, and he came all the way. Actually, he's the head of the department of Talega Myanmar. He specifically made it a point to come here today. Thanks a lot. He is a dean. Okay. And Dr. Sashi Prasad Madam also, she has a lot of housework. She said, "Oh, छोड़ के आज इधर आए." बहुत अच्छा madam. Your priorities are well set. Thank you very much for coming.
I'll request please very straight.
Yeah.
Dr. Taswala,
हाँ इधर ये बैकग्राउंड में hits the eye.
सर का कितना सर है
हे पुस्तक जास्त चांगली आहे बरं का. पिवळी पुस्तक जास्त चांगली आहे आपको चांगली वाली थी ना.
सुबह हो गया है क्या ओके ठीक है फुल में
थैंक यू बढ़िया.
आइए सर यहाँ पर हाँ हाँ
मैं
साइड पे आइए
मेरे को मिल रही है तेरे को.
Thank you.
For our next session, will be entitled on brand development and digital marketing by Mr. Mohammed Ilyas, who will be joining us online. I'll request Dr. Prasad Valim sir and Dr. Vichare sir to please join us on the dais for chairing and co-chairing the sessions.
Good afternoon. This session will be on brand development. I will request the speaker, Australia. Firstly, it will be a post-P session, so hopefully everyone will be awake. Though I am in government practice, but brand development is not only the private practice, or even for a government practice, we have to develop a brand or the name for the government institute. We have to give the quality of patient care for the clientele, though it is free of cost. What we have experienced in the new command hospital, which have been just inaugurated about 7 months back, this type of brand development and digital thing is being implemented at the administrative level. Photos of our hospitals and OPDs and new initiatives are being uploaded on official Twitter handles of Indian Army. So those things are there, and these things do get noticed. There is a WhatsApp group where the non-confidential matters are being shared to clientele, and that helps the people to come back with those ideas of what is going to be happening. So it is not just for the private practice, but the government organization also has to develop its plan that we are actually developing, and we have done in last 1 year in the new command hospital. Starting from giving the making a video of the new command hospital with a drone and distributing it in a form of movie to everybody concerned. That drew more people to hospital than just opening up and sitting. So I would really look forward what Mr. Ilyas is going to talk about.
I'll just briefly introduce Mohammed Ilyas sir. He's an international
Hello.
the international healthcare branding and marketing strategist and an ethical marketer, successfully running BCC Healthcare, which is an integrated healthcare branding and marketing agency with a presence in India, UAE, and Sri Lanka. He's also author of Amazon bestseller, Ethical Hospital Branding and Marketing, 15 Proven Strategies. So I'll now hand over to Mr. Ilyas, sir.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clearly. Is Dr. Taswala here? I've heard lots from Dr. Senthil, and I'm sure you're going to do the justice on this topic. So, welcome to you, Mr. Mohammad Ilyas, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. If my voice is not audible in between, please do alert me, and also my slides. So I thank all of you for this opportunity. I thank my special thanks are to the MOS core committee who have given me the opportunity to talk on this subject, and special thanks to Dr. Sendil Ofthal, through whom I got introduced to MOS. So here the topic today is brand development and digital marketing through social media. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you a clear-cut formula that is going to be revealed in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I think I'm starting only at 4, so I will try to do just in the next 20 minutes to give you the formula. For those of you who may think the topic is new, anyway, the program is recorded. I would request you to go through it one more time so that you get the points. And I'm also going to reveal some charts and structures which you can copy paste, use it for your brand development basically. So my focus is going to be more on the social media aspect. So I have written a book on the subject called Ethical Hospital Branding and Marketing, which is Amazon's bestseller on this category. And I would request you to also go through that to develop more. Supposing if you have more interest on the subject, you can explore more on this area. So the structure for today's presentation I have is idea, plan, and action. So I'm going to give you a structured formula as to how you can approach digital marketing more through social media, and what are the ideas that you have. That I'm going to give you a lot of ideas now, and I'm going to reveal certain plans that you can follow, and then how you can execute these plans. Okay, to get started, first is idea. So what I understand through the latest statistics which is coming out and with respect to the social media usage reasons, basically there are a lot of reasons why people are using social media, because there are a lot of friends in social media. They want to catch up what is happening with their friends, and then they want to communicate to them so that the communication flow is not broken. And more particularly, what happens is to your inner circle when the communication is stronger. I think there was an interesting presentation just some time back by Dr. Geetanjali on communication. I think it's a very good extension now. So when this communication is very clearly retained, then you have you don't have to communicate necessarily one by one to every individual. So once you are communicating through the social media, your inner circle is deeply aware of what you are doing. Through that, a lot of other connections, opportunities open up basically. And more particularly with social media, with some of them are using it more for fun. But if it can be used more in terms of creating awareness, education, there are a lot of other opportunities that open up in terms of developing your brand, developing your career, and also creating opportunity for the self brand, that's a personal brand basically. So there are a lot of people who are coming to social media to learn about a particular product or a particular disease, or a particular get awareness about a particular way of treatment. And the moment they get this information, they are also ready to act. And that's what the statistics reveals about. So when it comes to social media, one thing happens is, it is like a deep blue ocean basically. So it's a very big ocean, and a lot of new things are coming up in this social media space as we are now talking today. Every second, actually, there are hundreds, thousands of people working in Facebook who will be developing new features, or in Instagram or on Twitter. How are we able to catch up with that, or how can we really do something about it? There are a lot of people, looking at all these different features, trying to learn so many things. They get too much into the activity part of it, and they get drowned completely. And then they say that, after trying to do so many things, they say that, I have been very active in social media, but that is really not being very fruitful or productive to me. So what do you really do? What I suggest is there are methods and ways, basically, if you can really follow that, you can get what you want by putting minimal, very focused efforts, basically. So that's what is the formula which I'm going to reveal through this. First is the idea. The first idea part is wherein you should know the 4 golden rules before you get started. The first thing is that you should start with one social media. The biggest problem with a lot of people is that they are starting on their own, but they try to do everything. So instead of starting with one, they try to get their hands into multiple different social medias, and then they're not able to do justice. But on the other side, we have a lot of success stories of people who start with one social media, become successful, and then they branch out in other forms. So what happens when you start with one is your efforts are focused in only one, and then your cost is reduced and you're easy to ascertain your return on investment. Number two, go with a specific strategy. Don't do activity for activity's sake. And don't get lost on the way because somebody is doing this and I think I can also do this, and somebody else is doing that and I can also do that. Don't get lost basically. The moment you get lost, what happens is you will waste your time and money, which is very important. So create a plan and stick to the plan. Number three, experiment. Of course, yes. So the moment you get to post some content which you consider it to be the right content for your audience, you need to understand whether your audience are responding to that content or not. That's where the analytics are given to you. That is the best way that can teach you basically what is working and what is not working. Nobody in the world can tell you what works better for you other than your analytics. So when a content is posted and you're able to see the audience interaction is better, then you need to produce many such content, and that is the real way to move forward. And the fourth important thing for you to know is before you plan, you should know that, as you start experimenting with things, you will hit gold, which means that out of 4 different posts that you will be doing, or 4 different activities in social media you will be doing, one activity can give you a lot of results. And the moment you hit that particular spot, and that is your secret sauce, the moment you know that particular element is giving you more results, you should continue doing that and also experimenting more so that you can develop more such features. It can be just a Facebook live activity. The moment you do a Facebook live, if you are getting more traction on a particular day and a particular time, that means that that is a secret formula of success that you have carved for yourself. It can even be a video, 1-minute video that you created, and that is getting you more reach than the normal post that you can do. So get to know your secret sauce, and through that you can develop. But the biggest challenge with a lot of doctors, what we see is you don't really have time, because by the time you finish your practice, you are like this. So how do you really get the energy and the time to come and create some content? So here is where I'm going to give you three case studies basically, which can give you the inspiration and the direction to look at basically. Of course, your social media is a sustained activity, but there can be a spark. It can be even just to say one activity that can give you the spark and the light, and that can give you the traction, and then you build the entire momentum around it. Here is an example of Opal Dentistry. This doctor is Dr. Kripa. So what happened was he had 1 or 2 clinics, and then it was a dental clinic, and the practice was very going smooth and it was okay. But one day he had one of the patients coming in who happened to get smile designing part done, and the patient was very happy with the way how he treated her, and the output was very excellent. And it so happened that that particular patient happened to be Miss India World 2018 Anu Kirti was. It's a very real case study. So what happened right after this particular individual Anu Kirti was, she gave a testimonial in Instagram saying that people started asking her a lot about, how did you get your skin done? Where did you get your smile designing done, and things like that. One simple testimonial from her in the Instagram that set fire. And right after that, what happened, it started spreading to a lot of people in that particular page 3 crowd and the circles basically. Through that one testimonial, he was able to build a whole lot of page 3 crowd. This is all page 3 crowd in South India, more particularly from Tamil Nadu. So a lot of these TV celebrities started coming in and they started getting the traction. It was all the same thing, whatever was doing, but that one testimonial getting into the social media of Instagram and then that becoming popular was a game changer. So it can just be one testimony that can change the game. So this is one case study what I wanted to present to you. The second case study is of a Thangam Cancer Center. So for Thangam Cancer Center, this was launched by Mr. Chandrasekhar, a chairman Tata Group. This is launched in a place called Namakkal. It's a tier 3 location. It's a world-class facility for cancer. But this particular center wanted to promote themselves in the social media through a very intelligent awareness communication. They wanted to show the infrastructure because they built so big infra and invested a lot on the robotic surgery and a lot of these things. And also they have an excellent team of doctors. How can they really communicate this to the people outside? They don't want to be again another brand who talks about it in the form of a commercial video, doing an advertisement. They wanted to be very responsible in the way how they are communicating to people, and that's where they came up with this. So here what happened is They came up with a video which had a lot of questions relating to cancer answered in just 5 minutes. People from different walks of life started asking questions, and those questions were answered by doctors, the specialist here from the hospital background, wherein the infra and the doctor's qualification was all covered. In that way, it was able to meet both the purpose. They had nearly 50,000 plus views through these videos. A lot of good thing happened to the brand basically. When they were able to create awareness about the subject, people were getting to know more about it, and they had a very special privileges for people who wanted to get examined and all that. And the second important thing is that they were able to attract the right talent, which is a big challenge in tier 3 location. So this also had 1.5 million views in the Facebook basically. So this happened to be in regional language. So that also shows you the power of regional languages. Okay, so apart from that, there are a lot of big hospitals who invest on heavy technology. But the problem there is, this particular technology is there only shown in the advertisements and nothing about that is spoken about. And people are not very clearly aware. We talk about bladeless cataract surgery or a robotic surgery and how that is done, how that is performed, or more about that being in your center. People may know about the technology, but how it is presented from your side is very important to be communicated basically. So such things, this is another case study of the same hospital which was taken up, and then they presented the way how the technology could be made understandable to people through one video. And that had a very deeper impact through the social media. Third is a case study of Amrit Eye Hospital basically. So this was during the COVID times, and people where we had zero OPs or very less OPs. So when the topic was all about black fungus basically. So here the doctor wanted to really help people in creating information which could be helpful to them, in fact, so that a lot of panicky situation was there which could be curtailed. He created video in 3 different languages, and then it was started circulating in the market. Since it is all about the trend and he was started talking about something which is useful to people at the right time, even though the idea was only to help people with the right communication, that also helped in resulting the OPs, which was an add-on basically. So being very responsive to what the people are asking for and being communicative there and making that information reach people can be a game changer. So your social media strategy can be combined together in a way such that people can understand it and easily take it. And apart from that, when you create a video, it has got several other advantages other than just the information alone. So it helps you in the personal branding. It improves the OP, of course. Your treatment-based approach increases, and there are a lot of other things. The second thing is a plan. So one is you should have an idea and know that basically even with one video, you can change the game. The second is a plan. So there are 4 things that you need to know when it comes to a plan. First is you should focus on your core areas of specialization, whether it's LASIK or cataract, what you want to focus or both you want to focus. So once your communication is very focused, what follows will be the result of it. Number 2, you have to leverage the power of regional languages, which are very powerful. Number 3, you have to be a cost-based marketer. Instead of promoting about your infra, basically, you should be talking more about the cost. And infra happens to be an add-on in the promotion. Basically, you don't talk about the infra directly. You talk about the cost, and infra gets promoted automatically. The fourth is addressing people in that mindset. When you even talk about LASIK or cataract, whatever, basically, there are a lot of small doubts and small questions people have. So in cataract, can I do this? Can I do this particular thing, or put water, or when can I put water? Whatever, basically, small things people have in their mind, and if those things are addressed in your videos, in fact, you can save a lot of your time during your OP by just giving them these modules. And apart from that, it can help a lot of other people out there who can get to know more about this information, and that helps you genuinely build your personal brand. So when it comes to the blueprint for what should be done in the social media, I have classified this into 5 types. I will also have this presentation shared to the organizer, which you can go through. Say, for example, if you're an individual doctor practicing somewhere else, what should you do? You should at least have 4 posts with 1 post per week presented in your Facebook or Instagram or YouTube. And then in the social media, you should have at least some videos posted here, 2 videos. 1 week you can go for a video, or in in once in 15 days you can go for a video. You can have a insightful update in LinkedIn, and then you can try live feature, FB live feature, or a Facebook live feature, an Insta live feature. If supposing you're working in a hospital, you can also request them. That also helps them promote their brand, and also helps people to get the information. So number 2 is, if you have a clinic, what do? You promote your personal brand and the clinic brand together. So again, a similar formula of what you can do is given here. I will share it because it may take a little more time for me to explain, and it will be better if it is shared and then it can be replicated and used otherwise. If you are a single specialty hospital, there is a formula wherein the main doctor gets the main highlight and then there are supportive doctors. So the list can be little exhaustive here because your entire focus is on eye and you have built a single specialty hospital around it, and then what you can do about that basically. Or supposing if yours is a multi-specialty hospital within one major revenue coming from eye, and then there are other specialties, or if yours is a multi-specialty hospital where eye is also a super specialty. So based on what exactly is the composition you have, there are different formats and structures available which you can follow. And supposing if you're targeting medical tourism, then you can even have a country specific approach when it comes to social media. So number 3, and the last part is the action part of it. Action. So what do you do? How can you really act on it? So there are 4 golden rules that you should know before you take action. First thing is you should know which platform you're going to use. What are the tools that are going to be in use, and which is the platform that you're going to use? Is it going to be 1, 2, 3, or this 4 together, or whatever is your platform that you're going to take up? Number 2 is you can make use of free softwares which are available called Canva, that can help you do the designing of your post as per the specific phases of Facebook, and also get your videos edited, which is free of cost. Number 3, you can, I know that all of you may not have time. So even if you're able to spend say 2 to 3 hours of your time on a Sunday, then you can create the content for the next 3 months. And you can schedule all this content on specific days whenever it has to be released. And then you don't go near social media for the next 3 months. Everything gets posted automatically, and all this independent features are available in Facebook and Insta, which can get the content posted. And apart from that, there are tools which you can use, supposing if you want to post it in other social media platforms also. Number 2, very important thing is that you should also have a content plan. Say, for example, this month is cataract awareness month. Next month is child eyes protection month, or whatever basically. So there are a list of calendars which are being circulated worldwide as to which month is for what. If you can follow those formats and create the content, like we will do a post, you will do a video, you will do a FB live kind of an activity, you will do a post in Facebook, Instagram. You can create an activity calendar so that you don't get deviated from this list of what you are going to be doing. Follow this list for a month, you know, and understand the performance, and then you can move on. If you want to know the sizes basically of what the post sizes are, you can even type this word called cheat sheet, Facebook cheat sheet or Instagram cheat sheet, so that you can get the relevant sizes, so that you can create the sizes of these designs in the respective social media pages. And then you can also go to Facebook. I have also given the link here, wherein you can find the real dimensions, because Facebook keeps changing the dimensions. So sometimes whatever you create earlier may be in the right size, and now when you are creating the content, it may not be in the right size. So that you need to be aligned. So once the sizes are right, the communication comes out clearly. Third is who is going to execute. You need to know that if supposing you are going to do it on your own, you can then make use of the Facebook scheduler or the Instagram scheduler and make sure all the content is loaded there up, and then everything gets posted one by one. Number 2, if you can't do, if you are busy, then you can train a member in your organization who can take care of all these things. It does not require a very sophisticated skill to manage your social media basically. Number 3, if you cannot do it internally, then you can even get a freelancer who can do this work for you. Or the 4th thing that you can do is, when you have really grown up, you have you want this to be managed exclusively professionally by an agency, then you can outsource to an agency. Or on the 5th part that you can look at is execution can be done by your in-house team, but you get the consultation or idea alone from the agency outside. So whichever format suits you, you can actually follow this. But the idea is you should definitely go forward and do something, because social media is something, this is your own media. So we talk about so many other channels where our advertisements or our program telecast happens, but here is where this is our voice. So this has to be taken up very seriously. Even when Mayo had a very big problem, when a lot of other medias were complaining about one specific case in Mayo fought back through those medias only through their social media channels. So you know how powerful it is. Number 4, the important thing is that analytics and return on investment. So what keeps you going is very important. One is you have to check your analytics to understand. Once you go to Facebook, there are these analytics which are available in Facebook, which tells you which post has reached how much basically. The moment you know certain posts are having organically good reach and certain posts are not having that much reach, then you curtail those posts which are not having good reach, then you'd only promote those posts or create such posts which are having better reach. So once you start testing this content, you will know better what works. One quick tip that I want to give you is through the Facebook Live. Facebook Live really works well even if you have a lesser audience, and Facebook Live is a completely free of cost feature. The moment you use the Facebook Live, you immediately increase your audience. Here you see there is an hospital who is using it. This particular doctor is having a 1,000 plus views. This is in a tier 2 location. And then we talk about even doing international medical tourism events wherein a doctor from Chennai is doing a FB Live for Bangladesh basically. And then you have nearly 10,000 people, 9,100, nearly 10,000 people watching this particular live without spending one single rupee. All these features are available today to spread education, to spread the knowledge that you have, and you don't have to pay one single rupee. You just have to make use of these features. Check the analytics, make use of these features, measure the results by adding your phone numbers properly in your social media, because that's where a lot of appointments do happen. So you can even add your book an appointment link, or you can add your phone number, and then you can start generating inquiries. That's it from my side. As a last announcement, I just wanted to announce this. Ophthal is happening on 16th to 17th of July 2022 in coordination with, in association with MOS. So Dr. Sindhil asked me to put a word to all of you. On behalf of him, I'm inviting all of you to join Ophthal. That's it from my side. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, it was a wonderful lecture. Of course, this is quite a rosy picture, but sometimes roses come with thorns also. So, just a quick question. How do you handle the trolling as well as the negative remarks? What should be the strategy to handle all this?
Very good and a relevant question, sir. But basically, if you're talking about negative reviews, more particularly, we get to see more of negative reviews in the Google My Business review page. Are you referring to that, or you are referring to social media directly as such?
Both.
Okay, fine. So the one thing is, first what I suggest is, you better get prepared for a rainy day. You cannot satisfy all the people all at once. So what needs to happen is you get your mind prepared from day one as to starting your communication. The moment you open these channels and you start your communication, you are building your repository of so many people getting to know you, interact with you, and getting to learn from you basically. So that's more important. And there are, like, say, for example, if you're having 50 to 100 OPs in a day, even if you make it a point of getting 2 to 3 reviews in your pages, in your Google My Business pages, which are positive reviews, in fact. And unless you ask them, they're not going to give you. In fact, you have to build a culture inside your system wherein people are going to see this and they're going to understand that they can give a review, and then you build a culture. When an Ola or Uber driver can ask for a review for right after their service, that too they authoritatively ask for a 5-star review. We are not going to be that here in this case, but right after getting a very good service, they feel obliged to give a review, but they don't know where to give, or they don't know basically if you are actually present in these spaces. So if you can really build such a culture, what happens is people automatically start being very contributive in those review areas. So on one particular day, say for example, if you have a patient that you cannot satisfy, and if he or she goes out in the social media and shouts out loud, I have seen in so many cases what happens, sir. When you have your overall rating to be good, 4.5 or 4.8, whatever, this 1 or 2 ratings does not affect. But if your overall reviews itself is say 10 or 15, and if this person comes up and gives a 1 rating or whatever rating, 2 or 3 rating, and then that affects the overall rating. So you better get prepared for it so that you cannot avoid such people. Such people will come. Then when you reason out to them, we understand that a lot of these reviews are also fake reviews sometimes. Then when you ask them what is your patient ID, they get silent. And people on the other side are very intelligent when they are reading through these reviews. And it is something is fishy about it. So you need to keep your communication open, and then once you start your process very strongly in, then I see you are going to be on the gaining side. That's it from my side.
I want to ask.
Yes, sir.
Employing a person or a paid person to handle social media.
Sir, I'm not able to hear you clearly. There is a disturbance here.
So can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go on.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
employing a person, that is a paid person, to handle the social media of a business, especially a consultancy of a doctor. How ethical it is, where it is only the positive reviews are fed into the system and negative reviews are blocked.
Okay, fine. Sir, basically, if I have understood your question rightly, please correct me. So what you're trying to ask me is, is it ethical to hire an agency or a consultant to build up your brand image on the digital space, wherein they can block your negative and then promote your positive? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So of course, it is not ethical to block something which is actually not. Which if it is intended in the right way, it has to really come out. But what I can understand from your thing is that if the doctor is not tech savvy and if they need technical assistance, either they have an in-house resource or they have an external consultant who can facilitate this communication on behalf of the doctor. So that is the first part. Number two, when you facilitate this communication, then people on the other side, that is your patient, start interacting with you. So when they start interacting with you, they start sharing their reviews, testimonies, comments, and whatever their feedback are. Basically, that builds up a very good image about you and because of the communication, nothing else. If you are a good person and if you're really sowing all the good seeds and there are good practices, basically, then people are wanting to communicate with you. So you're only opening that channel basically. When it comes to negative review, if supposing if the person, as I told you already, has got intentions which are not favorable in your this thing, and if those are really fake and they are not genuine basically, then of course when you start questioning them, when the formats are very clear, you have your agency or you have a consultant or your in-house person, start questioning them as to whether you have the real patient ID with you, or if you are a real patient and all that, they become silent. Or if supposing they were real patient, if they were upset because of some genuine reason, and if you reason out to them saying that I will have this sorted out, and then you start the communication, and if you sort out their problem, they will come back and give you a positive review basically. That actually builds up a very good review rating system, because rating system is something that it is not a one-time affair, like one-way affair. The moment they come, they give you a rating, it is not the end of it. They can again come back and give you a 5-star rating if they've given 1-star rating earlier. So always that communication facilitation can happen basically.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us about this new aspect of leadership. May I now call upon Dr. Colonel Gupta, sir, to please illustrate this, Dr. Prasad, sir, and Colonel Vicharis.
Lights on. Yes, first 2 lines and rest of the display on the side as you're running late. You have mic there. Mic. You start.
Coming on to the next session, it is the AIOS Leadership Alumni Session. It will be conducted by Dr. Satyajit Sinha, Dr. Jitendra Jitani, Dr. Gopal Pillai sir, and Dr. Jitendra Kasala sir. Dr. Satyajit Sinha is a senior anterior segment consultant ophthalmologist and chairman of AB Eye Institute, Patna. He has won the prestigious DK Bose Gold Medal for Best Scientific Paper at Bihar Ophthalmologic Society. He is also the recipient of IIRSI Gold Medal. Over to you, sir. I also like to invite on the dais the chair and co-chair for this session, Colonel Barucha sir and Dr. Rajesh Joshi sir. Dr. Jignesh Thakur.
Satyajit is one of the first of the AIS LDP alumni, and that is why I invited him for the talk because ours is also the first. So, what is his experience? Satyajit, warm welcome to you. Can you hear us?
Thank you so much, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very much, very clear. Slides are seen. Please go ahead. We are running short of time. So,
thank you so much, sir. I'll make a short presentation about my experience with the AIUS LDP. Very grateful to begin with to Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society and Dr. Jignesh Taswala in particular for giving me this opportunity. In fact, my journey with the AIUS LDP started with Maharashtra only in Mumbai. The first AIUS LDP program was held in Hotel Preetham, and I'll be sharing my experience of how things have changed. AIUS was early to understand the importance of leadership, and developing as a leader was important for them. So not every manager is currently an effective leader, but leadership skills can be developed. A leader not only demonstrates effective human relation skills, but also helps others to develop these skills, and leaders must take responsibility for the work. So some of these All India Ophthalmic Society realized early and took steps for it in the year around 2004, 2005. They realized that communication is important, even though we were doing good ophthalmology, good work, but delegation of work, adaptability, integrity, conflict resolution, and technological capability were important aspects of succeeding in our profession also. So All India Ophthalmic Society went ahead and made these guidelines in which AIUS member, whoever was aged 45 and below, they were commitment of the nominee of the state society and the region at large. The candidate was willing to travel at their own cost. There was endorsement by a variety of national society leaders. Scholars is ready and likely to advance in higher responsibility and share, therefore, worthy investment by AIUS. The nominee must agree to participate in all elements of LDP, that is, attend all designated meetings, and have a potential to represent not only the state but AIUS internationally. So All India Ophthalmic Society made these guidelines in 2005, which are still applicable even today for different state societies and other societies to send their nominees. So I was enrolled in the first AIUS LDP program from Bihar. And as I said, in 2005, we did it there is one Hotel Preetham in Mumbai, and we did it over there in a small hall over there. My father, who was the AIUS president in 2005, 2006, was the person who actually started this program, not started, approved this program. And he also passed a resolution that Dr. Natarajan, S. Natarajan, who is very closely associated with this LDP program, could represent India AIUS in the American Academy of Ophthalmology LDP program, which was already running successfully there for a long period of time. Now, from 2002 to 2005, Dr. Natarajan had to fight tooth and nail in AIUS GC to get the approval for this LDP program, because there was a lot of opposition within the AIUS that LDP may not be very, very beneficial for us doctors. But eventually, LDP saw the light of the day. And it is important to remember that ARC chairman that time, Dr. Ajit Babu Manji, and substantially contributed to the success of this program. And then Dr. Partha Biswas, who was just before ARC chairman, just before Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy, took this AIUS ARC program to a totally different level. I also got an opportunity to represent the Leadership Development Program of All India Ophthalmic Society in the Asia Pacific Academy in Manila and in Tokyo in 2013 and 2014. Now, initially, these programs which we attended in Preetham and other places in Mumbai, they were more doctor-patient oriented programs in which whoever was the presenter would come and tell us of how you should interact with the patient, how should be your body language, and how you should manage the whatever income you are earning on those days. So the patient interaction was very important at that time. But slowly the things changed and the program evolved, and more faculty from the management side were brought in, who brought in different kind of activities to make it a true leadership development program in which different skills which had absolutely nothing to do with ophthalmology were brought in. The turning highlight point was when AIUS went to Wellinger School of Business Management to hold its LDP program. And as an alumni, I have been attending a lot of these programs in this school. And once again, this is in Maharashtra only, in Mumbai, and it is a great school, and we have had great programs in Wellinger School for the AIUS programs. The management guys taught us a lot of financial skills for hospital management and for doctors to invest wisely. As this program has been growing over the years, different aspects of our life in totality are being covered. I want to make a special mention of Dr. Shivanand sir. He is not a doctor. He was the police commissioner of Mumbai, and he has been associated with this LDP program for a very long time, and he keeps coming for many, many years to share his views and his ideas and motivate youngsters for the leadership development program. He is also a very close friend of Dr. Natarajan sir. The next turning point came when the whole AIUS program was taken out of the hall and taken onto the field to conduct different programs. And we had such an amazing program in Bangalore where Pegasus conducts these programs, and also near Pune in Maharashtra. It's something which one should really attend to feel, know and experience what it is like. There are 2 days of outdoor activities, and it really brings the best out of you. And you can see on the right hand side a young man, Dr. Natarajan, who is number 1. You can see Ellen Kumar, Dr. Prashant Baunkule, and everybody. And there are different activities which one is made to undergo, which really takes us towards this proper leadership program. You can also see here Dr. Viral Shah over here, and the different activities that are conducted by Pegasus. Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, we have had to move on to this webinars of a leadership development program, and they are just about not the same, but we try to do the best, and hopefully now physical programs will be starting soon so that we can have the same old days that were earlier. I must mention over here that Professor Rajvardhan Azad and Dr. Lalit Verma have hugely contributed to this program in yesteryears to bring this to the shape that it is now. And Dr. Lalit Verma has been really involved with this LDP program, and we really thank him for doing so much for LDP. At this point of time, Dr. Chitra Ramamurthy is doing a lot of work virtually also for this LDP program. And I would really like to thank Dr. Namrata Sharma, the Secretary of AIUS, who has really helped us in bringing all this program together. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Fantastic. Satyajit, you have just given the full journey. The way it started from 2005 till today, with 2 years COVID, we could not meet physically. Of course, they did have webinars, and one of the webinars I also attended was in association with DOS with the International LDP. I think it was a fantastic 2-hour session which was taken up. When the tub was going, the going was stuck. And when the going was stuck, the tub keeps going. That is how it is.
Yes.
So that
Thank
was
you for the opportunity, sir.
fantastic the way you presented it. Thanks for accepting my invite. But be the part of it, don't go away. Maybe if there are some questions, we'll ask. Over to the next speaker. I think we'll have in line Dr. Hitendra Jethani. Rakesh, just have the quick presentation. Yeah, welcome, Dr. Jitendra. You can, by the time, share your screen.
Next speaker is Dr. Jitendra sir, who is the director of Baroda Children Eye Care and Squint Clinic, Vadodara. He has won the Best Video Award at AGOS 2019, as well as the RW Award AIOS 2019. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, we did our LDP together in Mumbai, and I was his room partner too. So yeah, Jitu bhai, shuru ho jaiye.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really it's a very proud and a humbling moment to talk with fellow LDP people. We were together, and thank you so much, sir, for giving me the opportunity to speak on something which is very close to my heart and to my practice also. I was blessed that I could finish my fellowship in 2005 and come back to my state, and I started practice. And there are a lot of a lot of challenges when it comes to a solo practice in pediatric ophthalmology. Not many people are doing it. Not that anybody and everybody who's doing solo pediatric ophthalmology practice, I know Dr. Mihir is there, Nitin is there, and even Anand Kumar is there, Siddharth Kesarwani is there. There are a lot of people who are doing solo pediatric ophthalmology practice, and they are doing it successfully. But because, actually speaking, pediatric ophthalmology is one of the oldest super specialty, subspecialty of ophthalmology, but it got its recognition very late. I think post 2000, especially after Orbis came into the picture, there are a lot of people who are getting trained in pediatric ophthalmology. So there are a lot of challenges when a new fellow or a new pediatric ophthalmologist comes. These are some of the questions which comes to his mind as to whether there will be enough number of patients, whether there are so many people already there, the saturation factor, and shadow surgery, like already, in the city, there is freelancing, everybody is going here and there and operating at other person's clinic. Our own practice, whether pediatric ophthalmology is good enough for return of investment. I know, these were not the questions, to be honest, when I started my practice, these were not the questions which came in my mind, because I never doubted that it will work or not. But over a period of, now it has been almost 15 years of pediatric ophthalmology practice. Over a period of time, there have been a lot of students, a lot of fellows who do ask these questions when they finish their fellowship, or when we are indulging during our fellowship, whether there is any growing competition, and then how to make up these challenges, how to reinvent yourself, how to keep on doing academics and give the best practices and the knowledge of those things to the students and to the patients. So numbers, we all know that pediatric ophthalmologists are far and few. So there are not many people. Dedicated setups are really limited, and they are mainly in institutions or private chains, which do not have the personal charm which is there with one-to-one practice. Competition is present; it is sufficient. There's no dearth of good practitioners, but still it is not much. There are enough number of patients. That is what I keep telling. Most important is that all subspecialty people should decide onto the fact that they are together into this, and it is between them and patients and not competition between them. There is no saturation for pediatric ophthalmology. Saturation is never there for the best, but it is actually good for them that everybody is practicing. Nevertheless, for people like us who are willing to practice, for pediatric ophthalmology, the best in business may have done, say, around 20,000 squint. I don't know any surgeon who has done far more strabismus than this in private practice. Camps are different ball altogether. A good squint surgeon would do around 10,000 squints in his career. This is in private practice. I have done more than this, but that is all in camps and those things. So let us take a small epidemiological exercise, because there are a lot of questions from students that pediatric ophthalmology, there's not enough number of patients. The prevalence itself is very low. Prevalence is not low. You will get around 2,500 surgical cases. That is the prevalence. That is huge. I mean, there are a good number of patients, and that I'm talking only about 10% of the total number of incidents. I mean, this is not. This is all data taken from books. This is not my data. You can easily do good number of strabismus, and this is only about strabismus. I'm not talking about pediatric ophthalmology patients. So there is no saturation. Problems, yes, a lot of problems in pediatric ophthalmology. Freelancing is one of the most important problems. Everybody wants to do pediatric ophthalmology, and so most of the super specialists would do freelancing. So we should. My suggestion would be to try to avoid it, at least in your own city. You can generate leads for a clinic, but don't do freelancing. Don't give cuts as long as possible. I've never given it, so surviving till 15 years. You can join reputed places, but stop going to every nook and corner. You can't reach out to every private practice. Try to cover take a map. Try to cover 150-kilometer radius. Try to go to places which are at least, say, 30-40 kilometers away from your place. Surgeon on call, you are always operating at different setups. It is problematic. It is revenue generating. There is no doubt about it in the beginning, but then it is always difficult in specialties. It is not like cataract surgeries, which has a fixed outcome. You may have a different outcome. You may need to see the patient on follow-ups. So aim at reducing it if it cannot be avoided for charges. The problems. Another problem are charitable hospitals, which do free of cost. If they are doing at a subsidized rate, they are good. But that is a problem. So that cannot be solved. That cannot be removed overnight. So we have to take it up. Good news is that subspecialties are not there in free hospitals. Most of them have free cataract setups. So ROI is late in specialties, especially in pediatric ophthalmic practice, because it is more of OPD based practice. The good news is pediatric ophthalmology is like general ophthalmology of children. So the good news is you will have footfalls if you go to pediatricians. You don't have to really talk much with ophthalmology. You can go to pediatricians and get patients from pediatricians. 3 years break-in time is a reasonable amount of time. Most important is to start reinventing yourself. Every 2 years, 3 years, you have to add a service, add something to your clinic. We started full-time in 2014. We had a full-fledged orthoptic clinic. By 2016, we used to give exercises. We started myopia control clinic. We started ROP and laser services. We started full-fledged myopia control clinic. It keeps on going. You have to, because you are into super specialty. So you have to reinvent yourself every 2 years, 3 years, you have to do it. So pediatric ophthalmology, or for that matter, any other super specialization, has its own challenges, but it can be practiced standalone. Needs dedication and passion, and it is there. I mean, whoever has done pediatric ophthalmology is into it for dedication and passion. So numbers are there to back it up, to practice, to generate ROI. So that is not a problem. So with this, I will end my talk. Thank you so much again for the opportunity. Thank you, Jignesh sir.
Very nicely covered the topic. I think every ophthalmologist has pediatric practice within himself, but now we have given an eye-opener how to go about it. And in a very short thing, you have given a good description. I would like comments from our chair and co-chair. Yeah, both of you, sir.
I think Dr. Jitendra, you have very well covered, nicely covered, and you were to the point and to the time also. I just want to ask you, the one who has just passed out his fellowship, or who has just completed his fellowship in pediatric ophthalmology, how to go about answer for himself, because that is the most challenging thing, I suppose.
So the question is how a newcomer should start the practice?
Pediatrician.
How a newcomer pediatric ophthalmologist should start. I think he should, join setups which are having good ophthalmology backup slightly outside his practice, like around 20-30 kilometers. He should talk with pediatricians to generate footfalls. And once you have footfalls in your clinic, you are gradually going to generate the surgical work also. So that is, that is very, I would say that is a very small way of oversimplification of the whole thing. But gradually it picks up. Numbers are there to back up. There is no dearth of cases. The most important problem is that all of us think that there are not enough number of patients, enough number of surgical patients.
Yeah, you presented the data very well for budding pediatric surgeons, pediatric ophthalmologists, basically, and that would be useful to them, I think, for their perspective. Thank you.
Let's have the next speaker. He's running short of time. Dr. Gopal Pillai, one of the past years LDP alumni. We were together at the Pegasus, I think 2015 or 17. Dr. Gopal, he'll be the right person to answer. And we had a great time. He's a great orator also, and he's the head of the department of the Amruta Eye Hospitals, and the honorary secretary of the Kerala Ophthalmic Society, and doing a great show. As of today, if you say Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Maharashtra Ophthalmological Society of all the Indian states are rocking. So he was getting there too. So over to you, Gopal. Gopal is going to talk about research. Yes?
Jignesh sir, I'm in a flight. So
So
I'm in the flight.
Okay, do we play the video or you have it?
Play the video.
Yeah. Share your presentation. Otherwise, we have presentation here. No, I have sent it. Support group में डाला है, Gopal Pillai. Gopal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you have the presentation with you? Because they're still not downloaded.
No, I will not be able to share.
Fine.
It's okay, sir. I think we should go to your talk. By the time they can look at it.
That will load it. Can you give some comments quickly? And then we'll play your video.
Yeah.
How much time for the flight to go?
Yeah, it's taking.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. 2 lines before you sign off.
Sure. It's indeed really a pleasure to be in your society. Maharashtra society is doing absolutely fabulous work under the able leadership of the leader of leaders, Dr. Jignesh Chaswala. And this venture, particularly, that we are also doing this is absolutely fabulous. I look forward to this. I was hearing through about the last 2 hours of this. And the topic going to be was basically research, how in India research needs to be better. And I have shown through the 12 minutes of my video that how we can be better in that perspective.
Thanks for your comments. I think your flight is on. We'll be playing your video shortly. They're downloading it. In the meantime, we'll take the next presentation. Thanks for joining. Goodbye. What you can do is you can upload my So a little alteration in this. I'm going to talk about my life journey. It will be a real motivational talk about 10 minutes. How I have come up from the absolutely from a lower middle class family with no income except my daddy, who of course had a lot of problems himself. Do I come and play from there? Yeah, come here. So this is the topic I have chosen specifically. Why? Right from the school days, I go through it very quickly because we're running short of time. We had only one dress to wear, and that also for almost 3 to 4 years. Whatever तब तक fit रहता था, तब तक पहनो. धो खुद, इस्त्री भी खुद करो. बाहर कुछ करने का नहीं. One pair of shoes to be carried on. जब तक फटता नहीं, तब तक पहनते रहो. Also, 1 meal a day used to happen very often due to severe financial constraints. Tuition fee for all 3 of us. I was the middle one. He had an elder brother and a younger sister. They paid with his share of provident fund. So they did not have enough salary that time to pay off even the tuition fees. My first year of MBBS, I'm jumping through because less of time. My daddy was in hepatic coma that time. And as you know, hepatic coma only 0.1% chance of surviving. When I passed out in 1982, I got admission after fighting for the MOS of that seat, me and Dr. Wagmari. I still remember those days. We had absolutely no income. And I was getting a houseman job for about 200 rupees in Bombay Hospital. So Bombay Hospital is very close to the High Court. So to have a lawyer also, we did not have the fees. We took a loan from my daddy, again from the Provident Fund, and little bit of our income, whatever we had, we tried to save it. And in those days, it was 12,000. I'm talking about 1985. The 2 individual seats The code was, I had ordered the Pune University to create to get us into the medical city, and that is how I am an ophthalmologist today. If we had not won that case, I would have been a general practitioner. So that was the second fight, a major milestone that I'm trying to cover. Then when I went to Shankar Nethralaya to do my fellowship, the interview when he asked me, okay, what all instruments have you studied on? So in fact, those days even Prakash Marathi was with me. We only had a slit lamp, and to use a slit lamp also was a luxury that time. So there was a quantum jump going from BJ Medical College to Shankar Nethralaya. We passed through all the stages very seamlessly. So much so that he offered me 3 months extra diabetic fellowship. So I completed 1 year and 3 months, 1 year of ER fellowship, 3 months of this. When I came back in 1987, dad had retired. So there was absolutely no income, no house to stay because we are staying in the company quarters. All the load came on me. With no savings, I had to take a loan. अभी लोन लेने गए आज तो अभी every half an hour 1 hour somebody calls you अभी मैं लोन देता हूँ. That time we have to have the service what we say securities. Either you have gold or whatever it is. We neither had a house, neither had a scooter. Income had stopped everything. So one of my friends helped me out, get a 15,000 loan, and that is how I started my practice. At that time we were charging around 30 rupees as consultation, and for the cataract we were getting 400 rupees. The monthly collection would just cover my expenses. In fact, to meet the expenses, I had to go to the outskirts of Pune. In Marathi, they say Tasa Tasala Pidnara doctor. That is why Dr. Taswa. Of course, that is how the colloquium I got it that time. 50 to 100 kilometers travel on scooter. There was a Vespa, old Vespa scooter. When daddy had retired, I had to go over. एक bag इधर, एक छोटा सा drum, and hopping in every general practices clinic, collecting 20, उसमें वो 10 वो ले लेता है. 20 मिलता था हमको, and then you go next, and full day we used to just cover, get about 200 or 300 rupees. This was hardly any saving. There was absolutely no saving. It was going on into paying off the loans and this. So I am my personal front. Of course, people don't share it, but for you people to know how I have struggled both on the personal and the financial front and still made it till this day. My wife, she had a psychiatric problem. Lot of turmoil was there in the family. She had filed a case of court. My child he had a lot of congenital problems. In fact, he had to undergo 8 surgeries in the first 5 years of life. Simultaneously, I was fighting a case in the family court which led ultimately to the divorce. Unfortunately, after the my second marriage, within 2 years of marital problems again cropped up, and she had very severe bipolar depression, soon leading to separation. During this period, my father fell down and was bedridden for 5 years, and ultimately led to an untimely demise. My brother was not doing well because of the industrial problems there. He came and stayed with me due to his family discord and went into deep depression, as he had huge financial losses in his business and exhausted all my dad's retirement funds. So the dad's retirement funds also did not came handy for me. Financially, I was heavily drained, repaying the loans for my clinic, my residence, medical and surgical equipment, also the court expenses, lawyers, eliminated to the tune of 20,000 per month, retrospective from 2004. The 17 years is continuous, still going on. Medical expenses for my ailing father, mother, brother, and my child. Mental agony of managing single-handedly my own family members with psychiatric problems, my critically ill and bedridden aged parents, and facing family and criminal court cases, and also managing the home and my clinic with no godfather to help. This was my condition. My brother created a lot of family discord, so much so that I had to admit him in the mental health care hospital multiple times. Ultimately, we lost him in 2015. Then my mother fell ill, had morbid obesity and developed hypertension and obesity and diabetes, and was bedridden for 7 years. And we lost her in July 2020. My only child is now with me. Seeing all this, he also has undergone psychiatric counseling and treatment. Due to his physical and mental problems, he was also not doing well in academics. He was pursuing law. He did not do well, so I told him to come to my listing, and that is how he did his optometry. Under my guidance, he passed optometry flying colors and got a distinction, and now he is coming to my center. At the professional fund, after putting 10 years of my practice, I had margin money to take just a bank loan to buy my own center and the surgical equipment, instruments, and my resume. As I went up the society ladder, I became the joint secretary, and the president of a POS in 2010, side by side fighting a court case about 900 kilometers from Pune in Baroda, visiting their family court every month. Took over as the secretary of the second largest society in India in 2013. Then I applied for the vice president in 2014. But here also I had to withdraw, respecting of one of the senior most advisors in favor of another candidate. Then again fought an election and lost in 2018. Fought another one election and won it to the home ground of the opposition candidate and won with a reasonable margin. COVID times, instead of repenting the losses of revenue and practice, started organizing a series of investment webinars for all the ophthalmologists all over India with a viewership of more than 1,000 plus members of each webinar so they can earn an alternate source of income. Also learned a lot of hobbies too, like palmistry, feng shui, and Vedic astrology. My present times as a president, I become since 30th October 21. I come up with novel ideas. It started 2 months prior to be taking over the baton of presidential. 21 committees were formed, and today one of the committees of the LDP, we are having a session. No president in the history of MOS has formed so many committees till now, and I'm now working on a day-to-day basis to see all the committees function optimally, and I've already taken Zoom meet to all the 36 district presidents and secretaries to be all inclusive. And these are my 21 committees. Mentor and mentee committee, we are coming up with this also. Enrollment, we had about 50 plus people who have enrolled for this committee. The program is going to be launched on 29th. We already are doing all a lot of groundwork. Dr. Santosh Unawar has helped us, starting with the first webinar last week. More coming up on that front. Personality development and public speaking. Here we have split into two. One is the competitive edge and the non-competitive. In competitive, we are seeing that all our ophthalmologists all over Maharashtra should win the Colonel Rangachari Award. So we have called it as Mission Rangachari. And Dr. Ranjit Maniar is heading. There are again a closed group meetings, so you people won't know what is going on. About 15 to 20 sessions have already taken up. Rajesh is witness to that. And a wonderful group is being groomed so nicely, mainly for Colonel Rangachari and Reshmi Award, the highest award that is given by the AIOS. The Leadership Development Committee, we had done a lot of groundwork, and today we did the induction process. Diabetic retinopathy screening and awareness, fantastic initiative. We have done the awareness program already. Screening, we are trying to get all the cameras and all into place to see that the most periphery be screened. Then we have the Young Ophthalmologist Committee. What are they facing? We have tried, and we have at least 8 webinars for the young ophthalmologists. Academic committee, we are trying to have is the preferred practice clinical guidelines on various subjects. We are trying to cover the oculoplasty. 3 or 4 we have finished, I think, and more is to come. So we are trying to go the ARC way, give a small booklet at the end of my tenure of what has transpired for the preferred practice guidelines. Yoga and meditation, a different type of Atma Yoga. We had 12 sessions at the start of the year of my tenure. Sports committee, we have already had competitive sports in the 5 zones. Only the central zone is remaining, and the cultural activity we are going to have next is our west zone. That is the next. So on all the 5 zones, we have semi-competitive to competitive activities of cultural listening, and we see the best of the talent. We are going to have it on 3rd and 4th of September in Pune, that is at PYC, that we are planning. Then we have the grievance committee. A lot of issues and one-to-one basis have already been taken care of. Medical legal committee, Dr. Deshpande is heading it, and we have got a lot of people who have got helped by that committee. Advocacy committee is the liaison between us and the government. Dr. Mahatme is leading that with Dr. Anil Kulkarni. Membership drive. Now every membership, today also we have the LDP candidates. Those who are not LDP, we have converted into MOS members. So when I took over, it was around 2,300, and now it is almost 2,800 in the 5 months. And every year, not more than 100, 120 are added. So we already 5 times the figure of another 6 months to go. So we have now launched an online platform. Initially, we had to take 2 signatures of 2 MOS members to get it. then you run away, then fill a check, then post it to a courier page, Janjatbaji puri khatam. You click a button, pay 2,500, fill up the form, it directly goes to the secretary. If all the documents are there, immediately we are issuing the numbers. What we have done is we have split into two. In Maharashtra, we are giving 5-digit numbers. Beyond that, we are giving 6-digit numbers. So you don't have to identify, bahar ka hai, vote kaise kiya, for the easiness of the election process. Then we have the research e-library and e-journal club. This is in fact doing rocking business. They are the new subcommittees which are formed. One is the podcast we have. Then we have the e-journal club. Every month we are having, that is the last Wednesday or last Friday. Do attend it. It is a single article which is nicely dissected by 2 good moderators. And we are doing a great job on that count also. And there is another snippets which are sent, and we are handing over prizes. This committee we have already conducted from January, February, March, 4 business. Every month we are distributing prizes worth almost 7,000. Of course, this is only for the MOS members. So even a non-MOS wins, we make him an MOS member and then only hand over the quiz prizes. Financial literacy committee, everybody has benefited. I think Dr. Barocha sir only has some losses, but he's going to cover up in the next few of my lectures. So he's going to get plenty of money. Then we have the public awareness committee. There are shows going on the Akashvani, and this all the 5 zones are given equal chance to represent. We have 3 representatives per zone, so 15 people are given chance to showcase regarding to the public regarding the subspecialty, various eye diseases which were chosen. It's also going on very nicely. TV shows are also going on public awareness committee. In fact, I had also written about digital platform use for this. So there is a committee working on that too. Fundraising committee, friends, with so many committees, we do require funds. Dr. T.P. Lane, Rajini Parikh madam, then Dr. Kaurogi Lahiri, and many more are part of this, and they are helping us. Professional Indemnity Committee, which was started by Sunanya Malik madam, we have tried to continue, fine-tune a little, see that maximums are benefited. Even the lassie people who are craving, we have tried to include in that. And that is at a very meager amount. The other insurance companies charge almost 3 times to what they cover. Say 25 lakhs, we are charging 1600. They are charging almost 7,500. So do join this group insurance committee. And of course, on an MOS platform, you get the backing of Pravan Deshpande, who is the chairman of that committee. International Observership Committee, what happened because of the COVID time, we could not send people because severe traveling COVID restrictions. So what we are planning now is to have it in one of the best institutes in India, send some MOS members and do that. So that is how all this committee has formed. Friends, this is not to gain sympathy, but as you see, out of rugs to riches, the way I have tried to go up and up the ladder, and now next is I have already been elected in the membership managing committee member, me and Dr. Parikshit. So that is how my whole story is, exactly 5 o'clock. So thank you very much. Can you open that now? So I think I'll put it on the YouTube. Dr. Gopal Pillai's this thing. You cannot download it now. We go to the next session. Thanks a lot, Dr. Rajesh Joshi and Dr. E.K. Barucha. Your comments quickly, in case you would like to say a parting remark. And then we go to the next session, which is a very important session wherein Dr. Arun Gulani, I spoke to him today morning. He is going to speak. I think has he logged in now? Can you see?
Well, friends, Dr. Jignesh has told about his story and life story. So it is really a great lesson for all of us that a person may be in such difficulty also, and still he has rose to the level of President Maharashtra of the Legislature. I have seen personally Jignesh. I know Jignesh from the point because we are from the same institute, Shankar Netralaya, and from that time, through Dr. Badrinath, we know each other. We have seen him in these circumstances also, which he has narrated when married second child and all. But I have found him a normal person, an average person will always himself will break like anything in these circumstances. But we have found Jignesh that still cool and calm. I have never seen him being neither depressed nor angry in any state. So certainly it is much beyond the original human being. and we must appreciate and that he is really a Karamveer, which has done so much of wonderful things in spite of everything.
Thank you, sir, for your. And now we will go to next session.
Correct. I'd like Dr. Gupta sir to felicitate. Thank you, Gupta sir. I think we are felicitated, but done. Rajesh is left out. Please come. Book रहे हो as a chairperson.
Yeah, I got book.
Actually, you got it. Okay, thanks. So, hi, Dr. Natarajan.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Anil Kulkarni sir and all the MOS members. Thank you. Wonderful talk, Jignesh. Anyway, I'm listening to you second time.
Actually, you are listening second time. So nice.
Yes.
Is Dr. Arun Gulani coming first? Whom do we take? Or you're going to start your?
No, I'm doing first, then Arun, then sir. Correct, sir? Anil Kulkarni sir?
Yeah, as you say, you are the leader.
No, that's what the program says. Jignesh is the leader.
Okay.
Sir, Kulkarni sir, you can take
yes,
your.
sir.
Hello. Dr. Natarajan?
Yes,
Dr. Anil Kulkarni talk first, please.
Okay. Sir, he wants you to talk first.
Okay, no problem.
And Dr. Anil Kulkarni is
presentation, I would say Dr. Anil Kulkarni is the teacher of teachers, and that is why Bolton and last is always the best, and that's why this last session is really going to be enjoyable with us. We have Dr. Natarajan, Dr. Anil Kulkarni, both are now in US, so they are our national, international faculty. And then we have Dr. Arun Gulani, a true international faculty who has accepted our invite. And Dr. Natarajan has got him there. And so we'll be very lucky once he also speaks. So now Dr. Anil Kulkarni sir is ready with his talk.
I'll briefly introduce Dr. Anil Kulkarni sir. He is the director and consultant of Kulkarni Eye Hospital, Meerut. He has been the ex-managing trustee, Lions Club, NAB Eye Hospital, Alliance NAB Eye Hospital, Meerut. And he has been the founder chairman of Prathamesh Lasers, Netraprabha Lasers, Sangli, and Amaya Lasers, Meerut and Satara. He is the ex-president of MOS, and he'll be enlightening us today he'll be providing pearls of wisdom for LDP participants. Over to you, sir.
And one more addition to sir says he is my mentor. He is my mentor, and he is our trustee in my parents' name foundation, Kamala Sundaram Foundation, which sir is guiding us for doing all the work in Dharavi.
He is a teacher of Dr. T.P. Lahane sir also. Everybody is aware of him. Sir, without taking much time, we start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Can you see my slides, please?
Yes, sir. Need to put it on the slideshow mode, sir. Yeah, now it is.
Is fine? Okay. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. And it's nice to be amongst the peers of ophthalmology in our state. We'll just start with this. That's Dr. Taswal has requested me to talk about pearls of wisdom. What I realize is that you don't find pearls that easily. You can find the shells. The pearls has to be actually discovered by the person who wants it. So let's on that note start with the things. The introduction here I have just given is not to show that I am somebody who matters, but to feel that the students and future leaders who are sitting in front will probably give attention to me, so that he will find that there is something which I have done, whether it is great or whether less great is up to them to decide. There's no financial interest in this presentation, but a lot of personal interest, right? And special thanks and appreciation to Dr. Natarajan, who really it was his brainchild to start with on an all India basis, and Dr. Taswala, who is now taking it forward. What is the essence of this program? I think that the leader needs to lead by example, but it's not only a question of leading. He has to prepare his subjects and mentees also to lead. Like supposing you talk about a great surgeon, he does brilliant surgeries, but that's not sufficient. He transfers the skill to make the assistant equally proficient. That is a sign of a true leader. Like I say, when you talk about how from one leader you get a second string of leaders, is the passing on the baton from leader to the student who are listening to here. I give you one example, like you have a 400 meters relay. By rule, you can run 100 meters only. But the inning doesn't stop at 100 meters. You need to run along with the next player before the baton is successfully passed. A single person cannot run all 400. So the person taking the baton obviously has to be equally good and dependent, and he needs to accept it gracefully. You can't snatch it. If you snatch it, it may result in drop and disqualification. If the leader does not find somebody to pass the baton in the race to competence, his knowledge and mastery of the subject actually hasn't attained its full potential. Now, inculcating the principles, skill, and passionate commitment is the goal and purpose of this wonderful program. We have to realize that our knowledge has got its limitations. There are new innovations which are coming up. There is a limit to our abilities, but we have to explore that ability. And we have to see that we not only satisfy our patients or customers, but we ourselves also have to be satisfied. A good leadership training, usually when we say that the leader is great, when his students excel him, and then they feel that it is their duty to train others. A teacher is supposed to learn in his entire career by teaching others. Every day you teach somebody, you learn newer things. And it's said that when you stop learning, you are dead. A competence of the student or a follower is also important because he has to have the ability to observe the work patterns in the workplace. He has to be punctual. He must have an ability to listen. And he needs to have an initiative to get the things done. It's not only that you should have a great leader, but for the follower, it's necessary to inspire confidence in your trainers so that he knows that he can really make you prepared for the leadership. Now, for the leader, it's not sufficient to battle alone, but an entire army needs to be motivated and trained to fight and win the life's battles. A succession plan for all our projects, whether it is the charitable projects or the hospitals and all our ventures, whether it's a company or a partnership, is only possible by creating leaders who can follow our footsteps. But not only that, they go beyond the laden path. I'll give you just one example. If we think about methods of learning FACO and make a person really good as far as a FACO trainer is concerned, then you have got a lot of additional avenues available. It could be a self-learning where you watch the videos and tips from the company representative. We will have an animal vet lab. We can have a formal training where there is a guided and supervised program. And we have a formal stepwise training where the surgery is divided into various steps. So unless you become proficient in one step, you do not go to the other step. So this is what we had actually formulated in our training institute, that rather than having a regular steps which each and everybody of you know, we started observing this, taking a leaf out of Akamoshi's presentation, which was done in Brazil. We saw that rather than directly asking the person to go for the incisions and the regular steps, we wanted that they do the steps which are easier earlier and then go gradually to the steps till they become proficient in every step. The last would be a IOL implantation, because we had seen in our training institute, this is a step which maximally produces problems. A leader has to be, of course, passionate about the relationships, whether it is a patient-doctor relationship or a teacher-student relationship, because this relationship has to be developed and nurtured. We have to show that we care and sincerely feel it. We must have a passion for the excellent results. That means you continue to evolve more and more. We should have respect towards others because it has to be a mutual understanding. And we have to share the anguish and empathize for the suffering. You can't sympathize for everybody, but you also have to show empathy for the people. Now, whether it's a company which is incorporated or a hospital which has been commissioned, single consultant or a CEO cannot achieve the goal and success unless new leaders are nurtured. The opportunities are always there, but to take the advantage, some guidance is necessary. Full potential of everybody is far more than is being considered even by own self. Sometimes there can be self-doubts. This realization needs to be awakened by the leader amongst the capable students who are willing to learn and willing to follow. The systematic and programs. Individual ability. Not each and everybody is going to follow and do the same thing, but individual, we will have something which can be achieved. This is the essence of the leadership development program, and propagation of this concept and creating future leaders will truly make this program successful. See, leaders, you can understand, are always offered a revered status, like a teacher also, that you are the God. Now, please don't spoil the status by the ego or a megalomania, because what comes with an eye surgeon also is a capital I with an eye problem, that I am the doctor, I know the management, I will only speak, and I am always right. The application of the pearls which are collected here in this entire program in our practice and daily life will ensure that a leader is born and who reflects the glory of his teacher or of his leader and goes beyond that. These were the few things which we tried to commission during my active years of practice. One was a Lions Lab Eye Hospital as Mirrors, which we founded in '93 along with one of our engineer friend and my mentor, Mr. A.D. Deshpande. And this was in no way, or it was in much better way supported by Colonel Deshpande that time, who really taught us how to run a real good hospital. We unfortunately lost it because he wanted to come to Pune. This was another project which we did it in somewhere around '94. That was a group practice for the lasers, which were not available in our state, in our district, Prathamesh Lasers Sangli. Then we started a refractive surgery unit because it was really difficult for us to put in so much money alone. So this was another group practice which has started and which is still running after 23 years. Then we started another group practice for the students, frankly, who used to get out of our training institute and couldn't lead the practice because of the lack of finances and resources. So that is how the people like Dr. Parikshit Gopte and Dr. Nilesh Uplenchawar forced me that we should have something in Pune. So we started Atharva Netral in Pune, and you will be really happy to know that we have more than 55 eye surgeons who are associated with this as members. We also started a unit called as Amaya Lasers and Research at Mirrors as well as in Satara, where there are about 17 surgeons who are associated with this. So my point was that you can always lead, you can always show the way, and you can always continue to learn with this kind of programs and with the leaders like Dr. Taswala and Dr. Natarajan and Colonel Deshpande for you to become successful in your life. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thanks everybody for patient listening.
Thanks for your kind words, sir. As usually, you are the teacher of the teachers. And whatever you have said, I'm sure the LDP participants are going to take it in a serious manner and implement in their life. We have Dr. Natarajan now. Has Dr. Arun Gulani joined?
He's there. He will come. He said after I finish. I'm sitting in his house.
Okay. So we'll have your presentation first.
Yes, and before I start, I only wanted to tell my teacher of teachers, Dr. Anil Kulkarni, to have our foundation name also in his talk, so that he's my mentor. And he's actually, no, I'm not joking. I'm seriously telling he's guiding me because he knows now I'm better. But earlier I was losing temper, which is what sir doesn't like, which I'm openly confessing because as a leader, no point in losing temper. And that was only inside our own organization, which Dr. Anil Kulkarni is a part of me. So I'll share my screen. Thank you, sir. Wonderful. You said a lot of pearls you have collected.
That's great. The brainchild of LDP, as I rightly said, he got in India, Dr. S. Natarajan. He is my mentor also. And we were together in Shankar Nethralaya. I was the fellow and he was a year and a consultant who was recently joined. So we had a great time there too. And here also, you have seen all the LDP people. The way they talk, they present themselves impromptu also. It's all because of the leadership development program. And that is why I wanted a full day session rather than just a 2 hours induction session. I know it's a little tiring, but once we gather all the resources, it's better to utilize at one go. Dr. Natarajan is also the past president of the All India Ophthalmological Society, past chairman scientific committee of the All India Ophthalmic Society, past ARC, past president ARC AIOS, past editorial IGO also, and he is now the president of the Trauma Society of India and also the World Trauma Society is heading, and he's got a lot of changes for the trauma also, and that is how. And of course, not to forget, is the coveted award by the government of India, Padma Shri Dr. S. Natarajan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, I want to congratulate you, Jignesh, for doing 21 program. As you said, you are creating history. And I'm happy also you found a good follower in Dr. Tejaswini Valimbe. She's there?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So you have done a marvelous job in collecting all of us. And I think I couldn't call you because I was traveling and I'm doing so many things. But heartiest congratulations. I'm happy to see you're working as a silent worker. So continue that. And I hope whatever messages you're sending, people are reading and imbibing. So with this, I'll start my talk. And thanks to, I can see Dr. Prakash Marathe there. And I heard Dr. Gupta also sitting there. So Gupta sir is senior to me, but all the time I always love to have him. So even Jignesh Tashwala, as he said, he was my fellow in 1986. But I'm happy that I still look younger than him. No, what Jignesh? Anyhow, so my topic is you can do it. I changed it to how I built my career, so that as Dr. Kulkarni said. So I want to say that whoever is here, the 20 or 22 of you, and I want to say that whatever is your background, whether poor, rich, doctors in the family, no doctors, farmer as parents, or whatever, you all can do it, and that's what I want to convey here. And these are, as Dr. Anil Kulkarni said, I think I have several slides which I put yesterday in the NIH. So my inspiration was this particular thing was there in my father's car: arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. Now I sincerely follow Dr. Swami Vivekananda because in the school it was just reading it, no question of absorbing. Then I did an elocution competition. So I read more about Swami Vivekananda. All that was only mugging, and it was there was just in the, not in the heart. But now I know that thanks to Dr. Badrinath, I've done so many accolades, but I think I've done more than 60,000 vitreoretinal surgeries. I'm proud of that because whenever I go in any of the big retina meetings in the world, and I know that nobody has done so much has experience like this. And that's what happened in the Vail meeting. So I was born in Madurai, which is the birthplace of even Arvinda Hospital. So Dr. Venkateswamy has known me from my childhood because of my grandfather, who was an ophthalmologist, and later my father. So I always, every day, I actually start the journey with the blessings of Mata, Pita, that's my parents, then Guru, Mitra, and Devam. Mitra is Shivanandan, who's the retired Director General of Police, which he's supporting in every activity of me. And I just put the next slide just to show that right from childhood, I wear tie. I don't know how I wear tie, and I was the only one wearing tie in a medical college. So everybody used to rag me. But I think that was, again, in the Chinese zodiac sign, it says that a rooster sign, which says you like to be prominent, which I think, I don't know, subconsciously it was there. And that's my grandmother who was there in the inauguration time. You can see Dr. Sunil Parekh, who was my fellow and later was consultant in Shankar. That's my parents and grandparents. I started my Aditya Jyoti Hospital in 1990 in a garage. That's the garage which was converted into the Center for Retina Vitreous Surgery and Research, and that was the name given by Steve Charles. And I made a symbol similar to Shankar, and that's the tablet which is seen in the hospital where in Dadar I started. I remember still Nitul Bhatt and Manoj Bhatt, who were both were fellows. Hey, how can you do a practice here? I said, no, that's the only place I got, so I have to do that. And I'm proud of my parents because they molded me. My father and my grandfather were only government servants. That means they were serving the government of Tamil Nadu. And my father gave me the gift of education, and my mother gave me the love and everything for whatever I am doing today. So, and I'm glad they were with me in the last years of them. And this is what. So main thing was everybody used to ridicule me in the school for my color and other things. But still, I learned to laugh at myself. And it was not easy to laugh with the crowd, but you are. I think you learn from that. So this is what I mentioned: wearing tie. That's my brother there. And I was an athletic captain of Madras Medical College because in the school, my school was all champions. So I could not even get a 12th position in any of the team, neither football nor. So this was the athletic captain. I was a long distance runner because everybody challenged me. Oh, you can't run. And so I won the 10-kilometer race first year. And then after that, I became a champion in the intermediate sports. So a main thing is I worked as a room boy for my father and worked at the camps. So I used to put drops, and sometimes patient used to give me tips also. I said, no, I'm his son. So they will laugh. And so I used to sit and do my homework in the clinic. Many times some people would have told, oh, you're under child labor. I said, no, I'm happy to do this because I used to buy vegetables for the house, open the clinic, put drops, finish the homework and go home. And this was one of the Jade magazine which gave me I wrote all this. So in this I mentioned about first I saw the retina when I was 10 years old using my father's direct ophthalmoscope because I grew up in the eye hospital compound, which is the oldest eye hospital. And my father's teacher was Dr. J. Abraham, who's uncle of our teacher, Dr. Gupta and Dr. Kaswaran, Dr. Chandran Abraham's uncle. So he used to teach me parts of the eye at the age of 8, and I used to rattle conjunctiva, cornea, iris, like that. And I saw the dog's retina that time because I had a pet dog, and I still cannot forget that. It's just after that I never seen an animal's retina because the tapetum retinal reflex is so glittering and it looks like a Star Wars, something like a Star Wars. Anyhow, this was the thing which I wanted to say. So this is what I have done, and I think I used to see my father remove foreign body using the needle because every day there will be about hundreds of patients coming with corneal foreign body. So I used to put torch in the evening, and I was just 8 years old, and I grew up there. So from the birth time, I'm there in that same compound. Now there are big buildings have come. So I remember once I took the needle and touched the dog's cornea, and I didn't realize that I didn't put the drops, and the dog slapped me. And I think then I realized even though it was a pet dog, it couldn't bear the pain, and I knew the cornea is the most sensitive part of the body. So I was inspired by this V.G. Panirdas, who started the first VGP Golden Beach. He bought this land near the beach, which I think first time anybody could buy a land near the beach in India, which was not known. And he came to Hawaii, and there's something like the Jacksonville, which I'm here with the beach, where he told me that if you want to be successful, where he came from a poor family from Valliyur near Kanyakumari, where he said he was 6 siblings and lost his father, and mother gave only 1 meal a day. And he decided that that VGP will be known in every part of Tamil Nadu, and that's what he did. And he told me, you convert your dream into a prayer and say that in the night, and next day onwards you work. And I don't know why I decided that my prayer in Tamil was I should be an internationally renowned ophthalmologist, even though my grandfather and father never traveled abroad in 1965. But still, I did that, and it is there every day in my mind. And nothing is automatic. And now I think every retina surgeon in the world knows me, or I know them. The reason is I always wanted to show that India is great because Dr. Badrinath brought American ophthalmology to India in 1971. And I think we have to keep that up. So I followed my dream of being only the best and nothing lesser. So my dear friends, go ahead and live your dreams. Be positive, think big, dream big. You'll achieve your goals. So I met Swami Chinmayananda when I was the college general secretary. He said, keep shifting your goals. That means if you want to do MA, he said you have to aim PhD. If you want to do BA, you have to aim MA. So he said always your goal should be not ceiling high, the sky high. And I think many times the goal which I decided looks like impossible. So one of the goal which right now I've decided is to screen every diabetic in India. 77 million. That means 7.7 crore people have diabetes. 58% according to IDF does not know who has diabetes or not. And I've decided to screen them in the next 5 years. And so I know it's, as Dr. Kulkarni said, one man cannot do, even though there's a power of one where Dr. Badrinath created, Shankar Netralaya, Dr. Venkateswamy created, Arvind and Dr. Kulapalli Rao, the LV Prasad. But I think we need a team, and the team should be big to cover the whole country. So I just wanted to put this to all the young people there in the audience and whoever is going to see in the YouTube. This is my fees I paid. I paid only 204 rupees for my Madras Medical College fees. You can see the tuition fees is only some 2 rupees. I can't believe it. And I think total was 204 and about 28 rupees for association and extra fees. And this was the fees I paid every year. That means 1975 to 80. This was my contribution, my father. And my father said, I don't have money to buy books because he didn't do private practice that time. So he said, if you want, you go and I will introduce you to my classmates' children who are 2 years senior to you. Go to them and borrow the book. So I borrowed Gray's Anatomy, everything from my seniors, including Benjamin, the Boyd's Pathology, then any book. I mean, I think my father didn't buy any book, including Parson, I think. And I borrowed it from my seniors and returned. And there's nothing to feel shy because you are not poor, but I think it was like a lower middle class. So what? So I think, but I had the courage. We met Dr. Venkateswamy when I was in school and Dr. Badrinath. And Kulapalli Rao also lived in the same quarters in 1950s, I think. And my grandfather lived in 1940s. And I think 1960s, I think Dr. Venkateswamy lived. 50s only. And I think I lived in that same quarters from 1957 to 1969. So I completed my diploma in ophthalmology in 1984, which is then I did my fellowship in vitreoretinal surgery. I assisted Dr. Daljit Singh, and I thought I should be, and I met Dr. Chandra Parashmi in 1983 or 84 in Cochin All India Conference, and I thought I should become an expert in penetrating keratoplasty with extracapsular cataract with the IOL, because I was impressed with this triple procedure, which he was one of the pioneers in the world that time. And then I assisted Dr. Daljit Singh, thanks to my teacher and past president of All India, Dr. C.P. Gupta, and earlier Dr. E.T. Salom, allowed me to assist, because otherwise in government hospital, their hierarchy, the senior most assistant only will assist the visiting doctor, but glad I assisted him. He taught me to do the steel suture, which I never could practice. But I used loop, and that time I said I should learn microsurgery. So I did my first course under Dr. Madan Gopal in instruction course in All India, and again in Cochin. And then that stimulated the interest because nobody was using a microscope. And in the government hospital, it was there, but nobody was allowed to use it. So I went to Dr. Badrinath and said, I want to learn microsurgery. Can you teach me? He said, there is no microsurgery fellowship. I only have retina. If you want to join, join. And that was the interview. I joined immediately. That is the next day after my DO exam. And then he said, why do you want to go and do MS and do all that? And you can do this, and otherwise you'll go and do only a prescribe APC in a PHC. Still, I tried. I didn't get it. Thanks to the forward class in Tamil Nadu reservation, I was a victim. But I'm happy because I was a victim. I worked from morning 7 till night 1. I want this to know there's no hard work. I was just enjoying in the beginning the scolding of Dr. Badrinath. It is like if you want a diamond, you have to be cut. That means, I don't know whether you've seen how diamonds are made. From the coal, the diamonds are cut, and then every cut you will bleed. And so what? And I think because of that, I became the best surgeon in 84 itself, which I think Dignesh Taswala and Gupta are the evidence to it, because Dr. Badrinath used to give me all the complicated surgeries from 84 itself. And I still remember some fellow consultants who were all senior. Oh, how is Dr. Badrinath giving you all this surgery and you are screwing it up? And he made me analyze every surgery in 84 itself. And that's called policing. That means the surgery is done by Dr. Badrinath. I used to scrutinize the files, and my files were scrutinized by anybody who wants. And that's what is called policing we did. That means nobody is great. So you have to analyze how good you are and not. And one day he found out in 84, I was doing more vitrectomy than scleral buckling. Then he said, you should do scleral buckling also. So that's how I still love to do the fine art of scleral buckling. And I keep teaching. I do instruction course in American Academy because they're all talking scleral buckling is a forgotten art, but it's a sad because the young people who want to do vitrectomy surgery produce more complication, which is what this I already mentioned. My father bought me in 1982 when I just joined the DO, Juggy microscope to practice microsurgery because of my interest. So I used to bring the enucleated eyeball and bring the cornea which was removed from the patient and suture it under the microscope. And I'm glad I mastered it. And I introduced even scleral buckling surgery under, I have written an article with Dr. Badrinath in 84 itself that we should do scleral buckling also under microscope. And everybody was objecting to it. And I was the founder member of the Vitrectomy Society along with Dr. T.N. Mursekar, Dr. Kanti Modi, Dr. B.T. Muscati, and Dr. Jahangir. I'm glad that time only 20 were there, and now I think 1,500 vitrectomy surgeons are there. And this is everybody, my guru, and whatever I am today is totally because of not only the surgeon, but everything. And I thought I will not learn the short-tempered from him, but unfortunately, that came into me when I came to Bombay. Till I came to Bombay, nobody knew I was short-tempered, and I think that's only the work, not anywhere else. That's why recently Santosh Honavar was with my fellows in Calcutta, Dr. Santosh Mahapatra. He said, Dr. Natarajan is a split personality. In the conference, he's so pleasant, but in the hospital, he's a taskmaster. But no other go to get the work done. You have to. So the words of Sankaracharya, the need to create a hospital with missionary spirit inspired Dr. Badrinath to start the charitable non-profit eye hospital. And it is called the Temple of the Eye, which is now, I think, maybe more than 1,000 crore, serving selflessly without any caste, creed, or religious consideration, ranked number 1 in India in many surveys in the, and then he follows the Adi Sankaraya message. And many times when I presented this in presence of him, he said, I don't read this, all this nati, he will tell. And I think he's practicing this, not by penance, not by visiting holy rivers, not by reading scriptures, and not by chanting mantras. He knows I chant Aditya Hridayam, and he always told, I'm successful because I pray Sun God. But only by performing selfless service to humanity can one cross the ocean of life. And not only that, you can also, now I've come to this age where I only want to give back to society, and I'm happy that I keep doing that. And so this is a famous saying where the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, but the great teacher inspires. So every day is in my prayer, and he is suffering with Parkinson, and we wish him a speedy recovery, which is a long-term old age problem. But I always bow down to my guru, and I love to, I'm even during COVID, I visited him, but now last 1 year, because they were not vaccinated, I didn't go and meet them. Unfortunately, he got COVID, but he's recovered, and he's on the Apollo Hospital home care in Madras, but he's doing well. And thanks to him for everything. And this was my climax, where this was on December 11th, the birthday of Mahakavi Bharati, the national poet. It was Mahakavi Bharati was born near my native place, Etayapuram. So nice of him to remember the 100th birth anniversary. He called me as a chief guest, and he asked me to come here. And then he is honoring me, and he wants to bow down and tell me to bless him, which is really, I'm in tears whenever I see this picture. And that's his humility. I mean, you can, and he was crying when, because there's a Tamil song called Achamille, Achamille, Achamanbadile. That means there is no fear. This is what Mahakavi Bharati fought with the British. And that was near Etayapuram, which is where he was born. And the other places, I come from the lineage of V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, who's the freedom fighter. He's actually the first Indian to buy the ship against British. and he borrowed money, and the British played a game and put him in jail. And the whole reason I'm telling is Dr. Badrinath is so dedicated to the country, and he was so devoted, and he brought the MISU, that is the mobile eye surgical unit, from Shankanethralaya to Taipuram, and did the camp, did surgeries, and made me a chief guest. And then the journey, one step must start each journey. So this is again a constant inspiration. Even now, after I lost my grandmother, I was depressed. So I went to Swami Vivekananda place and Ramakrishna Math. I went often. So now I'm totally imbibing. Stand up, be bold, be strong. Take the whole responsibility on your own shoulder and know that you are the creator of your own destiny. The destiny is created by your own self. Don't blame luck. And this is what Dr. Badrinath said. 99% hard work. So I've converted that into work with passion and love. And there is no hard work, because I remember one day we started surgery at 8 in the, I don't know whether Dr. Taswala was there, 8 in the morning, and next day morning we finished at 4. At 4 o'clock, he's telling me, open the lab, Nati. This is the endophthalmitis case. I will inoculate and teach you how to inoculate the specimen into the Petri dishes with all the this media. And I didn't know where was the lab key, and you can't believe he knew that. He opened where it was the Petri dishes. He put it inoculated, and he said, now we can go home. But I come back again at 7:15 for dressing. Now, what is the time? Only 3 hours. So we did that, and I'm glad. And when he came, he will always ask, how are you? And he'll be fresh. So that's what I learned from him. And life is a series of experiences. And I came to Bombay in '88, and it was a great. It took 4 months to convince Dr. Badrinath to leave him, because I was doing the maximum number of vitrectomy surgery in Shankanethralaya, more than the cataract surgeon in Shankanethralaya at that time. And then when I joined Bombay Hospital, I've done about 1,500 surgeries in 15 months. Before that, I think Dr. Ursekar and Dr. Jahangir were there. They were only doing probably 1 or 2 a month. And then, having come from a disciplined and traditional practice, the Bombay attitude, that I'm openly telling this, the Chalta Hai attitude was a big problem for me. I never understood Hindi also. But that time I was frustrated because the instruments were breaking and they didn't buy it. And then I found each consultant was buying and using it, and the Bombay Hospital was getting the name. And then I met a Bank of India chairman, Dr. Srinivasan, who really opened my mind and then said, you can start a practice if you want. But I said, how do I start a practice without loan? And he gave the loan, and that's the rest is history. In 1990, I started Aditya Jyoti Hospital. So I learned a thing about myself while I was growing, this I want to tell. As a child, when your mother tells, don't touch that thing, that means don't touch that lamp, it will burn. You'll touch it as a child. Slowly you'll touch and, my hand is burning. So that means my suggestion is, somebody says you cannot do it, and my philosophy is I will do it. So the true progress, which Gandhiji said, is you must be the change you wish to see in the world. So I traveled all over to see the various eye hospitals. And then I started Aditya Jyoti. Till that time, I didn't travel abroad. 89, I went for a brief visit to Singapore. But I decided the hospital should not look like hospital. And then that's how Aditya Jyoti was born. And it was born in a small place in Dadar. Dr. Anil Kulkarni sir has come. From 94, I'm talking to him about doing charity. The day I came, I decided I will do private practice and charity. You can see young, smart Dr. Badrinath there, the sheriff of Bombay that time, Nana Chudasma, Mrs. Badrinath, and Dr. G.N. Rao was there in 15 July 1990. And the main thing is, and I also became a friend of Swami Sukhabadananda, and we have now the biggest eye hospital, and we, from the small place, we made it into a big place in Bombay. And this was in 2001. You can see Dr. Quresh Maskati, Sujal Shah inaugurating our LASIK. So you can see Dr. Badrinath using the LASIK machine there. And this was in Dadar. So, and the man on the right in the top picture is Mr. Shankar. So that time I appealed to him, why not you give a donation? And he gave 5 crore in 2002 to Shankanethralaya. And that's why and that's my contribution back to the mother institution. And this I put it in my hospital. A patient, I converted Mahatma Gandhi's statement. A patient is the most important visitor on our premises. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. And I want every ophthalmologist in this team to note this. He is not an interruption in our work. He is the purpose of it. Now a small girl from US came and she said, why only he? So I think she said, he bar she is not an outsider in our hospital. He bar she is part of it. And we are not doing him or her a favor by serving him or her. And she or he is doing us a favor by giving us an opportunity to do so. So I thank every day for the patient, because when he's lying down on the operation theater, he's totally submitted to you, because the entire his life is under our control when you're doing any surgery. So this was an opening where the Chief Minister of Maharashtra opened in 2004 the new building, and it was Aishwarya Rai came, and I want. So this is what I wanted to say. I wanted Aishwarya Rai to come and inaugurate the iBank, and I didn't know, but I found the contact, and now she's a good friend, and the whole family is my family friend. But she came, and that's where I said the law of attraction, which Rhonda Byrne has written. If you want something, you will get it. And again, I wanted to be a friend of Dr. Kalam. Thanks to Dr. Badrinath. He introduced me before he became president, and he was really great as a president. He said, what do you want? I said, I want you to come to hospital and meet my staff. He did that. He just no agenda. He told the chief minister, the governor, I'm going to my friend's place. If you want, you come. Otherwise, you stay back. And I think Vilasrao Deshmukh didn't come, and Dr. S.M. Krishna came with him. And we did every year. I promote eye donation. He's my best friend, Shivanandan, and you can see my father there, late Dr. N. Sundaram. So this was Selina Jetney promoting eye donation. She pledged her eyes. And so this I do because and this is the beginning in 90 and 2004, the biggest hospital. And now this is the place. And so this is what symbol also changed. In the beginning, we had a triangle, and then we opened up, and thanks to that Rediff and Geeta Gopal Krishna who helped me, we made this foundation, Aditya Jyot Foundation for Twinkling Lights, and now we have changed into my parents' name, Kamala Sundaram Foundation. I'm glad Dr. Anil Kulkarni really has a strong support for me. So this I want to tell everybody, particularly I learned this from the US. This is a marketing 5-star practice. And you will be seeing the next speaker, Dr. Arun Gulani. I'm going to see his practice tomorrow. So he's established a beautiful, that's why I wanted him to talk his journey. So Liu McBee, the administrator of Silverstein Eye Center, Kansas, I think Dr. Anil Kulkarni is there right now in Kansas, I think, turned the medical practice into a 5-star service organization. This is what I always wanted. You have hospitality in the hospital, which is lacking. And nobody wants to come to the hospital for hospitality. But if you give them hospitality, you can imagine how much the patient will feel that wow factor, which what all the service organization should have. We want to build patients for life. We want the repeat patient. And we want these patients to tell their sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers to come see us because it's that important. So I think this is what is the lesson I made. And we also, as said, Dr. Kalam has come several times. Whenever he came to Bombay as a president and after becoming a past president, he inaugurated our mobile van in 2012. And you can see his keen interest. He knows everything on diabetic retinopathy because he was on the board of LV Prasad with Dr. G.N. Rao. So he knows everything in ophthalmology because of Dr. Venkateswamy, Dr. This one. But first hospital he visited was ours, and thanks to him, every day I remember him because on Teachers' Day, he always told me, you have to do something good for the society, do free work there. So this was my grandmother, who everybody knows, and she is more popular than me in the world because of the Facebook. Everywhere in the world, they'll ask me, how's the grandma? But anyhow, she is now in the heaven blessing us. So you can see, she inaugurated this first mobile screening, which was done in 1st March 2014, using the Forest Trinetra. We have the CEO there, and my father, and Shivanandan. So I'm thanks to them. And after that, even Dr. Anil Kulkarni has started his own van. I've taken pictures of that. And this is again my tribute to the teachers. Thanks to Dr. Prashant Agnihotri, who gave me the idea. Can you believe all of them celebrated? 3 of them, that is Dr. Naparamal Sami, Dr. Nagpal, and Dr. Badrinath, celebrated 75 years of their life. And we called it Celebrate Retina, Celebrate Life. In 2015, we had an international faculty, life surgery, and it was in the Sahara Hotel, and it was great to have them. Even though my father passed away in April, we did this in June, I think. And then this is the climax of life, which you maybe this is the Retina Hall of Fame. And I'm glad to say there's no question of blowing the trumpet, as Dr. Anil Krishna said. I only want to tell the people, you keep working, honors will keep coming. So this particular thing is like that, where we have 4 people in the Hall of Fame from US, and that means from the world. The first was Dr. Venkatasamy for cataract from the ASCRS, and then later Dr. Gullapalli Rao for the cornea, and later in 2016, because the 1851 was the Helmholtz found the ophthalmoscope. That's how the first time humans saw the retina, the doctors. And then from 1851 till 2016, they have decided, the American Society for Retina Specialists, and introduced Retina Hall of Fame. 242 retina surgeons are included, right from Gonin, Steve Charles, Robert McNamara, the founder of first man who did vitrectomy, and Stargardt, you name it. I mean, Gonin, all of them, and I'm glad my mentor and myself are there, and I'm thankful to God and my mentor, because we can't apply. This is a charter members, and I remember still when I entered the ASRS in 2017, that is the American Society for Retina Specialists. Dr. Mark Humayun, who's the founder of the retina, the artificial retina, the chip, he told me, "Hey man, you're very world famous, man." I said, "What do you mean?" I thought he was just joking. Then he says, "No, you're in the Retina Hall of Fame." I didn't even know, because I somehow didn't see the. There's a website called www.retinahalloffame.org. So glad to see 2 Indian names from there. So we 4 of them. I'm glad we represent India, and we are par with the people who have contributed in the retina in the world. And this research interest was kindled by Dr. Badrinath. He always said, I have this inaugural talk, he said, it's not only do practice, but you have to do research simultaneously. You don't have to have a basic science lab, you can do it in the clinic. And I created this IIT Jyoti Institute of Vision Sciences and Research, and now we got AJRO. So I worked in artificial retina with Mark Humayun, and then later in IIT, didn't work. Stem cell also, I'm trying, it's not working. And this is the artificial retina. Unfortunately, the company which was working called Second Sight has gone bankrupt, because each implant is 2 crores, and every patient wants to see everything. And the aim of Mark Humayun was also something like impossible. He wanted 20/20 vision to give to a blind patient. I mean, really, what an aim. And then I wanted to have academics. So we have a DNB, we have fellowships. I started the first fellowship in MUHS. I'm glad. Also started the FNB under the national board. And I'm glad we have trained about 100 doctors, and more than they're all practicing all over the world, and are out teaching. And these are the optometry students, and even now I teach them, because and then we have started optometry in the YCMOU, and now that is over, and we are starting with the Maharashtra, what is it, MUHS, and then I want to convey. I don't know how many minutes I have, but I'll quickly finish it. I found the answer. This is those days when there was no WhatsApp. This came in the SMS. The roof said aim high. The fan said be cool. The clock said every minute is precious. The mirror said reflect before you act. And the window said see the world. And the calendar said be up to date. And the door said push hard to achieve your goal. So I always read a lot of books because I travel a lot. One of them I recommend everybody. It's difficult to read, is The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, because every page is difficult to remember and imbibe. And the second is the Greatness Guide. So I learned a lot from this, and the main thing is about smiling and standing tall up emphasizes positive thoughts you have. And I learned this from my grandmother. She was always, her back was erect like this, and she can bend down without bending the knee. And she almost till 100, she was doing that. And if you stand tall, it will reduce your stress and improve self-esteem. And that's what I think. Everybody will ask me, oh, you are ageless wonder. And I think I don't do anything special, only keep laughing at your problems. And that's what I compare myself with Charlie Chaplin and the Maranam Joker, where Raj Kapoor, both he sings there by crying, Marna hai yahan, Jeena hai yahan. I think I say, no, I really laugh and I really enjoy over the problems. And I think many people know my problems. And the problems of life are not really out there. It's all here. So everything should be decided in and by the mind. If you decide to be happy 24/7, you'll be happy. So Paul Coelho says in his book Alchemist, when you want something, all the universe conspires. You use the word conspires in helping you to achieve it. I wanted a big eye hospital, it happened. I dreamt in 1992 when I was doing my post-graduation, and it happened in 1990 in Bombay. I dreamt in Madras and I came to Bombay, and now it has become Mumbai. And that was same thing so told in the Hindi movie Om Shanti Om, where in Hindi, in that movie it's a science fiction, but fiction, where he aims at one thing and one life, and the second life he gets it. But I think I'm seeing it in my own life. So never think of the past; it brings tears. Don't think of the future; it brings fear. And this is the spirituality. I think yesterday is history, tomorrow is mystery, and today in English is called the present. In the present tense in grammar, the word present means in Tamil or in our own English is gift. So the present moment is a gift to all of us. Enjoy that and enjoy moment to moment. And that's what Sadhguru also says, joy 24/7. So I enjoy every moment. So live this second, it brings cheers. And so I always dance. And this was a picture which was there in 2005 as the highest taxpayer, along with the Naresh Trehan and many other specialities in the Times of India, and I couldn't identify myself in this photograph because the Times of India fellow took some 200 photographs from morning to see my life and finally put this in the disco. And so this is a chapter in Swami Sukhovananda's book, The Dance of Nataraja. And you dance for happiness, you will not get happiness. So at the outset, dance with happiness. But the main thing is to say, if you dance, if you read about Lord Nataraja dancing, and that's a thing called Arudra Darshana on his whatever star in December it comes. And that's why the Center for Energy in Switzerland has Lord Nataraja's bronze statue given by Government of India. The reason is that when Lord Nataraja dances, even the BRC is in the shape of Lord Shiva, that is the Shivling, because that is the atom. It shows the atom, and in the atom, the particles move like this, and it is never sitting quiet. So I remember the chairman of Bombay Hospital commenting, "Hey, you are like a mustard in the oil." I said, "Why did you bring a young blood?" But I still feel the same today. Also, I jump like this and then, and I want to do many things. And so the main thing which I learned, 4 things are from the Shamak Davar's dance group: perseverance, perfection, patience, and prayer. And finally, as a veterinary surgeon, I added precision. So this is a book which I following from 1965, where the book was written in 2007 as a New York bestseller, The Secret. But I read this in that time. Whatever you wish, you will get it. Whatever is going on in your mind, you will get it. And that's there in Sanskrit 1,000 years back. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. You become what you think. And in the Bible says, thou shall be. And in Sanskrit, tadastu. So world is manifestation of our inner state. So I imagine that why not Mumbai be like the Manhattan? And it is really, if you see one of the YouTube videos where you see in 8K, you'll see Mumbai is nowhere different from Japan or New York. So similar thing, perceived reality eventually becomes manifested. Our airports are like that. And we perceive a thought containing a change or emotion. The motion, the process of creation set into motion. An arrow has been released from the ethereal planes of thought sphere. This is what I teach every patient. Come with the positive thinking that you will be all right. Don't worry, recurrent will happen, what to do, so many surgeries and all. So with this, I thank all of you for a patient listening. And Arun is already ready. And in case you have comments, maybe after Dr. Anil Kulkarni, after Arun Gulani's talk, we can do that. Thank you very much, Jignesh.
Thanks a lot. Very nice, descriptive talk today. I think these people have thoroughly enjoyed. Of course, it is the last session of the day. They also have to go back. So, do we have Dr. Arun Gulani there?
Yes, he's there. Will you say? Oh, yes.
Hello.
You're going to use this?
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Gulani, sir. Thanks for accepting our invite. We are running out of time, so we'd like to hear you first before we say a word.
Hello, Dr. Natarajan. I think it was a wonderful presentation. Your journey from BOA, MOS, AIOS, and now on world platforms. I think I remember one thing. Dr. Badrinath, your guru, he received a Padma Shri, and in one of your talks, you said that you also had that aim of getting Padma Shri one day, and you did it. That was wonderful. Fantastic.
No, but actually, 1998, I think I said when he got Padma Bhushan, I'll get that also.
Dr. Natarajan, sir.
Yes.
December 1988, you were leaving Chennai. Then I had asked you that you are working as a consultant in Shankar International Prestigious Institute of India, why are you leaving? Then you told that I am just going to Bombay and trying my luck, if you remember. And otherwise, I am 28 years old. And in 28 years old individual, even if it does not work in Bombay, what is there? So many 28 years old people are roaming in the streets. I will also roam in the Bombay street. Try your luck, and you did very well as a leader. At 28 years, you become leader. So how did you learn leadership at so young age at 28 years?
Because Dr. Badrinath was the youngest, I think, when he was a retina surgeon. He was trained by Charles Keepens. So I think I imbibed every second. And I think I was the only one to work with Dr. Badrinath even in the history, because from 84 to 88, every minute, even Dr. Gopal, his surgery schedule was Monday, Wednesday, Friday is OT. And for me, with Dr. Badrinath, even today I do the same. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday is the OT day. And even OPD we did together. Every day morning, 8 to 9, we had seen patients together from 84. So I think in 84, he made me an international surgeon, a vitreoretinal surgeon, and I could go and give a talk in AIMS in 85.
Dr. Natarajan.
Yes?
Natarajan, this is Dr. Gitanjali Sharma.
Yes.
Good morning for you and good evening from here. It was an excellent talk. Your talks are always inspirational, like how leaders should be. That is the best way to learn from you. And we all thank on behalf of MOS, viewers, everyone for this LDP that you have started in AIS. So thank you for that. And
thanks a lot, Gitanjali. Fantastic talk as always is it. Of course, we have time constraint, but it's tried to cover maximum today. Welcome, Dr. Arun Gulani, sir. Thanks for accepting our invite. He is one of the best LASIK surgeons at Jacksonville, Florida. Not only LASIK, but anterior segment surgery also, cataract and cornea. He is a world-renowned surgeon. So we have an interesting talk coming up. Welcome, sir. Can you start your presentation? Can you hear us, sir? You're muted, I think.
Yeah,
he's muted.
Can you see the screen now?
Echoing of the CPI you'll have to log off to 1.
Can you see?
So there's still echoing, lot of background echoing is there. If there are 2 devices, you have to log off 1.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invite, especially Dr. Taswala, Dr. Natarajan, and it's such a pleasure. I have Dr. Natarajan here visiting with me, and I've worn his beautiful tie that he gifted me today. So it's really a pleasure to be here because I truly believe everyone has a journey. All of us are born with an internal GPS. Don't contaminate it by taking courses or reading books. So it's important for us to understand that we are all born to be successful, and then life happens in between. So that's what I want to talk about. And Dr. Natarajan suggested this topic, and I'm absolutely fine to share my journey from Mumbai to Florida and how intuition leads. So this is a video that my patients made. And can you hear the sound?
Jacksonville, Florida, home of a coastal oasis, a booming urban economy, and an internationally acclaimed eye surgeon, Dr. Arun Gulani. You have to see it to believe it. The Gulani Vision Institute is not your average doctor's office. Dr. Gulani is a world-renowned eye surgeon, award-winning inventor, international teacher, and pioneer of next-generation LASIK and cataract techniques. His state-of-the-art facility exudes a world-class ambiance. Known as the doctor's doctor, Dr. Gulani custom designs eye surgery to see beyond 2020. Patients fly from all over seeking his skills, second opinions, and complication management of their surgeons from around the world. With 30 years of thousands of ecstatic patients worldwide, Dr. Gulani shares his passion not only for eyes, but also fashion, whether it's wearing his green scrubs to honor our military during surgery or giving away designer suits to those in need. By building the world's first cataract surgery spa, pioneering no-cut LASIK, no drops, and no stitch surgeries, Dr. Gulani is creating the future of vision, a vision of the future for the world. I'm Nikki Kimbleton, and I have Gulani Vision.
So it's very important to understand in our practice, most practices, especially in the US, there's a lot of advertising going on and business concepts. I do no advertising, there are no deals, and I truly believe that this is all the magnetism about your desire to help people, to teach, to share. Now, here's an amazing history. Speaking on this podium is really a pleasure today, because guess where I got one of my first recognitions? The Maharashtra Ophthalmic Society. That was in 1992, so I've just dated myself, that's 30 years ago. So the concepts don't change. This is my most recent patent, and once you decide and you go on that path, you really keep on moving, and that's the beauty of everything we do. There's no goals, but you keep on moving. And you exude all your passion. To me, designing my institute, designing my home, or designing my fashion is very much in line with designing my surgery. So to me, I hate cookie cutter surgery. I hate people doing the same surgery 30 times in a day. I want every doctor to design an artistry. That's our surgical suite. The patent, the trademarks, all of this is a side effect of what you do every day. And this is every Friday, where every Friday patients from all over the world fly back. And here's the best part, when they arrive, it's just one patient in my lobby. I don't have a waiting room. There's never more than one patient at any given moment. Here's the shocking part for all of you. After all the amazing talks you've had on leadership, I have never had goals, never had a mentor, had absolutely no guidance. I just kept on following my own intuition and kept on doing things that I love to do. And suddenly it just flowers into whatever you want to become. Success is a relative word that others decide for you. You just keep on going with your passion. So with extreme confidence in my surgical skills way back, even as a resident, I knew that I could do things and I could convey to my colleagues, and the genuine desire to teach my colleagues was so transparent that I would absolutely let everybody see anything about my surgeries, even though each surgery was nearly unpredictable the way these patients arrive. So as you can see here, this is operating through a 40-cut radial keratotomy cornea with no anesthesia other than numbing drops in a one-eyed patient in his cataract, and getting through without stitches and bringing him to 2025. So I always believe and then perform. Can't do surgery and see how you land. That's an incorrect aspect of surgery. Or with the lifting scars off, as you all know, I take corneal scars straight to 2020. I do not believe transplant has any place in the world of ophthalmology for the last 25 years. And I'll come to those issues later. But each scar is looked at as an art, as an astigmatism, and you remove it to vision. My other genuine pleasure and pride is patience. If you remember this, I keep saying, show me the patient. This is an article. Nearly over 2 decades ago, this was Jerry Maguire, if you remember the movie. He said, show me the money. That line was stolen from me. This is the line I used even as a resident when I would tell my fellows or I would tell my co-residents, you know, I don't want to know about your surgery. Show me the patient. If the patient is dancing, it means you did something right. So even today, I let these patients do this. And guess where one of my first selfies started? In KEM Hospital, where I was a resident, where patients used to take pictures after my surgeries. And that till today, 30 years later, has become the social media presence without any incentive. I even let patients do crazy stuff with me, like this is after work at 5 in the evening. My patient, she's a national ballroom champion and ballroom dance champion. And at 5 p.m. she comes and she said, let's do a TikTok doc. And she taught me this in a minute, and I went on with her. She posted it. So I do all these things with patients. This is, like I said, every Friday. Patients who are leaving, I let them come together in a big hug and fly out. But this is our normal Friday. And yet when I'm practicing, it's one patient at a time. So it's how you practice, how you set up your system, whatever you love to do, don't change that. And this then becomes a routine for you, but make it addicting. That's the part. I want all this to be addicting to every doctor. And then blend your passions. For in my case, it's the vision and the fashion. So I even design my instruments, or this is my one day morning, I'm speaking or operating, I'm teaching, for an interview at night, and then a fashion show, I've kept the same purple color with everything I did. Similarly, instruments I designed with the same color. I will change the color of the lighting of my OR if it's for a certain reason. So like I always say, blend your passions. So my fashion line is called Gilani Fashions, and the tagline is very important for those who have arrived. So I followed that system in my institute, where this is a normal circle of a patient, how they will go through. I meet them right before, do surgery, follow up for life, know them forever. Then I even exude that passion to the patients. I will either get them dressed up or give away my own suits. It's a pleasure that you get from doing these things. And then with the community, I never say no to anything a patient wants. If a patient has an event they want me on, no matter what it is, I say yes. And then whether it's fashion related, community related, there are stories behind this. And then teaching, which is a true passion. Many, many amazing surgeons from India have come over to observe and see things, and overall desire to just keep on sharing what you do. And this suddenly becomes, as Dr. Charles just now said, and I've always believed in this, the universe conspires for you. So this is like patients from 11 countries, 9 states on one day post-op with all these cases, which were called train wrecks, but they're all 2020. And then, of course, keep on teaching, keep on sharing, and the accolades just come. Don't look for them, right? So these are important things. And then what happens as a side effect? For example, we created a world record where we have created medical tourism as a single surgeon practice. So I was interviewed along with Mayo Clinic for Florida. A Mayo Clinic is a multi-billion-dollar facility, a lot of doctors, a lot of marketing, everything going on. And then a single surgeon like me, we were interviewed because we both were causing medical tourism in our place here. And that's important to realize that you can reach that level. And then you get a letter from the mayor saying that you've actually caused this level of medical tourism. Here's the best part. That was never my goal. Now, how does this start? It started at KM Hospital, where I had the privilege of being an ophthalmology resident. And it's amazing that 2 decades later, I was invited to the same podium, the MLT, to give a lecture. And what is amazing about the places we are in, and this is important, for those residents, fellows, and doctors who feel they don't have enough facilities or enough support, do not say such things. You have everything with you. It's within you. So when I was at KM, I would work till late night with all the admitted patients. I would take them down to the only slit lamp in the entire department. Actually, these were old people. I would hold their hands. They would hold each other's hands and come down to the slit lamp. I would evaluate them prior to surgery. And that maybe increased my acumen to a level where I started designing surgery instead of just wanting to do surgery, what most people call cutting. I hate that word. And then the awards that come, but this Lions International here, standing or topping the university to get the ophthalmology residency. All of those milestones happen right there. And then each of these leads to further actions, which is, as a junior resident, I came up with the concept of, can we use color Doppler on tumors in the eye if you cannot see the retina? So I was blessed, the radiology department allowed me at midnight to use their department. And my patients were so loyal even then, they would come back. And remember, these were patients who may not be able to afford much. They would come back by bus at night after I finished my whole day's work. And we would all go up to the 3rd floor ultrasound department. I would use the probe on their eyes, and I documented all this. And that became a paper, which I wrote because the only computer in the entire hospital was in the neurosurgery department. And I would type at 1 a.m. And next morning, 5, I would be back in my department. So that became a paper. That paper I sent to the journal Eye in London, and couldn't believe it. That time there was no email. I got accepted, and I was amazed with that. That led me to the next level. I walked across the street. If people who know KM Hospital, King Edward Memorial, opposite that was a very famous publisher, Bhalani Publishers. And he had the confidence in me to say yes when I said, I want to write a book on this topic. I wrote a book, and knowing no bounds, again, having no mentor, no guidance, I sent it to the most amazing people I knew of as a student, which this is Dr. Zimmerman, and from the US. Then I sent it to Dr. Cosgrove in London, Royal College of Ophthalmologists there. And they all sent me amazing letters and telling me it was first in the world. So that's important shot in the arm. It shows you can do things. This then continues into the US, where this is a funny story, where at the age of 26, while I was there, they invited me to give me the Becton Dickinson Career Achievement Award. Even while I was at the table, I thought any minute someone will call and tell me, hey, doc, there's been a mistake. you shouldn't be here. Because I was the only 26-year-old person. Everybody else was 70 years old there. They were all accomplished in their careers. I had not even started my career yet. So I got the Becton Dickinson Award. It was real. And again, these are things that give you confidence that even though you're not seeking these things, you are on some right path. That's the important part about life. Then not understanding why people were only treating diseases of the eyes. My love was refractive surgery. Even in KM, I would always be found in the journal section, never reading a textbook. And I was in love with refractive surgery, the art of making people see without glasses. At that time in 1994, 95, actually 1990s, it wasn't even a subspecialty. It was called Buccaneer science, right? But my love for it was so intense. So I met with people who are pioneers from all over the world, Dr. Barakar, Dr. from South America, Dr. Fyodorov from Russia, Dr. Jan Bos from Holland, and understood the passion. And what I found them struggling with me was when I was describing what I wanted to do, no one would understand it. So I realized I had a long task in front of me of teaching, but it was a true future that people should live without glasses. Now, as this was happening, and I was doing a fellowship in refractive surgery in the US, I reached a dilemma where I had to decide now, had a very bright future in India with everything I had done, could come back and take the world by storm with all the first LASIKs and things I had done, or to stay back in the US, but then I'd had to repeat 4 years of residency, which would be pretty hard. So what I did is, it's amazing, while I was in the dilemma, I visited some of the top universities in the US, thinking, okay, fine, I'll take whatever knowledge I can and then be ready if I have to go to India. So I went to Bascom Palmer, Wills Eye, you name it, Mass Eye and Ear, to courses on ocular pathologies at Harvard, all that stuff. And then my father, when he was visiting, he said, if you are that good, swim with the sharks, meaning at that time, all the top eye surgeries and teachings came from the US. So if you had to be that good, try and be in that same waters. So then I took the difficult task of getting into residency in ophthalmology. Again, no mentor, no guidance. I had no idea why I was doing it. That'd be 4 years. Remember, I was already an ophthalmologist, already published, already. But again, life teaches you. And it's funny, if you see in this picture here, I'm teaching in Switzerland, Brussels, Paris, Amsterdam, Hungary, all this as a junior resident. As a junior resident, I traveled all over the world teaching. And it became really funny because I would come back to my laborious work as a resident when I would come back, but this is how I would keep teaching at that time. And then started as department head at University of Florida and started their LASIK department after residency. And here we are operating on some of the top brass of the university as some of the first patients of LASIK surgery. Then, as I said before, your dream and desires never have to stop. Once you see success or accolades, that should not take away from your dream, which is keep on doing new things, innovate, learn concepts. And then here we are starting to now create systems. As I found and confirmed myself that corneal transplants, there's no place for it unless a perforated eyeball. I came up with the concept of corneoplastique nearly 3 decades ago. It was a pleasure to have the late Dr. Norden, Dr. Lee Norden, travel to me and see corneoplastic being performed. And he was a visionary himself. And he said, Arun, this will be the future, but you have a very uphill course to teach your colleagues because they will not understand how to do these things and bring to refractive corrections. So that's how corneoplastique was born. And this is some of the concepts of corneoplastique. For example, in this oral surgeon with 30-cut RK with extreme scarring, 15 diopter astigmatism, eye keratometry, how I refused to do a transplant. I'm taking you to one of the extreme cases where I still did a lamellar transplant through the RK, still very fastidious about doing an anti-torque suture through it. And my final goal being an intelligent cataract surgery for him after this. So I was making the cornea measurable and stable. So you can see me here. I'm showing you that a lot of my surgeries are on YouTube, so we will not spend too much time on that, but I'm sharing with you concepts, the die-hard concepts of not doing surgery and leaving people on incidental vision, but planning vision and performing artistry. All right, so once we did that, then we went inside the eye. You can see that. And then I'm stitching it in an anti-torque suture, 8-bite. And then from there, we go after his cataract, do a toric lens implant with full confidence, no sutures, again, topical. And here's the surgeon right out of surgery. These are important things I keep showing you all to show you there's nothing more accountable than a patient on camera. And that's the sequence of these cases. Then I came upon the concept. I said, cataract surgery is being done, but doctors are not really aiming for perfection 30 years ago. And I said, let's get that done. So I came up with the concept of lens O plastique, O for optimizing vision and taking them straight to 2020, no matter how difficult the case is. And then I built my system around it, if you can see here. If you can hear. In the patient's eye, with extreme complexities of cataract anterior segment reconstruction under topical, I'm chatting with them. They are talking. This is the patient from Abu Dhabi. And this is that same night he hires a bike and he said, Doc, if you're confident of your work, come sit behind me. And I did before he flew back. These are patients of anterior segment reconstructions, extreme cataract cases, again, topical, walking out, dancing, no stretchers at all, nothing.
All right, Tracy, ready?
These are patients going in from Minneapolis, amazing patients, very complex. They've all had severe complications. So what I'm trying to show you is these are not even ordinary people. They've been very damaged, have a lot of complications before coming over. Yet, why do they react this way? Here is this gentleman. He's the head of the Coast Guard, very serious guy, 28 cut radial keratotomy, 16 diopter astigmatism. Why is he dancing next day, 2020? Here's a patient, this is Oprah Winfrey's pastor. He's very baritone voice. He sings for presidential inaugurations. I'm in his eye operating and he's singing in his very deep bass voice. So what I'm trying to share is keep that momentum going. Here he is. Don't ever change that. 30 years of innovation in LASIK surgery and leading the world and seeing refractive complications. I had already come up with my techniques, technologies, and protocols, how to keep it going. Will you believe it? This classification system I wrote in a subway on the back of an envelope while in New York. So that's what I did. I still have that envelope. I scribbled on the back and I came up with this concept because I was teaching, but doctors were not understanding. And I made a flow chart out of it, which was put in the American Academy of Ophthalmology journal. These are immediate patient reactions of very complex cases. So I want you to see that and understand the rhythm. These instruments, this is another story. So when I invented the LASIK instruments in 1990s, much before anyone even did LASIK in the US, I sent it to the most simple and smallest company in the country because I was sure they would say, who the hell are you? And sure enough, within 24 hours, they rejected it. I got a letter saying, not important, nobody needs it, blah, blah. And in fact, that angered me. I thought, I had severe confidence in myself. I said, this cannot be true. Again, no mentor, no one to guide me. I don't know what to do next. I just sent it to the biggest company of ophthalmic instruments, Storz Ophthalmic, Bosch & Lomb. And boom, within a month, they had not only designed the instrument, they put my name on it. For the first time, I saw my name in print, Gulani LASIK instruments, and gave me consecutive awards for 3 consecutive years. And that took me to the next level of how, even though I had not chased money, I didn't understand pattern at that time. It just catapulted me into this guy knows what he's doing. And for you as an individual, I was guided in my brain that, hey, you're not that wrong. In fact, it's a funny story. These are very deep stories. A lot of people are now writing autobiographies on me, but it's very funny. One of those instruments, when I designed, I took it to a very renowned instrument maker at the American Academy meeting in 1996. And I actually brought him the drawing and I said, I believe this should help people with nystagmus and LASIK I can do. And he looked at me and he said, Doc, this was already designed by another surgeon. And that other surgeon was the president of the academy. And I was me, a nobody who had just arrived in the US. As I turned around, leaving dejected, he put his hand on my shoulder and said, and one more thing, Doc, great minds think alike. Now, how powerful was that simple statement at that point for me? That was my guiding light. So that's what I say in life, you do get these guiding lights and taps on your shoulders, because I thought, okay, my idea doesn't make sense and somebody already did it. I'm way late, who the hell knows me? And his little statement of that, again, guides me to go. So that's when I would give birth to laser plastique, a surgery beyond LASIK SMILE, where you can do it on everybody, no pain. Within 3 days, they see laser plastique, the future of laser vision surgery. Again, here are these patients. You can see them, very complex cases, scars, high regular astigmatism, keratoconus. See their reactions. See their reactions, please. Get addicted to that. No one can teach you more than your patients. Nobody. I'll keep going because of speed. Then also I brought out the concept of sparkle for pterygium and pinguicular surgery, which we saw a lot in our residency, right? My desire is I want every patient to look sparkling white in the mirror next day. And now we have a 30-year follow up on that with no recurrence. And we have written a textbook on this concept. Look at these patients that I let them go up to the mirror. You've all seen these concepts when I teach them.
I mean, thank you so much. I can't.
And of course, this became the patients on social media are posting next day. So imagine your accountability of their eye. They're posting the white eye, they're posting every day, is it going red? And these patients are talking while you're sleeping. And of course, this resulted in a textbook that I wrote on pterygium surgery, sharing the concepts with doctors everywhere. My masterclass teaching has very important concepts. I don't like doctors teaching and making things look complex. White cataract, hanging cataract, vitreous, all that nonsense. You have to perform to perfection. I don't want to see surgical acrobatics unless the patient is dancing immediately after surgery and seeing 20/20. Doing a white cataract is not an achievement. It's an expectation from me. I want 4 minutes, I want 20/20. I don't care if it's a sublux cataract, white cataract, 3mm pupil. In fact, I have criteria in my teaching course. If a surgeon cannot perform a white sublux cataract through a 3mm pupil, that doctor should not be on podium. So that's how strict I am. There's a reason for that. I feel doctors have degraded their skills by making all these things look very complex. And then in come some teachers who try to show they are showing outcomes out of this. Wrong. You're a bad driver. That's why you're getting into accidents. Nothing wrong with the car. So when doctors do surgery, I call it technical level. When that technical level has empathy for the patient, you're now a surgeon. When you're operating surgery with topical anesthesia, performing with no pain, every patient is loving it, you're an artist. When you're an artist, but you're using minuets of surgery, as you saw me doing even combinations, you're now a vision architect. And finally, if you're doing all this consistently perfect all the time, every day, you're a maverick. So that's the G-star level with which I teach. And of course, teaching becomes a very important part of your life because it holds you accountable again, right? Plus it gives you feedback, correct? Visiting surgeons always tell you, oh, wow, this is great. Or they will tell you, oh, we've seen this before. And similarly, you keep on going because the industry comes to you for technology. So for example, we don't use drops anymore. We are injecting the DexEQ into the eye, or I'm doing the Dextenza in the plugs, or using the Sure sealant for cases. You keep on moving forward. But what is my system of planning? I do not plan for just to operate. I plan vision, then surgery, then technology. I hate the fact that doctors have started selling technology. It puts them in a very wrong light, and that's where it becomes competition. Correct? Because you're competing with technology, not yourself. You are uniquely amazing. That's the point to remember. Here's where I spend my time. I plan before, like today is Sunday. After this, I do spend 6 hours planning for about 19 patients who are landing this week from all over the world who've been told nothing can be done. They will all be corrected. So I also do a lot with my patient. This patient, for example, the one where I'm just showing the thumbs up with him, opened his eyes and saw after 16 years for the first time. Sublux white cataract, plus 30 diopters, nystagmus, cannot hear, cannot see, cannot talk. And so he has a carcinoma of his larynx. And we did this surgery. He's seeing, and I made him come to the first time when the stadium opened here in Northeast Florida in the pool. Of course, keep on going with your passion for people all the time. Share with the community. That's also great because you must give back in every way you can. In my case, I give back with my way, what I love, fashion, caring, mentoring. So don't do things just to please people. I mean, if you're not into doing things that are maybe helping the community, but it's not part of your system, no need to do it because it doesn't make you feel nice. So do things that make you feel nice. That always helps you. This is the way I like to share with all of you what to do with people. Again, these are patients, day one, post-op. So the biggest thing about my story would be very simple. If I can do it, anyone can. There is no rules I've followed. I don't have a mentor, no goals till today. Just follow your passion, perform, and never complain that you don't have enough. You have enough resources. You were born for success. So please go ahead and do it. Dr. Kalam.
We are really fortunate to have you as an international faculty. The way you have depicted your life journey, it was so awesome and interesting. And how did you go about it? The way you went through the slide presentation, everybody was awestruck. So thanks a lot for being part of this show, sir, and accepting my invite for the first MOS LDP induction program. Thanks a lot, sir.
Well, thank you for the invite. Thank you very much.
We all thoroughly enjoyed it, though it was the last session, and all the people are glued to their seats, sir. So that's interesting.
Again, very important lesson from me. No need to read books. No need to follow anybody. You were born original. Don't change that. The biggest marketing mistake that people make is marketing people first, take away your individuality, make you look like your guy in town, then make you compete with that guy. You just lost what you had, your individuality. Just don't forget that. Life is very simple. I was just asked to do among my 21 talks at Askers in DC. My last talk was on social media and ophthalmology. And I said, be you. End of talk. All of us are born for success. And I say another thing, please, for ophthalmologists here. Remember, you were among the best among thousands. That's why you went into medical school.
Yes.
Among them, you were so good that you became an ophthalmologist. How many seats for that? Why do people forget that? Why are you being walked over by everybody? Just maintain that. You know, one thing I forgot to tell you. Nowadays, when people are interviewing me more for inspirational and things, and I've started realizing how we become like this. Maybe I became like this because, you know, in movies, how they used to show doctors, wimpy looking people, they wear glasses, they come out, you shake their head and go, I'm sorry, I tried. I used to hate that. I used to wonder, why can't doctors look amazing, come out with their chest out and go, everything went super. Come on here, let me give you a hug. And I think maybe that started me to go in a way that I hated the fact that doctors always walk with a concave chest and always head down and always, no, you're a superstar. You know, you don't even have to be good looking. Your patients look up to you. It's a known fact. If they see you in a grocery store, they think you're a movie star. So just stay on that pedestal. Do not do wrong things. Do not sell. Do not advertise. Do not do deals. Do not schmooze. Do not go to anyone to send you a patient. Be so good that nobody else has a choice but to come to you. With that, I'll end today. I have to get back to things, but really been a
for being part of this wonderful initiative that has been taken up. Dr. Natarajan and Dr. Anil Kulkarni also. We thank you sitting in US and giving us a fantastic lecture for an hour and a half. We have thoroughly enjoyed. We are signing off, sir. And take
Jignesh.
Bolo, sir.
No, greetings from Florida. So this is the view from Arun's house.
Oh, wow.
So anyhow, thank you. Thanks for having Arun. Thank you, Arun, for a wonderful, you're a great host as well as a great talk. And I think really every time I keep learning from you, Arun.
Thanks a lot. We're signing off. Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Enjoy yourselves. We are now having the finals. Let's have a group photograph. Before that, we'll just do the distribution of the certificates, group photograph, and then we'll say sayonara to all of you. I hope everybody enjoyed it. We have a vote of thanks by Dr. Tejaswini Madam. She was going to finally give the vote of thanks.
Dr. Asmita Patil.
लीडर झाले सगळे लीडर
Can somebody take pictures, proper pictures, right? This is going to be a nostalgic, lifelong experience. Proper photographs. Now, can. But we can use it. Reshma. There. That's a wonderful fight.
Patience. Leadership lesson, patience.
Madam, तुम्ही इकडे या नाही ना सांग.
Dr. Radhika Paranske.
ते गेले ते तिकडे.
पकडून आणलं.
Yeah. Done? Thank you.
Dr. Rajesh Joshi.
Honorary secretary. Faculty पण आहे आणि हे पण आहे बघा. Both he wants to teach also and learn. Upstage the learning. Yeah, madam. Golden सगळं सांगते. मला golden दे बाबा. कुठे golden? नंतर घेऊ. नशा आणला मस्त. झोप चांगली झाली.
Double.
Yes, sir. कोण आहे तो पुढचं?
सगळे आहेत का? गोंधळ आहे. काय हर्षल ना?
Harshal, yes, there is. Actually, I wanted to take a feedback, but it's so late from each of you for about 30 seconds at least. How whether you liked it or not.
डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सेंडगे. रामचंद्र सेंडगे.
रामचंद्र, लक्ष्मण भी है ना? राम है तो लक्ष्मण भी है. जी जी. एक के पास और भी एनर्जी बची है ताली बजाने की. गुड.
डॉक्टर आरती हेड़ा.
मला परत थांबायला नको पाहिजे. आरती में फुल एनर्जी रहती कभी भी है और एकदम. थैंक यू.
डॉक्टर साकेत पाटील.
साकेत पाटील आता सांगितलं. झालं झालं. साकेत सर नालिया बजाने में बहुत उत्साह है यार, मान गए. अलग नेक्स्ट 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 नेक्स्ट.
डॉक्टर आशुतोष जय